Section 1 of Stories Without Tears. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. Stories Without Tears by Barry Payne. 1. Great Possessions. Mr. Wilfred Sandys, assistant master at Sunny Home, had a small sitting room assigned to him at the top of the house. It was rather a dark and sullen little room, furnished principally with what had been left over. Against one of the walls stood a cottage piano in light oak, bearing the name of an unknown German maker. Its inward parts were so full of wickedness that it had long before retired from active service. Piano was a courtesy title. The thing was a sideboard, really. Over the mantelpiece was a gas bracket. The gas had been cut off from it in order, as Mr. Worthy pointed out, to avoid accidents. The room was illuminated in the evening by a small lamp when Emma remembered it. When Emma forgot it, it was idle to have recourse to the bell-pull, though it was a tasteful bell-pull. The bell itself had been removed because, as Mr. Worthy explained, you cannot have the maidservants kept forever running up and down stairs. This, I think, cannot be gainsaid. In fact, there was very little in the room that really worked, except Mr. Wilfred Sandys. The supper tray of Mr. Wilfred Sandys stood on the piano. Emma had said when she brought it up that it was a funny thing she had forgotten that old lamp again. The room was illuminated at present by one candle, the property of a gentleman, the said candle being affixed by and of itself to the lid of a tobacco tin. The repast which that gentleman had just concluded had consisted of a warped slice of cold mutton with blood vessels, and apparently string in it, of a portion of American cheddar, of bread, and of 2/3 of a pint of the school beer. The tray being removed, writing materials and exercise books were now placed on the table. A kitchen table, veiled by a stained cloth, with the remains of chenille blobs round the edge of it. Mr. Sandys opened an exercise book and observed that Smithson's first sentence was dicit un venerit. To a pedant this hardly seemed a satisfactory rendering of "he says that he will come," but in times of mental perplexity, which were frequent with him, Smithson always gave up hope and went into the subjunctive. Wilfred Sandys decided suddenly that after all he would not correct these exercise books that night. He had done enough for one day. He took methodical steps for his own comfort. He put the coal, what there was of it, on the fire. He placed in position the easy chair, with 3 exercise books to take the place of a missing caster. He fetched from his bedroom a glass and water bottle. Then he removed the lower front of the ex-piano and took out from the interior a bottle of Scotch whisky, good whisky, but of course a thing prohibited. A high standard of virtue such as that which was suitably maintained by Mr. Worthy in his seminary has many advantages too obvious for comment. Amongst others, it enables the sinner to get a great deal of excitement out of very little sin. Wilfred Sandys never bought his whisky in the town. There were occasional Saturdays when he had the afternoon and evening entirely at his disposal. Then it was that he visited a distant hostelry and returned sin-laden in the dark. So far he had been undetected, but it was constantly occurring to him that one night, on his return, he might stumble on the stone stairs, and the bottle would break, and its contents would be spilled. Mr. Worthy would arrive upon the scene at once, and it would be difficult to convince him that this was really furniture polish, which Sandys had purchased for the improvement of the German ex-piano. It is probable that the murderer feels much the same when disposing of the corpse of his victim as Sandys felt when he was getting rid of an empty bottle. Once Mr. Worthy had stopped him on his way down to the river with the incriminating bottle concealed about his person, as the police say. For a moment Sandys had thought that all was lost, including honor. But Mr. Worthy had merely observed in his fat, sad voice that he wished Mr. Sandys would abstain from wearing coloured neckties on Sundays, and passed on, unsuspecting. I do not wish to suggest any dark picture of a secret drunkard. Sandys was secret enough, because he did not wish to lose the £45 with board and lodging, which he received annually from Mr. Worthy, but he was not given to excess. He had little fear that he would be caught in the act of drinking that nightly glass of whiskey and water, for there was a long flight of stone stairs between the proprietor's study and the assistant master's garret, and Mr. Worthy was a man of plethoric habit. When he wanted his hireling, he rang and sent someone to fetch him. Tonight Sandys lapsed into reverie. Had it then been worth while, the sacrifice made by that poor country parson in order that his son might obtain in the classic tripos the degree of Bachelor of Arts in the University of Cambridge? The end had been achieved. Wilfred Sandys had, just as it had been by the skin of his teeth, managed to secure that degree. And he had had, incidentally, 3 good years, years when he made many friends, spent his father's money, neglected his work, and was strenuous in athletic exercises. But what was left after the achievement? His father's death had made him the possessor of some £30 a year from gilt-edged investments. He had no relations on his father's side to help him, and he had nothing to expect from the Peltons, who had resented the marriage of their daughter with a poor curate, as the father of Wilfred was at that time. He had suddenly felt the knife across the golden thread of his life. Playtime was over, and work was to be done. He was away from the pleasant sward and over the edge of the precipice. There was no established business, no waiting partnership to receive him on a bed of down. There was good advice from people who told him solemnly what every man of his age and intelligence knew already. There were vague promises and assurances from young college friends who had slightly overestimated their influence in the world. The cold fact was that he had to look out for himself. Suddenly awakened out of sleep, he saw that there was more than one profession in which he might succeed if he could wait. He saw also that he could not possibly afford to wait. He must put himself into the market as he was. A clean character, a moderate skill in tennis and cricket, and a third in classical honours, that was what he had to offer. The demand for such things is not feverish. It became clear to him that he must be a schoolmaster. Wilfred Sandys had haunted the agent's office in Sackville Street. He had had splendid testimonials printed, and had gradually come to realize that most people of ordinary decency have absolutely magnificent testimonials. He had taken one post which he had found impossible. He had afterwards waited for a time, waited almost to the verge of fear for his daily bread. He had closed eagerly with the offer of Mr. Worthy, with whom he had been for 3 years. Mr. Worthy printed a very dubious M.A. after his name in his prospectus, But with or without academic distinction, he had a fairly good connection, and his heart was in the business. It was merely a business to this soup merchant, but he was no fool at it. The midday dinner was not luxurious, but Mr. Worthy had quite realized the line beneath which it was not safe to go. He had a sufficient staff of servants, treated them well and paid them well, since it is often difficult to get a housemaid. It is always easy to get an assistant master, but even here he was moderately generous and conscious of generosity. Many headmasters, he had said to Sandys, forbid smoking to the undermasters. I do not. Smoke as much as you like, except, of course, in the presence of the boys. That is a common point of view. The boy sees every day in the holidays that his father, his uncle, and his elder brother smoke, but he must not believe that his holy schoolmaster could possibly smoke. In this, as possibly in some other respects, the intelligence of the ordinary boy is frequently underrated or misunderstood by the gentlemen who profess to train that intelligence. For the rest, Sandys was a safe, conscientious, able master, with the prestige of a real degree. Mr. Worthy fully recognized this and did not wish to part with him. He could have supplied his place in 24 hours, but the newcomer might easily have been less satisfactory. He did not give him the same consideration that he would have given to the cook, but still he gave him some consideration. He managed to keep him just above resignation. Mr. Sandys, as he sipped his diluted and forbidden whiskey, could not call himself conscientious, but he maintained that no grown man of common sense should obey an absurd rule. He did not even call himself an able master. It seemed to him that somehow or other he ought to have made Smithson understand more about the oratio obliqua. And it further seemed to him that, summing up the situation, he had nothing to hope for in the way of advancement, and that he had everything to fear in the way of actual loss. There is no chance for the undermaster in a private school to advance in his profession. The places at the miserable top of it are taken by those who, thanks to capital or connection, have started at the top. As time went on, Sandys knew that he would become less and less valuable in a principal's eyes, until finally there would be no work for him at all. He would be told on all sides that a younger and more active man was required. For that evil day he ought, of course, to make provision. But with his present salary, he saw no decent possibility of saving money at all. He would be compelled to break into his capital, the 800 he had inherited from his father. Possibly he might buy an annuity with it. It was a wretched business. He was roused from his reverie by the sound of a footstep on the stairs. It was not the well-known step of Mr. Worthy, nor was it the light, quick step of a boy. Sandys supposed that Mr. Worthy wanted to see him about some school matter, and had sent Emma to say so. That being so, it was not worth while to conceal the whiskey bottle. The door opened, and a blaze of light entered. Behind the blaze of light was a tall female figure. "Thanks, Emma," said Sandys. "Just put it on the table, will you?" The lamp was put down on the table, and revealed that this was not Emma. He might have known, of course, that it was not Emma, for though Emma frequently forgot the perilous task of bringing the lamp with the supper tray, she would never have made a second journey up the stairs to bring it afterwards. She was by no means the kind of girl to overdo things. This, it appeared, was a new housemaid. She had arrived that afternoon, and in reply to Sandys's question, she said that her name was Rose. She was to have the care of his rooms in future, because she did not mind the stairs, and Emma did. She spoke easily, without forwardness or embarrassment. Her voice was pleasant, and her pronunciation correct. In appearance she was young, fresh, and strong, graceful in movement. Her face was well enough, kind eyes, too large a mouth, and much dark hair with a smooth severity. Her figure was really beautiful. As she spoke, she did things. She drew the shabby curtain over the window. She brushed the hearth. She picked up the repellent supper tray from the piano. "Good night, sir," she said, as she closed the door behind her. Sandys had in his time said severe things about the man who regards a maid-servant in any other than the cold and official light, but our circumstances play havoc with our opinions. His life had become lonely, a life with no women in it. He taught boys in his working hours, and sometimes chatted with the other non-resident masters in his leisure. There were even times when that dubious master of arts, Mr. Worthy, unbent and spoke with Sandys of the political situation over a glass of dubious port. Sandys did not grumble at such things, but they left him lonely and unfulfilled. Warm-blooded youth and a natural love of beauty demanded more. So now it was useless for the trained and conventional side of Sandys to make the chilly observation that here was a new housemaid. The natural man insisted on saying, "Here is an unusual and delightful woman, and I hope I shall see more of her." A contrast with Emma suggested itself. Emma never did her work properly, considered it as a grievance that she had to do any work at all, and used a manner of speech which was distressing. Sandys had never known Emma to draw the curtain or to sweep the hearth. Emma frequently forgot the lamp, and always left the used, soiled, sickening supper tray to sit on the ex-piano until she did the room in the morning. The contrast was accentuated on the following evening. The supper tray did not wear its customary air of a brutal attempt to make Wilfred Sandys give up feeding for the future. And when Rose removed the tray, she placed on the table a jug of fresh water and a clean glass. Her quick eye had detected the conversion of the bedroom water bottle to a sitting-room use on the previous evening. It seemed to him that the lamp gave more light, and the nauseous smell of paraffin had gone from it. Rose had trimmed the wick, and cleaned the lamp and the lamp glass. Emma had limited herself to giving the thing more "ile" when she happened to remember it. When in the morning Sandys lifted a book from the ex-piano, he was surprised not to see its imprint in the dust. Examination showed that there was no dust. In his early period he had prayed Emma to remove dust, but she had shaken her head. She had explained that she was always so hurried of a morning. Briefly, Rose was a real woman, and Emma was a red-headed slut. A further portent presented itself next day. Sandys picked up the exercise books to place as usual under the leg of the easy-chair, and behold, the missing caster had been replaced, and the exercise books were no longer needed. "Rose," said Sandys, "I see this chair has been mended at last. How did you manage to get that done?" Rose smiled, showing white teeth. "I did that myself, sir." "Yourself?" "Yes. There's a box of rubbish downstairs, old curtain rings and picture hooks and such things, and I found the caster there. Then I borrowed the screwdriver that belongs to cook's sewing machine, and I persuaded the boot boy to give me a few screws." "That caster's been off for the last 2 years. Thank you very much, Rose. You're a wonderful woman." "No, but I don't like to see things wrong that can be put right. It's the way I feel about it. Good night, sir." The good night had come rather abruptly. She was gone. She never hurried, but she was always doing a piece of work or going on to the next piece. She was willing to talk a little, but she did not seem to want to jabber, as Emma always did. Sandys wished she had stayed a few moments longer. He had noticed a slight and rather fascinating play of color in her face, something different from the solid purple blush that Emma wore in her moments of embarrassment. There had been a quick flush when he called her a wonderful woman, and again before that when she said that she had persuaded the boot boy to give her some screws. How, then, had she persuaded the boot boy? That was a dark thought. Her splendid efficiency moved Sandys to see for the first time that there was no such thing as contemptible work, but that there were many contemptible workers. Emma, and many others of her kind, were contemptible workers. They worked reluctantly, without intelligent interest in the work, and were a menial class. But the work itself, domestic work, was as fine as any other, and a woman who was capable and had a good will in such work was far beyond the ridicule that hits the inefficient sisterhood of the craft. He took an early opportunity of trying to lend Rose books. He had quite determined that she must be fond of reading, and was disappointed with her reply. "No, thank you, sir, unless perhaps you've got a book on poultry." He misunderstood her. "Yes," he said, "I think I have a book about poetry." She laughed a little. "It was poultry, I said, sir. Fowls and chickens." Mr. Wilfred Sandys, curiously enough, had no book on poultry. He had imagined that she would like reading. She had seemed well educated, unlike Emma. "But I never read just for the sake of it. If there's a book to tell me something I want to learn, that's different. I like doing things better than reading." He tried a further question as to her education, but she admitted no more than a board school had provided. He urged that she spoke like a well-educated woman. "Well, if there's anything to do, I want to do it properly. It's all the same, whether it's making a bed or just talking." Again she gave him no opportunity to converse at length with her. Her work called her away. On second thoughts he decided that he was not disappointed at all in her refusal of books. It was splendidly honest and unaffected. A liking for stories of love and adventure is not by any means an invariable sign of a mind of the highest type. Emma read the feuilleton with regularity and had no mind at all. As he handed her a copy of Poultry for Profit on the following evening, he observed that he found he had got such a book after all. He had got it, as a matter of fact, from the station bookstall that afternoon. "It's very kind of you, sir," she said, "but I did not mean you to buy the book for me. I don't like that." But he persuaded her to take it and to keep it. She had made him so much more comfortable than he had been under the reign of Emma. The book was the merest trifle, a mark of grateful recognition of her services. And, by the way, how did she come to be interested in that subject? "We kept fowls at home, and so I got to know something about them, but not enough. I shall learn more from the book in odd minutes. It will be useful to me one day. I'm not always going on with my present work." She came back to his room an hour later with a message. "Mr. Worthy told me to say, sir, that he wished to see you in his study at once." "Very well, Rose, thanks." He laid down his pipe. Mr. Worthy had possibly invented a new schedule of work, a thing to which he was very liable. Whatever else may be urged against Mr. Worthy's attainments, it must be said in fairness that he could rule lines in red ink as well as any man in the kingdom. The new schedule of work as drawn out by Mr. Worthy was nearly as pretty as a map, but there was not any schedule which required discussion at the present time. It was a more serious matter. Sandys recognized that as soon as he entered the study. "Sit down, if you please, Mr. Sandys," said Mr. Worthy, in his sad, slow voice, and continued the letter which he was writing. He was rather a bloated and small-eyed gentleman, dressed, as was his invariable custom, in a dark grey suit with a black bow necktie. Silence was one of the weapons in his armoury when it was necessary to quell the refractory. The small boy who had been guilty of any great crime was brought into Mr. Worthy's study, and Mr. Worthy would then proceed, as now, to the letter-writing trick. Occasionally he would look up and glare steadily at the boy, and then resume his letter in silence. With every moment the stare and the silence grew more awful, and sometimes the small boy would be so affected by it that he would begin to weep even before the principal of Sunnyholm had opened his mouth, a result of which the heroic Mr. Worthy was proud. But as Mr. Wilfred Sandys was not a little boy, the impressive silence did not impress him in that way. It merely seemed to him disgustingly uncivil on the part of that boor pig, his employer. He noticed that Mr. Worthy's black bow was not quite straight, and wished he could put it straight. His eye strayed to the lavish apparatus of the writing table, 4 kinds of ink and rubber stamps in great variety, and upwards to the engravings, framed in oak, of English cathedrals. What could be more reassuring to a hesitating parent than an engraving of a cathedral? "And now, Mr. Sandys," said his employer, "I am sorry to say that I have some unpleasant matters to speak of to you. The other day I picked up Pennington's exercise book and wrote in it a correction of one of his sentences. I find today that you have crossed out my correction and substituted a rendering of your own." "Yes," said Sandys genially. "It was a bit awkward. You see, you'd made a slip, and I had to give the boy the correct Latin, but I put it all right for you, I think. I told Pennington that he must have given you the wrong English." "The boy did not believe you. Quite by accident I overheard him say that he did not believe you." Mr. Worthy went about in rubber-soled shoes, and often overheard things by accident. "He told the older Robinson that he was sure he had given me the right English, that the blunder was mine, and that I knew no more Latin than his foot." "Sorry," said Sandys. "Nuisance, isn't it?" "It is something more than that. It is either a gross act of insubordination or a stupid want of judgment, and in either case I do not see how we are to go on together. I do not profess to be a classical scholar, but that is not the point. Right or wrong, I will not be corrected by any man that I employ. Least of all will I be corrected to one of my own pupils. You have behaved badly. And that is not the worst." Sandys perceived that he was meant to ask what the worst was, so he carefully refrained from asking it. "The worst," said Mr. Worthy impressively, "is that you, Mr. Sandys, are a secret drunkard." "That's a lie," said Sandys with unpardonable abruptness. "And you would not dare to address me in that way if you were not under the influence of liquor at this very moment. I had occasion to see if the piano in your sitting room could be adapted for practice work by the junior pupils." "Yes, I see," said Sandys, "but I'm not going to be spoken to in this way all the same." He rose to go. "You understand that you leave at the end of this term. I'm giving you notice, sir." Mr. Worthy was approaching apoplexy. Mr. Sandys was rude enough to snap his fingers. He opened the door. "No character, Mr. Sandys. No testimonials," gasped Mr. Worthy. His fist struck the table. Sandys paused with his hand on the door. "If your ignorance of Latin has been discovered here by the little boys, it must naturally annoy you, Mr. Worthy. I did my best to screen you anyhow, but if you let your annoyance lead you into repeating to others your silly lie that I am a secret drunkard, you'll have some pretty serious consequences to take. I leave at the end of the term, and it will be time enough for you to jabber about testimonials when I come and ask you for one." Mr. Worthy was still engaged in a breathless search for words to express himself when the door closed. By the time the torrential eloquence was ready, there was no Sandys there to receive it. Sandys sat upstairs in his room, well satisfied with what he had done and with the fate that had befallen him. Had Mr. Worthy mildly reminded him that he had broken a regulation, Sandys would have had to admit as much. In his temper, Mr. Worthy had gone far beyond that, had brought preposterous charges, and had put himself in the wrong. Just for one glorious time, Sandys had treated his employer precisely as he deserved. That alone was worth much. His mind was at ease that it was all over. No longer would there exist his ignominious conspiracy with Mr. Worthy to hide the principal's ignorance of subjects that he professed to teach. No longer would his freedom be limited by a stupid set of rules degrading to a man of his age. No longer would he have sordid anxieties about surreptitious bottles. No longer would he deceive small boys by upholding to them a system of morality which he himself neither approved nor practiced. No longer would he have to treat as his superior a man whom, frankly, he knew to be his inferior. The disaster which he had feared, the loss of his post and of his salary, had happened at last, and it no longer seemed to him a disaster. He would never be a schoolmaster again. His ideas about work had changed. He was ready now to use his hands and his bodily strength as well as his education and intelligence. He was ready to run a shop, keep a public house, work at poultry farming or at gardening. £800 of capital he had, energy and goodwill he had. He could find a partner with the necessary knowledge and experience of whatever business he decided to take up. His friends would probably talk, but he no longer cared about that. They had done nothing for him, and no regard for their conventions should keep him from a free and honest life. That night there came suddenly into his mind an idea which recurred during the next few days. He might possibly marry Rose. She might have undesirable relations, and she certainly had not the artistic temperament. His friends who heard that he had married the housemaid would consider that he had definitely gone down the abyss. On the other hand, he was not proposing to marry her relations, did not overvalue the artistic temperament, and no longer proposed for himself a slavery to public opinion. On the other hand, too, there were her kindly soul, her keen intelligence, her healthy and beautiful body. To put aside ambition, to put aside all accepted ideas, and to work happily in her company at any open-air employment seemed peaceful and desirable. Sandys had put aside his first impulse, which was to leave Sunnyholme at once, partly because he thought this departure might be what Mr. Worthy would like best, and partly because of Rose. As the weeks went on, he got to know her much better. He had always treated her with respect, and he had won her confidence. He got glimpses of her home life. Her father, who was dead, had not made farming pay. But then that was the wrong sort of farming, said the sagacious Rose. She meant to go back to the country and loved it, because there's always so much to do there. An opinion not usually endorsed by the ruralizing Cockney. She had saved £45 already. It was noticeable, too, as the weeks went on, that Mr. Worthy's mental attitude towards secret drunkards must have undergone a considerable change. He became wondrous civil to Mr. Sandys. There was even a suggestion of a glass of port and a cigar in Mr. Worthy's study after a Sunday midday meal. It is to the credit of Sandys that there was nothing sardonic in his refusal. He was really indifferent to the civility or rudeness of his employer. He did his work and did it well, because that was in accordance with his new view of all work. But he did not mean to be a schoolmaster any more, and he did definitely mean to marry Rose. He did not know what Rose's own feelings about it might be. She was not perhaps the woman for a grand and poetical passion. You cannot find all beauties and all utilities in one woman. Her easy, respectful, sexless friendliness towards him seemed permanent, but of course she could never have imagined that he would marry her. She would be taken utterly by surprise when he told her. He had £800 capital, and Rose was practical. It ought to work out all right. He read Thoreau and Emerson and utterly failed to lend either book to Rose. His imagination was already painting his new life, in sympathy with nature, in scorn of outward tradition and teaching. He would make no fortune. He would work in freedom for a sufficient and healthy livelihood and be content. And then the fortune that he had refused to seek came with all the petulance and perversity of fortune to look for him. On a Sunday morning he received a solicitor's letter acquainting him with the death of his uncle, his mother's brother, Richard Pelton. Pelton had perhaps been desirous to undo the injustice that had been done in the previous generation. At any rate, after a few legacies of comparatively little importance, he left the remainder to his sister's son, Wilfred Sandys. The solicitor gave approximate figures. The annual income of Mr. Sandys in the future would be close upon £3,000. It was clear to him in a flash that part of his scheme had already gone. With the money came the responsibilities of money. He would work still, but he would not fatten chickens for the London market, nor arise early to hoe potatoes. Nor, of course, could he now marry. Conscience stopped him. Why could he not now marry Rose? He had been glad to marry her when he had thought that her strong practical sense and knowledge of country life would help him. If he did not need those now, was she not still as she had always been, when prejudices were stripped away, an able, beautiful woman, with nothing in speech or manner to offend him, fitted to be his wife? To desert her merely because he had become unexpectedly rich seemed mean and treacherous. Once more, as he thought on these things, he received a message that Mr. Worthy wished to speak to him. Mr. Worthy plunged into the heart of the matter at once. "Some weeks ago, Mr. Sandys, I gave you notice. I wish to withdraw that. There was a little heat on both sides, I think. I was much worried at the time, and perhaps I was hardly justified in my deductions. Shall we let bygones be bygones?" Here was an opportunity for triumph, yet Sandys could not bring himself to take it. He did not see how he could take it without vulgarity and bad feeling. So he was cordial in agreement that the past should be past, and he was almost apologetic in mentioning the change in his fortunes of which he had heard that morning. Mr. Worthy congratulated heartily, and said, nor could it have been denied, that this was a change indeed. He supposed Mr. Sandys had already formed his plans. Mr. Sandys was vague on the subject. He wanted to work, not to live a life of ease and idleness, and to make a good use of his money. Mr. Worthy heartily approved. "There is Parliament, for instance," he said, again quite undeniable. There were several things which he enumerated. As an afterthought he mentioned that there was Sunnyholme, now, it appeared, at a crisis in its upward fortunes. Sunnyholme was a semi-detached house, and with its sister, St. Catherine's, made one perfect block. St. Catherine's was now in the market. Mr. Worthy had a fortnight's option to purchase it. It would double the accommodation, and Mr. Worthy had of late been turning pupils away to an extent that was like to break his heart. Sandys saw whither this was drifting, and said he should think of it. "Do," said Mr. Worthy. "There's the church bell. There's no necessity for you to attend service this morning, Mr. Sandys. You probably have letters to write and much to consider. In fact, you need take no duty today. Just think the thing over, you know, and you might drop in to dinner with me tonight at 7, and then, well, then we can see. We can talk it over comfortably." Mr. Sandys availed himself to the full of the permission given. He wrote a letter to the solicitors, and then he started off for the day. He did not mean to make a long walk, but just to get out of that atmosphere which towards the end of the term weighs heavily on most schoolmasters. It was a 6-mile walk to that little hostelry where the surreptitious bottles had been procured. He might have gone by train, but the sun was bright and there was a touch of spring in the air. His thoughts as he walked were pleasant enough. He saw himself in a masterly position. In imagination he lent money to his oppressor. What more exquisite revenge could he have? In imagination he married Rose. It would be quite obvious that he could have done much better, and that his choice was deliberate. He would still be taking his own line, away from the common rut that has been worn by the feet of the slaves. Sordid worries had passed from him, nor could he think that his freedom had come from a mere fluke. He had come into that which, in common justice, he was entitled to have. At the inn he ordered luncheon with some care, consulting the landlord, Mr. Bowes. Mr. Bowes was a precise little man. He had been a jockey, and at present, unless you were pretty good, it was expensive to take him on in his own billiard room. He was by nature a lifelong teetotaler, and by conviction, coupled with trade interest, an ardent enemy of all teetotalers. If he recognized in Mr. Sandys a somewhat different Mr. Sandys from the one he had met previously, he had too much tact to indicate his notice of change. Sandys lunched well, and it is possible that none of his subsequent years of freedom gave him quite so much joy as this first breath of release. He was standing in the window chatting with Mr. Bowes when he saw a couple pass down the picturesque cobbled street. The man was a big fellow, in blue serge, with a very hard felt hat and a very shrewd face. The woman, plainly dressed in black, was Rose, and the expression of affectionate admiration on her face was one which Sandys had never seen before. "You noticed that little lot," said Mr. Bowes. "He's going to be a rival of mine." The tone of Mr. Bowes did not indicate any bitterness. "Indeed?" "Yes, sir, a man of the name of Thompson. They're starting one of these new trust public houses at Molesley Green, a mile away from here, and he's to be the manager. He's a nice, sensible chap, I'm told, and his girl's got no nonsense about her either. I'll lay a sovereign she stops in service right up to the time they move in." "And when will that be?" asked Sandys. "Well, they'll eat their next Christmas dinner there. Bless you, I don't mind. That won't interfere with me. There's room here for all of us. Their line of business isn't exactly my line. It'll be a nice little place. I dare say she'll do something with vegetables and chickens and so on. That sort of thing mayn't be a livelihood, but it's often a useful help." "Quite so," said Sandys judiciously. He took the train back and dined pleasantly with Mr. Worthy and his very much older sister, Miss Worthy. For the first time he saw Miss Worthy in her attitude of graciousness and thought it putrid. None the less, he took a whiskey and soda in Mr. Worthy's study subsequently, went into the figures, realized that there was very little risk, and agreed to lend him a few hundreds on very easy terms. On the following evening, when Rose brought in the supper tray, many degrees above the average, he told her what he had heard, and congratulated her. She seemed much confused, but accepted his suggestion that if she would tell him when the happy event took place, he would like to give her a little wedding present. The cart and the smart little pony which he gave Rose and her husband proved very useful. Mr. Bowes was correct in his prophecy. Rose and her husband did eat their next Christmas dinner in the new clean and well-appointed public house. Mr. Wilfred Sandys, B.A., tried to picture himself their happiness. He was traveling in Egypt at the time, and he was alone. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Stories Without Tears. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stories Without Tears by Barry Payne. Section 2. A Model Man. 1. Summer visitors to Bunham on the East Coast generally bought a copy of Bunham and All About It from Mr. Parkinson in the High Street. The price of that excellent guidebook is only 2p, and it contains a frontispiece representing in rather a thin and jaded way the Hall of Stalactites. A line of letter pressed under the illustration informs the reader that this is one of the wonders of the world, and requests him to see page 28. The visitor who does see page 28 will find on that page a description of the Hall of Stalactites. Therein is enthusiasm tempered with information. The author, chastely veiled by the pseudonym of Mermaid, but generally believed to be Miss Parkinson, contrasts the Hall of Stalactites with the Blue Grotto of Capri and also with Westminster Abbey, and I regret to say that neither the Abbey nor the grotto comes out of the comparison at all well. Then follows a scientific paragraph. He that masters it will ever hereafter be able to distinguish between a stalactite and a stalagmite in the dark with one hand tied behind him, and to babble of calcium carbonate in terms of the closest intimacy. Finally, Miss Parkinson descends to common things and tell us that the well-appointed breaks of Messrs. Bodger & Sons run twice daily during the season, and recommends us to provide ourselves with a warm wrap to counteract the chill inseparable from these vast retreats of subterranean mystery. There can be no doubt about it. The Hall of Stalactites is Bunham's trump card, and Bunham plays it with energy. Anything in Bunham which can possibly exhibit a view of the Hall of Stalactites does exhibit it. It fills the picture postcards, it crawls around china mugs, it gets under paperweights. Jobson, the jewelers, sells at a derisory price small charms guaranteed to be made from fallen portions of genuine stalactite. One way or another that haul gets into the local paper every week, and if it is only a sonnet signed Mermaid, it is better than nothing. No visitors can escape the Hall of Stalactites. The force of suggestion is too strong. It is doubtful if any visitor wishes to escape. There is not very much to do at Bunham. You can sit on the beach, or you can sit on the pier, or you can sit in one of the well-appointed breaks of Messrs. Bodger & Son. A young man who arrived on Monday to spend a bright holiday at sunny Bunham went to the Hall of Stalactite the very first day. On Wednesday and Thursday, he went again. On Friday, he went twice. On Saturday, his body was taken out of the sea, and a waiter at the Bunham Railway Hotel said at the inquest that the deceased had seemed depressed. Breaks to the Hall of Stalactites always pulled up at the Bull Inn for purposes of reference. The Bull Inn is described by Miss Parkinson as a charming old-world hostelry. In front of the inn is the road. On the other side of the road is a patch of green, and on that patch every day during the season you might find Samuel Pell with his working model of a coal mine. Visitors descended from the break went to see if the interior of the old-world hostelry was still there, wiped their mouths, and crossed the road to interview Samuel Pell and his working model. If the visitors had any money left, Pell found means to annex it. Samuel was an old man of dignified appearance. He had abundance of white hair and a long white beard. His speech was refined, and the sentiments that he expressed were often truly admirable. He wore a soft black felt hat, but his remaining clothes were scarcely equal to it. The conjunction of a fisherman's blue jersey and a frock coat in the last stage of his putrefaction is not happy. His age and capacious lace boots has no lace in them, and were retained in situ, partly by the adoption of a shuffling gait and partly by personal magnetism. Above his exhibit was a card on which Samuel has written in capital, "Not a toy, not a penny in the slot machine, a genuine scientific modeled, my own work." The motive power of the model was supplied by Samuel himself. He turned a handle at the back. It was not hard work, but he often said he was not fitted for hard work. When he turned, various things happened in the model, which gave a sectional view of a coal mine. Up above wheels went round. A basket was drawn up the shaft. At a lower level, A cardboard pony performed the incredible feat of dragging a cardboard truck without moving its legs. A group of cardboard miners became smitten with various forms of locomotive disorder. One of them delivers blow with his pick at a rate of 2 a second. The blows made no sound, and no coal fell. Sometimes a thoughtless humorist would point out to the exhibitor some of these lapses from realism. Samuel admitted them politely. "You're right enough, sir, and I only wish I had the means to alter it. But the materials alone will cost me 6 pence, and that is beyond my powers. By the time I've paid for the rent of my pitch here, there's barely enough left to buy me bread." Such patience and politeness often met with their reward. For an audience of women, he had a touching story of how he had worked in the mines himself, and had been dismissed by the company's manager because, while saving another man's life at the risk of his own, he had inadvertently infringed the rule which forbids miners to speak during work hours. "So there I was, ladies, with my arm and leg broken, thrown out of my employment, and with no hope for the future. But I had my wife and family to support, and I had to do something. And then it was that I first thought of this model. Yes, ladies, I designed that and I made it, just as you see it now, while lying flat on my back in bed, in agony, and having only my left hand that I could use. And ever since, with the blessing of the Almighty, that model has been our means of livelihood. There are kind hearts in the world yet, and thank you, miss, thank you, mum, don't trouble, I'll pick it up, and God bless you." If a group of boys came up, he drew down the blind before the model. Asked what it was, he changed the subject. Pressed further, he admitted that behind that blind was a representation of the life on the ground. "It's not for young boys to see. Might keep you awake all night. I should get into trouble if I showed it to you. If a policeman were to see me exhibitioning these horrors to the young, I should be in prison before nightfall." It was not till the sun and 4 pence had been reached that he would draw the blind and turn the handle. The spectacle generally saddened the boys. If this was really devilry, then they felt that plain chocolate gave better value for the money. And sometimes they were quite rude to poor old Samuel Pell, but Samuel remained, as ever, patient and polite. The curate of St. Mark's said that the character of old Sammy Pell left much to be desired. This was, for the curate of St. Mark's, horribly strong language, but it was justified. The landlord of the charming Old World hostelry went into further details about Samuel. "Yes, every morning about 12, Samuel comes in front Bunham with his rotten old show on a barrow. There he sticks on that bit o' green opposite, and no more right to the pitch that the man in the moon has. No doubt, if I was to open my mouth, I could get him turned off of it, and I take jolly good care not to do it. As long as he's there, he ain't in my orchard, or my fowl run. As long as I don't interfere with him, and don't forget to stamp in a pint about once every 3 weeks, he won't interfere with me. He never touches anything of mine, but he ain't so particular with others. The other day, when he was putting up his show, I saw about 12 hens' eggs in his barrow. 'How did you get 'em, Sammy?' I said. 'Bought them,' say Sammy. 'Likely. Might as well have said he'd laid 'em. Sneak 'em from somebody's hen-house, of course. But that was no business of mine. He don't do so badly, don't old Sammy. Some days, I'll bet he takes more money than I do.' But the severest critics of Samuel Pell was Herbert Chalk, the officer curator and guide of the Hall of Stalactites. The words Hall of Stalactites were emblazoned in gold on his cap. Otherwise, Mr. Chalks was dressed as a decent gardener. When a visitor to the Mammoth Stalactite chanced, as he talked to its curator, to mention that he had seen on his way there a fine old man with an ingenious model of a coal mine, Fury blazed in the curator's eyes, and when he found that the kindly visitor had given Samuel half a crown, Mr. Chalk spake with his tongue. "Then you'll excuse me, sir, but you've made a mistake. If there is a man in Bunham that ought to be put in prison and kept there till further orders, it's old Sammy Pell. I know his story. Made that model himself, did he? He did nothing of the kind. He bought it for 1 9 out of a railway sale of unclaimed property 12 years ago. What's more, if its work happened to go wrong, he can't even put them right himself, but has to go to Mr. Jobson, which is the watchmaker in the High Street, and get it done for him. And he calls himself an old coal miner, does Sammy. Why doesn't he take and call himself the Prince o' Wales at once? The nearest he's ever done to any mining has been sneaking lumps of coal out of the station yard. That he has really done, and done regular. And this winter I'm told they mean to set a trap for him. Hope he'll be caught too. The way he swindles visitors here is enough to turn him against Bunham altogether." Samuel knew that the curate disapproved of him, but did not mind. "I suppose," he observed, "that's what he's paid for." He knew that the landlord of the Bull Inn had no illusions about him, but he set against that the privileges that the landlord permitted him. But when, as inevitably happened, Samuel learned that the curator of the Hall of Stalactites had been saying things, he was aggrieved. "Suppose I haven't got a wife and family," said Samuel to the landlord of the Bull Inn. "And suppose I didn't make the old model myself. And suppose I was never in a mine. And suppose I do pick a lump of coal if I find it lying around, which is what any man of sense would do. What has all that got to do with Herbert Chalk? Live and let live is my motto. I'm not angry about it, but I'm going to stop it. There's going to be trouble between him and me, and he's going to get stalactites in the neck, is Mr. Herbert Chalk." 2. "Hello, Chalk," said the last of the group of visitors, as he paid his sixpence and passed through the turnstile. "You here still?" "And why not, sir?" said Chalk, as he picked up his wand of office and exchanged the post of cash talker for that of lecturer and guide. "Oh, nothing," said the rather dressy young man. "It was just something I heard, in at one ear and out of another." Chalk scolded slightly. He put less enthusiasm than usual into his observation on the mammoth stalactite. He also said that the cave was first discovered in 18,007 and was corrected severely. When the visitor left, Chalk fastened on the dressy young man. "I'd like just 2 words with you, sir," he said. "Certainly," the young man said uneasily. "May I ask, sir, why you thought I'd got the sack, and who it was that told you?" "Oh, you don't want to think about that." "No, sir, not in the ordinary way. But hints of this kind have been coming up on me lately, at the rate of 2 or 3 a day, and I'm putting the matter into the hands of my solicitor. My conscience is clear enough, and I give my employers every satisfaction, and I'm not going to be slandered. Those that takes away a man's character should be made to pay for it. Of course, if you'd sooner not tell me in confidence, then we should have to subpoena you as a witness and get it that way. But this is your 2nd season at Bunham, sir, and I should be sorry to cause you any unpleasantness." "Look here," said the young man, "I don't want to give evidence. If I tell you in confidence, will you keep me out of it?" "I will, sir," said Chalk. "You may depend upon it." "Well, it was an old chap who shows a model of a coal mine outside the Bull Inn. His father owned the very mine of which that is the model, and the property would have come to him, only he married beneath him, and so was disinherited." "Oh, this is beyond words! Beg pardon, sir. And what did he say?" "He seemed well enough disposed towards you. Said this was 1,000 pities, and he did hope you employers would overlook it once more. He'd said he'd implore you to give it up with tears in his eyes. A far better friend to you than you imagine, I should say.
What? He dared to tell you that I drank? Said Chalk with his eyes popping out of his head.
Never used the word. He said certain things and I put my interpretation on them. I may be wrong, but I think myself you'd better listen to his advice.
And what do you mean by that, sir?
Well, you get very excited.
And who wouldn't, with his character at stake?
And you were all muddled up with that bit you had to speak just now. Thought you must have said it hundreds of times. You said thousands when you mean hundreds, and inches when you meant feet. Sign off it, Chalk, sign off it.
I know I made mistakes, sir, said Chalk, but that was simply because I was upset in my feelings. Is a vagabond like that to take away the character of a man in the same employ for 10 years and respected by all that know him? I can tell you all about Sammy Pell. He's the disgrace and sorrow of Bunham, he is. He ain't no son of no colliery proprietor, and there never was no propriety neither. He ain't been disherited, and that's all brag. He couldn't have married beneath him, because there's nothing lower than himself. He's not any class at all. He's a thief. He's a liar. He's a...
One moment, said the dressy young man. For a chap who don't like slander, you seem to me to be going it. Now, I'm not going to mix myself up in your squabbles. They don't matter to me, and I'm here on a holiday. But if you can take a hint, you'll sign off. That's all. Good morning. Chalk was left with murder in his soul. He was given a few days in which to simmer down, but in the following week, almost the last week of the season, Samuel got to work again. As Herbert Chalk stood at the receipt of custom at the Hall of Stalactites, an old lady of severe countenance put down half a crown to pay her entrance, and waited for change. 'Half a crown mine,' she said warningly. 'Not 2 shillings. Don't make any mistake.' The thing had not yet dawned on Herbert Chalk.
'That's all right, Mum,' he said cheerfully. 'I don't often make any mistake.'
The old lady glared at him. 'Are you the man Chalk?' she asked.
'That's my name,' said Herbert, still genial.
'Then I have a message for you.' She showed tact. She waited until she could get Chalk away from the crowd before she delivered the message. 'Mind you,' she said, 'I don't want to express any opinion, one way or another. The vicar may be right, or he may be wrong. There is such a thing as misplaced generosity, and I can generally tell by the type of a man's face.' Herbert Chalk was rude enough to interrupt.
'I don't know what you're talking about,' he said. 'If you've got a message for me, let's have it.'
But the old lady was composed and whalebone and pure rubber, quite indestructible, and specially built for endurance over the conversational course. 'Oh yes, you do know what I'm talking about, and I hope it may be a warning to you. It was an old man with a long white beard asked me to deliver the message. Was coming with it himself, but his feet were painful, and, being active still, I was glad to oblige.'
'Tell him,' he said, 'that if he can get his employers to give him another chance, the vicar will make up the missing money, believing that he yielded to sudden temptation and will be more honest in the future.
And, as I said before, if—' Chalk had whipped out his notebook. His hair was that of a deadly and terrific composure.
'That's enough,' he said. 'I'll take your name and address, if you please, madame. And if somebody don't get 7 years penal for this, I'm a Dutchman. I go straight to my lawyers from here.'
He touched the point of his pencil with his tongue.
'Now, please, madame.'
'What?' said the old lady. 'My name and address? The idea of such a thing? Why, I'd as soon trust you with my money. I do a kindness, and then you talk to me like that. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.' She left him, speechless, defeated, despairing. And while that fairly good man, the custodian of the Hall of Stalactites, suffered acutely from undeserved imputations, Samuel Pell, on the bit of green opposite the bullion, was enjoying himself immensely. He was exhibiting his scientific model to a group of romantically minded ladies. Pointing to one of the moth-eaten figure, at present in a state of extreme but atactic activity, he declared, "And that, ladies, is an exact representation of the miner whose life I saved." 3. But Samuel Pell had not yet finished with his enemy. Next week, Chalk's domestic peace was threatened. Mrs. Chalk, usually a smiling and cheerful woman, became morose. She asked her husband if he was particularly partial to the name of Bella. She wondered why, if he was so fond of yellow hair, he married a woman with brown. She said that when a married man of 50 went about with a girl, it was ridiculous as well as wicked. She added that a silly young hussy who came up to the Hall of Stalactites every day, and sometimes 2 or 3 times a day, would be likely to get a broomstick across her face to give her something else to think about. It took Herbert Chalk 2 days of hard and patient talking to convince his wife that the girl Bella, with the yellow hair and the unfortunate devotion to himself, was entirely mythical and no real existence, and was invented by that man, Sammy Pell.
"He'd be the ruin of me, that chap will," said Chalk dejectedly.
"Ha!" said Mrs. Chalk. "I dare say if you'd let Sammy alone, he'd have let you alone." On the following Sunday, Herbert Chalk, taking his nasty-tempered terrier for a run on the cliffs, espied Samuel taking his ease on one of the public seats. The dog also espied him, and at a distance of 50 yards made a rush for him, barking furiously. Chalk might have called his dog off, but did not. Samuel appeared to move slowly, but he was quick enough for his purpose. His boot, being unimpeded by laces, came off very easily. When the dog was at a distance of 10 yards, that boot flew through the air, smote the dog violently amidships, and knocked him over. The dog gave it up and returned to his master, complaining bitterly.
"I've got another boot if you care to apply for it,"
called Samuel. But Herbert Chalk pretended to be unconscious of the incident and walked with dignity in the opposite direction. At the close of the season, Samuel Pell left Bunham for his holiday. Nobody knew where he spent his holiday.
"South of France, likely,"
said the landlord of the Bull Inn.
"He's made enough money for this season. Wicked, I call it."
He returned to Bunham in December, and apparently still had money left to live upon. He never attempted to do any work. He spent a great part of the day in the public reading room. But if he stayed at home, one room over a small new agent's shop, he always had a bright and cheerful fire there. The station master said, when he met Samuel in the street, that he'd nab him as it yet.
"I don't know to what you refer," said Samuel politely.
One day, as Samuel sat in the reading room, Herbert Chalk touched him on the shoulder.
"I should like a word with you,"
said Chalk in a hoarse whisper, for the rules of the reading room prescribed silence.
"Would you?"
said Samuel doubtfully.
"Over at the Railway Arms,"
Chalk added.
"With pleasure, Mr. Chalk,"
said Samuel, and followed him out. At the Railway Arms, the question being put to him, Samuel said a glass of Scotch ale was what the weather seemed to indicate.
"The fact is, Sammy," said Chalk, "that you and me didn't quite hit it together last season. I dare say I was in the wrong."
"Very likely," said Samuel.
"Well, here's Christmas upon us, and I'm ready to bury the hatchet."
"I should bury it in that dog of yours, if I were you."
"I got rid of him. He took to running and snapping at everybody, and I couldn't stick it. He might have got me into trouble."
"He pretty nearly did," said Samuel.
"But so far, as my old memory serves me, you were there already."
"Let's forget it," said Chalk.
Christmas is coming. Peace and goodwill. Next season I hope to be paying you $1 a week regular, besides putting an extra custom in your way. Peace and goodwill, said Samuel respectively. Beautiful words. And that $1 a week? How do you mean? Herbert Chalk explained. In the following season, a new line of breaks was to run, bringing up visitors from Cowslade to the Hall of Stalactites. This being so, the custodian and his wife were going to enter upon the provision and sale of teas and mineral waters. And, said Chalk, if you told a visitor where they could get a good cup of tea, with nice fresh fruit, and everything clean and pleasant, then I'd tell the Cowslade lot that they oughtn't to go back without stepping down to the Bull Inn Green to see the wonderful model and the man that saved 40 lives. And I'd pay you $1 a week for advertising us. A child could do anything with me at Christmas time, said Samuel. I ought to haggle, but I can't bring myself to it. I'd sooner be too open-handed even if I lost money by it. Well, call it a bargain. They shook hands on it. And I think we ought to celebrate it, said Samuel. We'll have just one more. Let's see, did I pay the last? Oh, it's my turn, Sammy, said Chalk, and he was allowed to take it. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Stories Without Tears. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stories Without Tears by Barry Payne. Section 3. The Marriage of Miranda. If we may trust dark and oriental stories, the barbaric king had strange ways of disposing of the hand of the lovely princess. He would set the 3 suitors, there were always 3, a difficult problem, and the princess went to the man who solved it, or he would offer her to the suitor who in the space of a certain moons produced the highest achievement, and he never consulted the lovely princess. Horrible! In this Christian, civilized Western country, things are far different. The lovely daughter no longer goes to the highest achievement, but to the highest bid. Mama has seen that romance is here today and gone tomorrow, but that really steady incomes are steady, and the daughter is always consulted. At any rate, Mama explains to her more intimate friends that she has at last been able to make the dear child see the thing in the right light. Yes, nowadays the race is to the swift, unless the betting interferes. The case, therefore, of Eugene Parslow and his daughter Miranda is a little extraordinary, for Mr. Parslow showed himself a reactionary to barbaric methods. He simply put his foot down and said, but we shall come to that in time. Parslow. You fancy somehow that you know that name. You must have seen it somewhere. And you are quite right, you have seen it on the big posters. A maiden with a red kerchief and a happy smile plucks large apricots in a glorious garden, and underneath is the legend, Parslow's Pure Preserves. The picture should be taken freely and symbolically. In reality, the people who work for Parslow do not smile much. Parslow does not leave them much to smile about. Exceptions must be made in the case of the manager at the factory, and of Davidson, who had nothing to do with the business, and was Parslow's confidential secretary. So good a manager would have been difficult to replace. So specially useful a secretary as Davidson was too valuable to lose. Why, Parslow paid Davidson £200 a year, with board and lodging, and gave him a fortnight's holiday in the summer and a week at Christmas. As he sometimes told Davidson, he could have got a man for half that sum. Davidson was specially useful because he was something more than a secretary. Parslow had not always been a man of great wealth. He was a self-made man, and he knew all about preserves long before he could spell the word parallel. He had made enough money to entertain society before he had learned enough to avoid being ridiculous. Davidson took him in hand, tenderly and tactfully. He taught him to speak English. He taught him even a little hotel French. And there came one proud day when Parslow, in the heart of Paris, commanded hot water in the native tongue, and was at once understood. Davidson it was who taught Parslow how to dress himself, and how to behave to the butler. Davidson, in fact, taught Parslow how to live, and Parslow was very grateful, and did not wish it to be mentioned. But Davidson understood the use of silence. Davidson was a clean-shaven, good-looking man of 30, and had seen more of the world at 30 than Parslow had at 45. But Parslow's knowledge of jam had brought him much money, and Davidson's knowledge of the world, with a great university degree as well, had brought him no more than his remuneration, as already stated, as Parslow's private secretary. The thing that annoyed Parslow most was that he could not help feeling a certain amount of respect for Davidson, and that this respect was liable, on certain special occasions, to become fear and admiration. It was when he was under the influence of this annoyance that he would tell Davidson that splendid men could be got for 100 a year, which was unkind, or would find fault with Davidson's work, which was unwise. Apart from that, he trusted Davidson more than any other man in the world, including the factory manager. One morning Parslow came into the study, where his secretary was already seated, with letters in his hand, and an expression of great solemnity. "Davidson," he said, as he dropped into his chair, "a most extraordinary thing has happened." "Indeed, Mr. Parslow?" "It's about Miranda. Now she's young, very young. Bless my soul, it seems only the other day she went to her first dance. And here," he tapped the letters with a fat finger, "I have by one post received no less than 3 proposals for her hand." "Addressed to Miss Parslow?" "No, sir, no, Mr. Davidson. They have shown a little more decency than that. They have written in the first instance to me, as is, I believe, the correct thing. I wish my poor dear wife could have been alive now, to have talked it over with me. As it is, I suppose I must decide for myself. In the first instance, decision is easy. It's a proposal from Halliday. A decent chap, and a good sportsman. But, Mr. Davidson, that's all beside the point. The man's a schoolmaster with a beggarly 250 a year, and hopes to be able to make more. Why, the thing's perfectly frantic. I couldn't hear of it for a moment. Now I want you to type a letter to him, telling him not to be silly, and saying in a civil way that I forbid him the house, and I'll sign it. I will write a letter, Mr. Parslow, but you must copy the whole of it in your own hand." "Why the devil should I? What are you there for, if it's not to?" "Certainly," said Davidson. "If you wish to wound the man's feelings, and to make yourself ridiculous, that's for you to decide." "What? You mean it's not etiquette?" "Well, have it your own way, then. You may know more about that than I do. My time's been given to more important matters. As for the other proposals, I should answer them in my own handwriting in any case, for," and here Mr. Parslow's voice became very impressive, "they are both of them baronets." "Really? Funny coincidence." "And the coincidence doesn't end there. They are both of the same age, and both have about the same means. No great amount, but with what I shall settle on Miranda, ample. One is Sir George Firbrook, and the other Sir Andrew Tangamere. Do you by any chance know anything of them? Yes, the coincidence goes further. I know both men, knew one of them at Oxford, and have met the other at the club frequently. They are both good-looking young fellows, and they're gentlemen. Gentlemen? Why, they're more than that. They're baronets. Haven't I been telling you? Well, now, Davidson, I'm no snob, but I confess to a real admiration for old families. I should like Miranda to marry into an old family. The older baronetcy must have the first chance, and I want you to dig around and find out which is the older." Davidson smiled. "I think I can tell you all about that right away. Neither is what would be called an old family. The first Firbrook baronet was a surgeon, and the first Tangamere baronet was an engineer. Both were Victorian creations, and in each case it is the second baronet who addressed you." "Ah." Mr. Parslow seemed slightly disappointed. "Then it's not quite so good as I thought. However, in either case Miranda will be her ladyship. There's still that. I suppose it would be correct of me to speak of her as her ladyship." "Yes, if you were speaking to servants." "I see. Thank you, Davidson. Well, now, what is to be done? There seems to be no reason why I should pick one of them more than the other. Miranda's too young to make an unguided choice. I don't mean to say that she'd take up with a beggarly schoolmaster like Halliday. She's too sensible for that. But she'll do better under my direction in this matter, as she has always been in others. Only, how am I to direct?" "Let me think now," said Davidson. He paced slowly to the window and back, sat down again, and lit a cigarette. "There is an idea which has probably occurred to you. I might draft a letter to your two baronets, telling them of the coincidence, and frankly facing the situation. You can plead that Miss Parslow is still very young, and that a year is not too long to wait. It would be more dignified on your part than to ready an acceptance. In a year you'd be able to see which was the worthier and better man. Let them see what they can accomplish in a year, and write to you at the end of it." Parslow brought his hand down on the table. "Excellent! I will. I had thought of something of this kind. It is the best idea I've had for years, and in the meantime I shall put it to their honour that they make no attempt to see Miranda at all. One must have no advantage over the other. All I shall say to Miranda will be that in a year's time I shall be finding a husband for her. If you wouldn't mind, Davidson, you might begin on these letters at once. Capital idea of mine, capital." Parslow walked over to the window, looked out, and backed away again. "Well, I'm shot!" he exclaimed. "There's that idiot Halliday walking up and down outside, waiting for a chance to see Miranda. Davidson, you must let him understand that I won't have any nonsense of that kind. And, I say, I shouldn't be too civil, you know. 250. Oh, tut, tut, tut." Parslow then put his thumbs in the armholes of his waistcoat and posed as his own statue. The two most tactful and neatly phrased letters that our celebrated post office ever carried in one day were the letters to the two baronets, in the handwriting of Mr. Parslow and the composition of his secretary. Their replies were speedy, satisfactory, and modest. "Very good style indeed," said Mr. Parslow as he spread the letters out before him. "Both express a sense that they have been lazy so far, and are diffident about their abilities, but they feel that they ought to do something in the world, and will try their utmost during the ensuing year. And above all, they address me in a way that I like to be addressed. That's all very promising. Now we can simply put the subject aside for a year, when I shall hear from them again. And about Halliday? Don't speak to me of him. He's simply a cad, that is, a man who can't take no for an answer. Here's his letter, about 6 pages of highfalutin rubbish. I haven't read half of it, and shan't either. My servants have got their instructions, and if I catch him hanging about in the street here, the police will get their instructions as well, if I don't take the law and a thick stick into my own hands. He puffed considerably. He was getting heated. But possibly Halliday may meet Miss Parslow at other houses. I shall be there too, or my sister, Mrs. Morby, and we shall know what to do. It won't be for long anyhow, because he'll have to go back to his beastly school. Now then, for a year this subject is entirely closed. We'd like you to dine with us tonight, can you?" Notwithstanding the closure, Davidson thought it worth while to mention a few weeks later that he heard at the club that Sir Andrew had left England and would be away for some time. "Know where he's gone?" "Cairo, I'm told, in the first instance." "Ah, that's Egypt," said Mr. Parslow. Davidson resisted with success a temptation to observe that he had guessed it right first time. Parslow added that the work of an explorer or traveller had always commanded his respect. On the same day Miranda received a long letter from Halliday. The amorous and wary schoolmaster had typewritten the address on the envelope, knowing that his handwriting might betray the letter to her implacable father. Miranda wrote the reply in the secrecy of her own room, and posted it herself, and I regret to add, never told Papa anything about it. Then the newspapers brought information about Sir George Firbrook. Parslow read with approbation that Sir George would contest West Buncombe. Later came the still more splendid news of his election, and how he had said that he regarded it as a triumph not only for himself, but for the principles of, I forget for the moment what his principles were. Later still, Sir George was unseated on a bribery petition, and Mr. Parslow observed that one could not be too careful. He had a vague idea that Davidson was in some way to blame. After that, for a long time no word was heard of Sir George or Sir Andrew until the appointed year was within a fortnight of its conclusion. It was a sunny morning, and Mr. Parslow was in a sunny humour. Business was very good, and the public appetite for the pure preserves was steadily increasing. Likewise, he had been elected to a club where he might very easily have been rejected, and in this matter Davidson had been of some use. Parslow was chatting genially with his secretary when the blow fell. The blow came in 2 envelopes, one from New York and the other from London. Parslow read through the first letter and let it drop from his hands. "Davidson, that man Sir Andrew Tangamere has married an American." "Dear me," said Davidson, "these American women ought to be prohibited. They're too dangerous." "It is no subject for jesting," said Parslow, as he tore open the second envelope and ran his eye down it. "I hardly know how to characterize his behaviour. And good heavens, Davidson, this is from Sir George Firbrook, and he's engaged to the cook at Lord Hazelwell's place, and says that she is a woman much above her station." "So she is," said Davidson. "How do you know? I don't know what to say. I really don't. What are men coming to? Where is the spirit of chivalry? They can't even wait for 1 year. How long was it that Rachel waited for Lee?" "I don't know." "You ought to. It's in the Bible. And perhaps you'll tell me where we are now. You had your rotten scheme and badgered me into it, though I knew it was all wrong. What have we got for it? I might have had either of these men, and now I suppose you'll tell me that I can marry Miranda to Halliday, that schoolmaster that you were always backing up." Davidson rose from his place and slightly emphasized the fact that he was rather taller than Mr. Parslow. He was very erect, and by this time very serious. "If you had married her, sir, you would have, at any rate, married her to a man who really loved her and was not fickle. So you're still at it, like me to write him a letter of invitation?" It would be of no use. He sent some time ago a letter of proposal to Miranda, and she refused him as kindly as possible. She did not tell you, because she was afraid you would write a letter which would insult him, and do no credit to your own kindly heart, for it is kindly enough at bottom, and Halliday's one crime was poverty. I don't ask you to lecture me, Mr. Davidson. You seem to know everything, including people's cooks. How do you know this? How do you dare to speak of my daughter in that familiar way? I know it because Miranda told me. I speak of her thus because she is my wife. I married her a week ago." "You utter scoundrel!" He dropped into a chair. His fingers played nervously on his chin. "Oh, you utter scoundrel!" Davidson smiled charmingly, but not bad enough to resent the language of my father-in-law. "You have taken advantage of your position." "Undoubtedly. That is the way one gets on. Have you not found it so, sir?" "You have the position no longer. I renounce you altogether. Neither Miranda nor you shall have a penny." "That is immaterial. But your daughter would like to keep your affection, and I to keep my high opinion of you. I can, of course, no longer be your secretary. In any case, I have other work to do. My uncle has made me a decidedly advantageous offer to assist him in the management of his estates. I married on it." "And who is your uncle?" "Lord Hazelwell." "Then why the dickens didn't you say so before?" "Well, sir, it didn't happen to occur." "So Sir George Firbrook, Baronet, is going to marry my secretary's uncle's cook?" "It would appear so." "It's a strange world, my boy. I'm going to speak very seriously to Miranda. You have neither of you treated me well. At the same time, when you're face to face with the inevitable, when, I say, you're face to face with the inevitable, then it is so." But months have since elapsed, and at present Mr. Parslow speaks of "my old friend Hazelwell," and calls his son-in-law Bill. Halliday, on hearing of the marriage, sent a charming letter to Miranda, together with a copy of Byron's works in a binding of intense preciousness. Certain passages in the poems were marked by him in pencil, but as neither Bill nor Miranda has ever opened the book, nor in all probability ever will, that does not greatly matter. End of section 3.
Section number 4 of Stories Without Tears. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Stories Without Tears by Barry Payne. Section 4. The Failure of Professor Palbeck. As a specialist in the cure of imaginative, conversational lying, I have incurred the dislike and distrust of the English medical profession. Because I have no English diploma and no faith in drugs, I am called a quack. Only the other day a medical paper challenged my right to style myself Professor Palbeck. Well, my name is Palbeck, and I profess to cure conversational lying, and I suppose that a man who professes is a professor. I do not know what more the medical journals want. I do know, and I take this opportunity to remind the medical journals of it, that there is a law of libel and also a limit to my patience. There are compensations, however, for the persecutions which I have to endure. The handsome silver salver on my sideboard is a testimonial from a well-known golf club. It is inscribed, "To Professor Palbeck, in grateful recognition of his skill in inducing Algernon Muir MacArthur McAnderson to draw the line somewhere." Mr. Anderson's was, I remember, a very obstinate case, though it yielded to treatment. There was a bad history. His uncle, on the mother's side, had been a journalist, and his paternal grandfather had been engaged in the manufacture of gas meters. Naturally, as soon as Algernon McAnderson took to golf, the taint showed itself. In addition to the testimonial, the golf club paid my fees, which in this instance were considerable. There are many conversational liars in the world, and they make other people sick and weary, and then the other people are glad to pay me to intervene. The material prosperity that has rewarded me is some compensation, and to the gratitude of my fellow men I attach an even greater value. This gratitude comes more often from the friends of patients than from the patients themselves. But there are exceptions, of course. The wife of a country vicar writes that she will never forget how I taught her to keep a spaniel without writing letters about its instinct to the papers in a manner unbecoming to one who had the temperance cause at heart. I still use the pretty beaded pen wiper that accompanied her note. Then, in addition to the material prosperity and the gratitude, I have my scientific interest in my work, and my happy consciousness that it is a good work. Compared with that, the mere money is nothing. In one of the cures for dipsomania, every article of food and drink supplied to the patient is flavored slightly with brandy. His clothes, his bed, the air he breathes, are made to smell of brandy. One of my cures for lying is on the same principle. The patient is sent to a little country inn, chiefly frequented by anglers and golfers, the local talent being secretly reinforced by my own assistants, professional liars acting under my direction. In both cures, the aim is the same, by monotony to produce disgust. It was in this way that I cured Mr. McAnderson. Gradually, but surely, he became utterly sick of imaginative conversation. For more hardened cases, I have a more severe method, also involving the use of assistants. Here also strict secrecy is observed. The patient does not even know that he is being treated, and regards the assistants as the natural product of the society in which he happens to be moving. Do I always succeed? I will be perfectly frank in answering that question. If you know any man of sanguine, habitual imaginativeness, you may, if your means permit it, send him to me, and I will guarantee a cure. The most heroic, illimitable, ebullient liar comes out of my hands as accurate as Bradshaw's timetables. But I did once fail, though that failure has been the cause of much subsequent success. I was sitting in my consulting room one morning, engaged in mapping out the work of my assistants, for I had several cases in hand, when my man brought me the card of Mrs. Hubert Spotter. As she had no appointment, I kept her in the waiting room for 20 minutes before I ordered the man to show her in. Mrs. Hubert Spotter was, as I could see by her dress, a widow. She looked troubled, and wealthy enough to pay my fees. She had a pleasant voice, and was rather garrulous. "Was it about yourself that you wished to see me, Mrs. Spotter?" I asked, as she sat down in the chair opposite me. "Oh, no," she began. "I never... Well, the usual, nothing more than anybody else does. You can't always say just what you mean, or you wouldn't have a friend left, and—" "Quite so," I said. "You needn't trouble yourself, Mrs. Spotter, and certainly I shouldn't trouble myself professionally, about trivial and occasional inaccuracies. That would be hypochondriacal. No moral constitution is perfect, and if it were, it wouldn't be. An entire absence of abnormalities is in itself abnormal. Now, who is the friend that— Oh, I am sorry to say it is my son, my only son." "His name?" I inquired, with pencil and notebook in my hand. "Harold Bitterwood Spotter, age 21. "Is there a congenital mendacious diathesis?" "I beg your pardon?" I mean, has he always been imaginative?" "No, not at all. Even now he speaks the truth about most things. It's only come on since he took to bicycling." "I must tell you," I said, "that I have found in my professional experience that the bicycling beginner frequently suffers from a profuse extravasation of mendacity. He says that he learned to ride in 5 minutes, could mount from the step in 10, and so on. Is that not so? What my son says is that he never learned at all, that he thought out the whole theory of the thing before he touched a machine, and rode right away at once without any lesson or any assistance of any kind." I gave a low whistle. "Yes," I said, "I am afraid that is serious. And may I ask, do you find in his case that the imaginative habit is general or localized?" "He talks chiefly about bicycling. In fact, I have noticed nothing apart from that." "Localized," I replied, "which is just what I should have expected. A special irritation of the imaginative glands. Well, that is generally quite amenable to treatment." "His conversation is simply one string of the most tremendous, of statements that are very much so indeed. He is losing friends by it. A most satisfactory marriage had been arranged for him, and the lady will now break it off. He is spoiling all his chances in life. It is a terrible case." "Serious, as I have admitted, but amenable. I positively prefer to have the eruption pronounced and well defined. The liar who lies by implication frequently gives me far more trouble. There is more chance for the wild golfing liar, for instance, than for the careful snob liar. In the latter case, the disease tends to become chronic. The man who by some accident to his social apex has met a duke once and only once, and ever afterwards speaks of that duke as only the duke's intimate friends have a right to speak, that man is far more ill than he probably supposes. It may take an acute form, and end in company promoting, but it may go on for years with little change, rendering the unhappy sufferer an object of contempt to all who meet him. Of your son now, from what you tell me, I have hopes. But of course I must see him, and he must have no idea of my purpose. Shall I be, for instance, the husband of an old school friend of yours, and dine with you tonight?" "That would be delightful. Strictly speaking, I am dining out tonight. But I will write and say that I am ill and in bed. I would do far more than that to make poor Harold truthful. The time is very short, but I could find 2 or 3 other guests." "Not necessary, thanks. I should prefer to meet you and your son alone." Mrs. Hubert Spotter had rather a pretty house in South Kensington. As far as I could calculate, she would be able to pay for a course of treatment for her son if it were not expensive or prolonged. The son, Harold Bitterwood Spotter, had more natural dignity than one often finds in so young a man. He was tall and handsome, with tired, melancholy eyes. There was none of the vulgar liar's attempt to collar the conversation, and no trace of a noisy and boastful manner. He just waited until the occasion arose, and then took it. Quietly and ostentatiously he told lie after lie, without hesitation and without hurry, smooth, massive, effortless lies. But his complaint was confined to bicycling. I do not think he would have told lies on any other subject, not though that subject had been his income, and he had been filling up the income tax return. Only one of his lies, and by no means his best, was about himself. I asked him if he had ever had a bad bicycling accident. "I had rather a curious escape once." "Do tell me about it." "Well, I don't want to bore you, and it was nothing very much, only rather curious. Last autumn I was bicycling in Morayshire. I was riding a machine without a brake along a precipitous, desolate road. Very foolish of me. For 3 miles I had been bounding downhill with the machine completely beyond my power to stop. Coming suddenly round a corner, I saw a quarter of a mile away a herd of black cattle on the road below me. There must have been at least 50 of them, and they were drinking at a shallow stream which here ran right across the road. In a fraction of a second I had realized that, what with the cattle and then the stream, I was a dead man, had determined, in spite of that, to live to the last second, and had rung my bell violently. The brutes started up, but at the pace I was going, I was in among them before they could get away. They were mad with fright and dashing in all directions. To this day I can hardly tell how I steered through them. I have a vivid recollection of seeing a great black thing floundering in front of me, and then suddenly finding myself on the other side of the stream. One of the cattle had stumbled and fallen in the bed of the stream, and his body had served me for a bridge. I had no sooner got through than the whole herd dashed after me. But of course, at the pace I was going, I soon left them far behind, and in another mile a sharp rise in the road enabled me to check my machine. I saw that I was safe, and immediately felt prostrate in the road. Nervous strain, I suppose. I was trembling so much that I was quite unable to ride back, and had to walk my machine. It was a fair lie of the robust type, hardly a specimen lie, as it wanted finesse. But even at this period I was struck by the manner of his lying. It was beautiful, quiet, and a little mournful. It was not common. I could see that he had a gift. And here I should like to give a word of warning to anyone who may be called upon to judge of the merits and demerits of a lie. Size is not everything. Suppose a man asserts, for instance, that he has swallowed the Albert Hall. There you have size without quality. It is a mere absurdity, with no claim to be called a lie at all. The best lie, that is to say, the worst lie, is that which combines the greatest amount of plausibility and the nearest approach to impossibility, without being actually impossible. Briefly, it must satisfy both the aesthetic and the utilitarian critic. But I must proceed to describe the methods by which I treated Harold Bitterwood Spotter. I am not in the least afraid of giving my secrets away. Any man may know my methods, but to carry those methods into practice requires a large staff of assistants, of tact, secrecy, marketability, and any social position required. It requires in their controller an audacity, a talent for organization, and knowledge of the world and of human nature that are not possessed together in the same degree by any man except myself. No, I do not fear competition. I owned that I undervalued Spotter. I thought that he might be cured by a simple exhibition of public disproof in conjunction with ridicule. It was easy enough for me to put up an assistant of my own, to meet Spotter at the club and take him out on the subject of time and distances. In the presence of my assistant and several other men, Spotter let himself go and gave rambling details of a circular tour ridden by his cousin, who, Spotter said, was rather over the average. My assistant carefully collected the statistics that Spotter from time to time let fall, stewed them down, so to speak, and extracted the results. The result was that, supposing the statistics were accurate, the distance from London to Maidenhead could not be less than 263 miles, and Spotter's cousin had ridden the distance in 15 minutes and an unimportant decimal. Where a poorer liar would have succumbed, Spotter triumphed. Firstly, he joined in the laugh against himself. Then he said, "But of course you've got your figures all wrong. Let me go over them again." In the manipulation of bicycling statistics he seems to have been unparalleled. He managed to preserve all the salient, picturesque features of his lie, making only such adroit alterations in detail as rendered the ridiculous deduction impossible. The next day I received an urgent letter from Mrs. Hubert Spotter. Harold was much worse. In the presence of his uncle, the Archdeacon, he had described bicycle polo. The Archdeacon had looked much pained and surprised. When was I going to begin the cure? The Archdeacon was Harold's godfather, and was quite expected to do something for him. And, Mrs. Spotter added, she could not bear to see her boy sacrificing all his chances in life for the sake of a little imagination. I decided to get him into a home, that is, to get him to stop for a few days at that country inn. A little tact and suggestion were needed. A man at the club, one of my assistants, of course, mentioned that he had a first-class railway pass to the village in question, could not use it, and would gladly give it away. On the following night, Harold Bitterwood Spotter was safe in the smoking room of that inn, hearing two of my experts discuss trick bicycling. He little knew that he was undergoing a course of treatment, but he was. He remained there for a week, and when he returned to London, he appeared to be perfectly cured. Mrs. Hubert Spotter wrote me a most grateful letter, from which I quote the following passage. "And if it is any comfort to you to know it, dear Professor Palbeck, the blessing of a grateful mother is on your head. Harold is a changed man. He rarely mentions the bicycle, although he often rides it, and never does he allow himself to say anything on the subject that is not strictly and prosaically accurate. A reconciliation has taken place between him and the younger Miss Black Brunswick, the lady to whom he was engaged, and he is trying to cure her of a habit of slight exaggeration. The Archdeacon was lunching here the other day, and turned the conversation, intentionally I thought, on bicycling. For a moment I was afraid that Harold would be brilliant and imaginative again. But no, I know absolutely nothing about bicycles, but Harold was so dull and was so plainly trying to be interesting that I could see that he was speaking the truth. The Archdeacon saw it too, and was obviously much pleased." For the whole of 1 week during his stay at the inn, Harold had never once heard the truth spoken about anything. A distaste for mendacity had by this means been created. He could not, his mother told me, even endure the usual formula, "Not at home." I was sorry to hear it. The strongest revulsion is rarely the most enduring. To speak accurately, I was not sorry to hear it, for the longer the cure, the larger the check, provided that in a sufficient number of cases you can cure promptly enough to make and keep your reputation. But I was not surprised when a few weeks afterwards I received the following telegram from Mrs. Hubert Spotter. "Harold had terrible relapse. Come at once." I went at once. "Professor Palbeck," said the butler, "Mrs. Spotter is at home to you." There was a flattering accent on the "you." I found her alone and almost hysterical. Harold Bitterwood Spotter had broken out again. The Archdeacon had written to say that there was nothing to be done for a young man whose conversation consisted of one long string of cowardly and offensive lies on the subject of the bicycle. Miss Black Brunswick, with 12,000 of her own, had definitely broken off the engagement. The committee of his club had written to him to say that representations had been made to them with reference to his recent remarks on the bicycling mile record, that they wished to cast no imputations on his honesty, but they wished him either to resign or to guarantee all hats, coats, and umbrellas that might be in the hall during any period when he was using the house. "And he is not dishonest," gasped Mrs. Spotter. "It is only that his imagination runs away with him." "Quite so," I said. "Very well. The imagination that runs away must be treated precisely as a horse that runs away. When it has finished running away on its own account, it must be made to go on running on account of the driver." "I don't understand you, and Harold is not a horse," said Mrs. Spotter. In her distress, some of her normal suavity of manner had vanished. "I will explain," I said. "I intend to hand over your son to what I call the outlying department. I had reason to suppose some time ago that your son was quite an exceptional liar, that he had lied for the pure joy of lying and for no base and selfish motive. The braggart liar, one of the commonest varieties, would have been confounded and cured by public exposure. But your son is not a braggart liar. The liar by habit, again, would have been cured by a brief stay in a house where everybody lied, and would have found the habit nauseous. Your son is not merely the habitual liar, for though he was affected temporarily by this manner of treatment, he was not cured. It only needed a strong suggestion to cause the relapse. At a guess I should say that your son had been in some thoroughfare where bicycle shops were frequent." "True. He was in Holborn in the morning. In the evening we were dining out together, and there was nothing to show that there was anything wrong with him until, I hate to repeat it, but I heard him tell the girl that he had taken down that afternoon he had seen a man ride a bicycle backwards through the traffic at Piccadilly Circus. I got him away as soon as I could, and I hope it wasn't noticed much. But oh, you can imagine my distress. What are we to do? Without the least delay, he must meet a finer liar than himself. His spirit must be broken, his pride in his lies humbled, his joy in his best stories turned to bitterness. As I have said, I feared a relapse. I also prepared for it. Within the last 2 months your son has made the acquaintance of a Mr. Watchett. To your son Mr. Watchett is a barrister and a very good fellow, with no practice and with private means. As a matter of fact, Mr. Watchett is in receipt of an annual salary of £700 from myself. He is in my employ. He is quite the best man in my outlying department, and if any man in the world can outlie your son, it is Mr. Watchett. He has great talent, was at one time an interviewer for an American paper, and afterwards took charge of a financial column. I will put Watchett on, and if he fails, then the case is hopeless." "You couldn't do it yourself?" suggested Mrs. Spotter. "I cannot lie," I replied. "Nor I. Let it be Mr. Watchett, then. Warn him that Harold is exceptional. Tell him to be well prepared beforehand. Don't let him fail." But he did fail. He met Spotter in the street, took him off to dine at the club, Watchett's club. Spotter had few engagements, and already his friends were dropping off. In the ordinary course, Watchett should have called at my office on the following morning at 10 o'clock to present his report. At 12 he had not come, and I felt so uneasy that I drove round to the flat where he lived. "Mr. Watchett is not well this morning," said the servant. "The doctor has been. I don't know." "Oh, Mr. Watchett will see me," I replied, and entered his study. The first thing that met my eyes was a large panel portrait of Harold Bitterwood Spotter in the place of honor in the centre of the mantelpiece. The next was Watchett, prostrate on the sofa. He was a man of small physique, with pale yellow hair, and childish, truthful blue eyes. He groaned to himself. "Hallo, Watchett, what's the matter?" I asked. He raised himself slowly. "Professor Palbeck," he said, "it's all over. We left the club at 2 o'clock this morning, and I have failed. Look," he pointed to the portrait. "Look, and take off your hat, for that is a master. I persuaded him to send it to me. I reverence it, and accept my resignation." "Nonsense! You'll do better next time." "No, my spirit is broken. I shall never do any really fine lying again. I can make a living somehow, writing a column of racing chatter or something of that kind, but I am not fit for the outlying department." And then he tried to tell me what had happened. It appeared that Spotter began immediately after dinner with what he called a curious thunderstorm experience that happened to my friend James Johnson. James Johnson was riding in Devonshire. It was a hot, close, thirsty day, and Johnson, who was a teetotaler, had taken a stone bottle of ginger beer with him to refresh himself. The roads were lonely, and you might ride for miles without coming across a house or a human being. When Johnson essayed his ginger beer, the cork broke off about halfway down. He found himself unable to force the lower half of the cork into the bottle, and he had no corkscrew with which to draw it out. Johnson was disappointed, but he rode on in search of humanity and the chance to borrow a corkscrew. Just then the storm, which had for a long time been gathering, broke with awful violence. The rain swirled, the thunder roared, the skies were split with lightning. Johnson, who like most teetotalers was a singularly calm man, rode steadily on through the storm. At last there came a blinding flash, and Johnson fell to the ground. The lightning had struck, not the man, but the bicycle. Johnson himself was absolutely uninjured. At first sight, the bicycle also appeared to be uninjured, but on closer examination, Johnson found that the lightning had torn out one spoke and twisted it into a spiral. "This is really very convenient," said Johnson to himself, and without the least hesitation used that spoke as a corkscrew, drank his ginger beer, and rode on. On hearing this little story, Watchett pulled himself together and remarked that a calm man like Johnson ought to have been able to pass the pin test for straight riding. "What is that?" Spotter asked. "It's in the use at some of the best cycling schools. They break an ordinary pin in half and fix the two halves lightly in a plank along which the competitor has to ride. The distance between the two halves is exactly the circumference of the front wheel. The first half is fixed with the point uppermost, and the second with the head uppermost. Therefore, if you ride quite straight, the first half punctures the tire with the point, and the second half plugs the hole up again with the head, and you go on as if nothing had happened. A really first-rate man will do the trick 20 times running without missing." At this juncture, Watchet confidently expected that Spotter would give up. On the contrary, Spotter smiled and then said, "You remind me of what once happened to my cousin. On a downward slope of a hard road, with the wind helping him, he once did a mile in a minute with a hole in his front tire the size of a 3-penny bit. At the pace he was going, the pressure of the atmosphere prevented the air from escaping, and kept the tire fully expanded, on the same principle as the ordinary railway brake." "Yes," said Watchet, "that would be so, when the hole faced in the direction in which he was going. But when as the wheel revolved it faced the other way, what then?" "Well, then the force of the wind did the same thing. I told you the wind was in my cousin's favor. You can't do a mile in a minute without a wind to help you, you know." I consider it greatly to Watchet's credit that he struggled on after this, lying as best as he could, until 2 o'clock in the morning. But I accepted his resignation. I cannot afford to pay $700 a year to a man who fails. I drove on to Mrs. Spotter's house. I changed my tone to her. I said that I had been unable to alter her son, and I was glad of it. He had a great gift, and it would be a pity to spoil it. I would make no charge for my services, and I would gladly employ her son in the outlying department at an annual salary of £800. The offer was accepted. Spotter is invaluable to me. I have mentioned the case of MacAnderson. Nothing did him any good until I handed him over to Harold Bitterwood Spotter. MacAnderson was a fine golf liar, but he could not stand against Spotter. He came out cured after half an hour's interview. "I went in there," he told me afterwards, "with the idea that I knew what lying was, and I saw that the highest pinnacle to which I could attain was fathomless depth below his feet. He is a master. He does not lie. He soars. I need hardly say that I at once abandoned any paltry attempts that I have made in that direction. I am but the smallest star. He is the sun. Yes, I failed to cure Spotter, but thanks to that failure, I shall never fail again." End of Section 4. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 5 of Stories Without Tears. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stories Without Tears by Barry Payne. Section 5. The 87. In the dining room at 17 Wilberforce Square, Southwest, the Sunday had received its midday consecration. Luncheon had been made dinner, for the same reason that later in the day dinner would be made supper. "We must think of the servants," said Mrs. Trope. She thought of many other things, of the winter sales, for instance, or of the present trouble about Patricia and Edward, but she never quite forgot the servants. The roast sirloin had passed away. The tart and the cheddar had followed in their solemn sabbatical order. Mrs. Trope and her 2 daughters had retired. There remained now the fruits of the earth in their season, walnuts to be precise, and the decanters, and Mr. Trope. It was one of Mr. Trope's many good habits to take a glass of port after the luncheon dinner of Sunday. A silvery-haired gentleman of rather presidential appearance, He paused with the nutcrackers in his fleshy hand, paused and reflected. There had been an unwonted gloom over the dinner table, and it had not escaped Mr. Trope's parental eye that Patricia, his elder daughter, had been unable to eat. There was to be an interview with Edward at 4, and Mr. Trope foresaw that it would be painful. But what could be done? Edward was a pleasant young fellow, and old Pelton, his father, had been the intimate friend of Mr. Trope. Edward Pelton, under ordinary circumstances, would have always been a welcome guest at Mr. Trope's house. But Edward had been insane enough to fall in love with Patricia Trope. He wished to marry her, and he had 300 a year. Was Patricia to be taken from the easeful and dignified life of 17 Wilberforce Square, Southwest, to be plunged into a penurious struggle and a suburban insignificance? Clearly not. "I'm only doing what I know to be best for you," Mr. Trope had said to his daughter. "I know," said Patricia, who was heartbroken, but much too proud to weep. "But I wish you wouldn't." So he cracked his last walnut. Mr. Trope, being kindly of heart, tried to think of 1 or 2 complimentary phrases by which he might soften the blow to Edward. Patricia might go away for a holiday for a while, and he'd buy her a present. She had said some weeks before that she would like a string of pearls, and she should have them. It is not only the cruel who give stones to those who are crying for bread. The door opened softly, but Mr. Trope did not look round. Parlour maids are sometimes anxious to begin their Sunday afternoons as early as possible. Mr. Trope had observed it on previous occasions. "It's all right, Willis," he said. "You can clear. Just take my port through into the library and—" But it was not Willis. It was Mrs. Trope. "John, dear," she said, "the thought has occurred to me that if we continued her dress allowance 400 instead of 3, no, Agnes, no use. She simply couldn't live on it. It's no kindness to let her try. When I married you, I had 1,000 a year and prospects which have been more than fulfilled. There's a right way and a wrong way. Here's a girl, one day she wants, naturally enough, a string of pearls, which you may call 250 sovereigns, and the next day she wants to go off on 300 a year. Absolutely preposterous." "Of course," said Mrs. Trope. "I don't understand these money matters, and never did. I've been wise enough to leave that to you, John. I'm sure I don't even know how much money we've got. But it is so difficult to know what to do for the best. Poor Patricia! She's gone off to her room, and I'm afraid she really is crying this time. And Marcia, you know how devoted she is to her sister, is quite depressed too. She just sits at the piano without playing anything, and saying that money is nothing but a curse." "Then she's a very silly child," said Mr. Trope presidentially, "and you can tell her so from me." "Why, bless my soul, anybody would think I was going to kill the young man. I'm not even going to forbid him the house, not even that. Patricia will see him every now and then, say once every 3 months. I'm not obstinate about it. If he sticks to business properly, in another 8 or 10 years, if they're still of the same mind, he may be in a position to marry Patricia, and nobody will be better pleased than myself. Why, I like the young fellow, and I liked his father before him, an able man, old Pelton, if he'd only have kept clear of speculation. You go and see Patricia, and tell her things are not so bad as she thinks. No engagement of any kind at present, that's all I say. And I'll take my port into the library. Willis will be waiting to clear." The old gentleman grasped the decanter and his glass with great care, and passed through the door at the further end of the dining room. In the library a bright wood fire was burning, and a chair of seductive ease had been drawn up to it. Beside the chair on a low table were the Sunday papers, and there was still room on the table for a decanter and a glass. Mr. Trope lowered himself with dignity into the easy chair. If Mr. Trope had continued his usual Sabbath procedure, he would have taken 2 glasses of port, neither more nor less, glanced through one newspaper, and subsided for the space of 1 hour into a contented and refreshing slumber. Today he had too much on his mind to be able to interest himself in newspapers. They remained folded on the table. But he poured out a glass of port, sipped it, and said, "Ah, what a wine it was!" It was not the oldest port in his cellar, for he still had a comfortable provision of the 78, which he himself had laid down. He had known that grand and historic port, the 47, but that had come to him from his father's cellars. The last bottle had gone now. The wine that he tasted now was the 87. Surely, he thought, own sister to the 47. Mr. Trope had laid down the 87 also, 30 dozens of it. But this bottle did not belong to that original lot. It came from a parcel which he had bought at a sale in '96, and although of the same year, it was of a different shipper. That wise man, Mr. Trope, had decanted it himself. The real port drinkers, he reflected with a pious melancholy, were dying out. Men that he knew were proud that they never touched it, thereby showing gross ignorance and a poor ramshackle physique. Others contented themselves with that insignificant and emasculated thing, a wood port. We are a decadent race, and the doctor is abroad in the land. Mr. Trope sipped again and again. Yes, it was a queer thing that he should be drinking that bottle of 87, for he had bought it with the intention of giving it back to the original owner, poor old Pelton. He had watched his books, his pictures, his silver, his cellar dispersed among the people who had the money to buy them. Very good prices had been made, and old Pelton was pleased. All debt would be cleared, and there would still be enough to give Edward a start in life. "Glad you had the 87, he whispered to Mr. Trope, who had only bought it to give it back to his friend again. Before he had the chance, that very night, Pelton was stricken down, and 2 days later was dead. So Mr. Trope, in his habitual health, was drinking his dead friend's port, preparatory to spoiling the life of his dead friend's son. But that was an absurd way to put it. It was wine he'd bought and paid for. He filled his glass again, and back it would have gone into his old friend's cellar if death had not intervened. He had acted generously, certainly he had. He preferred to act generously. Still, well, a man's first duty was surely to protect his own daughter's interests, to protect her against herself, if need were. The glass of port winked a ruby eye at the fire. The fire winked a golden eye back at the port again. It was almost as if these inanimate things conversed together. "Of course, I don't know how much money he has," spluttered the fire. "I only came today." "I know him well," the port winked back. "A very warm man, Mr. Trope. Could afford to do a lot of things that he won't do." Mr. Trope extinguished that ruby eye by the natural process of imbibition, but still that feeling of Sabbath afternoon contentment, due to arrive with the second glass, remained out of sight. His wife and daughters had been gloomy, and gloom is infectious. Gloom of the very deepest pervaded the innocent and businesslike mind of Mr. Trope. What did it matter? We gathered things together, an investment here and an investment there, a few dozens of a vintage of this year or that, but they would all be dispersed in the end by a sale resultant on failure or by death, against which even success is powerless. We may buy things and pay for them, but they are never our own absolutely. At the most, we are only tenants for life. 30 dozens of the 87 originally, and 11 that had been old Pelton's, he'd never live to drink it all, never. And he'd no son to inherit it, and girls didn't understand it. Oh dear, oh dear. It was at this point that Mr. Trope asked himself if he had had his second glass of port. He may or may not have known the correct answer to this riddle, but he filled his glass again. Possibly the breaking of one habit caused another to snap, for Mr. Trope found himself wondering if it was worth while to cling to that last halfpenny till the last moment. Could he buy anything that he would enjoy more than the happiness of those he loved best? The train of thought thus started took upon itself a rosy glow. It warmed and pleased him. He'd do it. Yes, by Jove, he would. And now he would close his eyes and get those few moments of slumber, so valuable on Sunday afternoons to those who have strenuous, generous natures. The door opened, and Mary, it being Willis's Sunday out, announced Mr. Edward Pelton. "Bring another glass, Mary." "How do, Edward, my boy?" Edward Pelton was a rather good-looking, quite manly, very shy, and desperately respectful. When the point was reached, he put his case with most lamentable modesty and diffidence. "So they've raised you 25, have they?" said Papa. "That's satisfactory as far as it goes. But if I permit this, you'll have to be very careful. You see, your income and Patricia's 400 together only come to 725. Not much margin there." "Patricia's 400? I didn't know she had any money, sir." "I know you didn't. No more did she. For that matter, no more did I until quite recently. But it makes all the difference. Otherwise I couldn't have listened to you, not for a moment, much though we all like you, Edward. As it is, living very simply, you might be able to manage, and I am willing that you should try. The glass, Mary? Oh yes, fill it. And I think there is a toast we might drink." And with that toast Mr. Trope finished his shameless and irregular third glass of port. And then, while Edward was doing his best to say a few of the right things that the occasion demanded, Mr. Trope rose from his place. "I'll send Patsy to you," he said. When Mr. Trope entered the drawing-room, Patricia had a book, her mother had some embroidery, and Marcia was seated at the piano. But nobody was getting on with anything, and they all raised hopeless eyes towards the master of the house. "Patsy," said her father, "there's a young man in the library wants to talk to you." Patricia gave one gulp. "You don't mean you haven't sent him away?" "If you want him sent away, you'll have to do it yourself. I think it's highly probable he'll stop to supper, if you ask him prettily. And if you'd like a string of pearls for a wedding present, I'll think about it." The next moment Patricia was kissing her father frantically and exclaiming, "Oh, Mummy! And it can't be true! And Marcia, Marcia!" And the moment after that, she was in the library. "Then, dear," said Mrs. Trope, still agape with astonishment, "after all, you're—" Yes, said Mr. Trope. "I've made some sort of an arrangement which removes the principal difficulty. Give us a tune, Marcia." "If I could only play, sing, dance, and yell for joy all at once, you darling!" "Dear me," said Mr. Trope, "everybody seems to be very excited." It all happened more than a year ago. Mr. Trope's habits have resumed their regularity. The port, which is now being taken into 17 Wilberforce Square Well, that is some which Mr. Trope is laying down for his grandson. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Stories Without Tears. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. Stories Without Tears by Barry Payne. Clubs and Hearts. 1. The quarterly dinner of the Proposal Club was drawing to its close. The club consisted of 30 members, and tonight all were present. Lord Northberry, the president, at the head of the table, was almost the only man who appeared perfectly calm and genial. On most of the other faces there was a look of anxiety and even of fear. The critical moment of the meeting, the transaction of the club's extremely curious business, was just about to arrive. Dr. Bagshot, the secretary, was already fumbling with his papers. The look of anxiety was particularly noticeable on Colonel Seventree, a handsome man of 50, who was chatting over his coffee with his young friend, Richard Tower. The colonel's fingers played petulantly with a menu card, on the cover of which was emblazoned the club symbol, a representation of Curtius leaping into the gulf. "It's not right, you know," said the colonel. "It's playing with fire." "Then why did you join the club?" said Tower. "Northberry was so confoundingly convincing. You know what he is yourself. Why, it seemed to be almost dishonorable not to join the club. The Proposal Club is not to be found in Whitaker, and the secretary, with whom I am personally acquainted, has asked me not to give its address. Its members are all bachelors, and by the rules of the club must be unmarried, sound in health, able to support a wife, and not quite intolerably ugly. At each meeting 3 names were selected by chance, and those 3 men were required to make a proposal of marriage before the next meeting. To each member selected was assigned the woman to whom he was to propose, and this woman was always chosen for the improbability that under any circumstances she would ever receive a proposal at all. Lord Northberry urged the beauty of it all with great enthusiasm. There was no chivalry, he would say, in loving and protecting a woman whom one wished to love and protect. There was no merit in giving one's heart where it was quite impossible to keep it. But there was merit, and there was chivalry, in the man who was prepared cheerfully to sacrifice himself for some woman to whom nature or the fates had not been kind. "Besides," the colonel went on, "I am a gambler. It was a brilliant idea of Northberry's to copy the notion of Stevenson's Suicide Club, but to make the stakes rather bigger." "Bigger?" echoed Tower. "Certainly. I've never believed that death is the most important thing that happens to one in one's life. Northberry knows it. The punishment committee never kill a man who has broken the laws of the club. They may dishonor him, but they are too clever to kill him. I suppose I've got 20 years or so of life before me. In the course of the next 10 minutes, it is easily possible that those 20 years will be arranged for me. I shall be told to propose to a certain woman, and, as you know, the investigation committee see that in making the proposal you do your very best to get it accepted. I may be accepted." He leant forward impressively. "Mark my words, Tower. If I'm let off tonight, I'll resign. I can't face this again." "Got your card ready?" said Tower. "I see they're coming round for them." 2 servants came down the 2 sides of the table with salvers in their hands, and each member placed his visiting card on one of the salvers. The cards were then placed in a covered basket behind the president's chair. The colonel's hand shook as he dropped his card on the salver. "Thank heaven," he began. "It can't be long now. It's the waiting that—" The sound of a gong rang through the room. Lord Northberry had risen. The servants passed quickly and noiselessly from the room. The secretary followed them to the door, closed it, locked it, and drew over it a heavy double curtain. "Gentlemen," said Lord Northberry, "it is time that we proceed to business. Following my custom, I must point out to you that the business is serious." He lifted a sheet of paper lying on the table and consulted it. "I see here," he said, "the name of Major Dalmay, who was last year a member of the club. It was decided that he should propose to Lady Alicia Stoke. The Committee of Investigation had reason to believe that the proposal either had not been made or had not been made in good faith. Major Dalmay's expulsion from all his clubs for cheating at cards, and the ruin which followed upon him are fresh within the memory of you all. Mr. Archibald Sterne maintained that he had a right to resign after he had been selected to marry Miss Dorothy Grace Euphemia Smiles. It is a rule of the club that selected members have not the right of resignation until they have executed their trust. Mr. Sterne was subsequently elected for South Loamshire, and it will be remarked that he was unseated on a bribery petition, and was by no means held to be personally guiltless. Mr. Ramsay offended us in a more striking manner by deliberately marrying a young and beautiful lady instead of the woman to whom the club had allotted him. The subsequent elopement of Mrs. Ramsay with a handsome but far from cultured veterinary surgeon made some sensation at the time. It is not safe, if I may use the phrase, to monkey with the punishment committee. I will ask the secretary now to read out to us the minutes of the last meeting." The secretary, in a dry, formal voice, read the names of the 3 members whom chance had selected at the last meeting, and of the 3 women to whom they had been ordered to propose marriage. 2 of the men had been accepted, and had ipso facto ceased to be members of the club. The other man had been refused. The covered basket in which the visiting cards had been placed was now brought forward, and the cards shaken up. The president raised the cover sufficiently to admit his hand, and drew out 3 cards. 2 of the members then investigated the remaining cards to see that no member had omitted to put his own card, or had substituted that of another member. "If I am let off this time," said the colonel, "I'll resign tonight. I swear I will. After all, the chances are 10 to 1 in my favor." Again the president's bell interrupted him. "I will read," said the president, "the names of the 3 members selected. The first is Mr. Reginald Holt." Mr. Holt rose rapidly to his feet. He was a wealthy stockbroker, middle-aged, with a tendency to corpulence. He shook all over, but he managed to stammer out, "I shall do my duty." "The second name," the president continued, "is the Reverend Marcus Leffingwell." Mr. Leffingwell answered smilingly and readily. He might possibly be going to be a martyr, but he was a sanguine young man with a love for lost causes. "The third name," said the president. He paused and looked in the direction of the colonel. The colonel set his teeth and pulled himself together. He sat bolt upright, listening intently. "The third name," the president repeated, "is Mr. Richard Tower." Tower rose and murmured the formula of acceptance in a low voice. The colonel wiped the perspiration from his forehead and spoke to Tower. Tower did not hear him. He was thinking about a girl and a red tam o' shanter. The colonel touched him on the arm. "You may be all right," he said excitedly. "The woman may refuse you. One man was refused last time." "Yes," said Tower, smiling in rather a vacant way, and did his best to talk about some other subject. In the meantime, the president had consulted the register kept by the Committee of Investigation of those women to whom it was thought desirable and kind that proposals of marriage should be made. If a member was not acquainted with the woman who had been chosen to be his future wife, the Committee of Investigation were always able to arrange a meeting. The lady who had been chosen for Richard Tower was Miss Agatha Wize lamely. Richard Tower knew her well, and knew that there was very little chance of a refusal. Miss Lamley was a large and energetic lady who belonged to numerous societies. She wore a pince, and was only passably ill-looking, but she had the most disagreeable voice in London. "Good night, Colonel," said Tower. "I'm going to slip off now. I congratulate you on your escape. I suppose you'll be sending in your resignation?" "I think," said the Colonel, "I must risk one more meeting. It's the feeling of relief afterwards. There's nothing like it. But after next meeting—" Richard Tower laughed and turned away. Holt was mixing a great deal of brandy with a very little soda water. 2. On the following night, at another house in the same square, Richard Tower and a remarkably pretty girl crept stealthily upstairs. Below them the music and dance went on. Richard Tower knew the house, and knew that the children's schoolroom upstairs made a very good place in which to sit out a dance. As he switched on the light, you could see that the girl was angry. "I hate mysteries," she said. "First our engagement was to be kept secret, and I was given no reason. Now you tell me that as a consequence of something that happened last night, you may be compelled to break off that engagement and marry another woman, whom you say you do not love at all. Again, you give no reason." "It's awfully hard to explain anything when you can't," said Richard dejectedly. "Very well," said the girl. "I'm not generally supposed to be an idiot. The engagement is broken off now, and we may as well go downstairs again. I hate you pretty badly." "You wouldn't if you knew," said Richard. "Do you think I do this because I like it? Do you think I love you a shade less than I did when we were away in the country together? If there was the faintest possible chance that I should ever cease to love you, I should be a happier man. The engagement must be broken, as you say. But if I escape, if this other woman refuses me, then I shall come back to you." "Do, if it amuses you," said the girl. "I shall refuse to see you, of course. Stop where you are, please. I'm going down alone. I'll get somebody to take me home." Richard Tower was well aware that he was under the close observation of the investigation committee. It was necessary to satisfy them of one's good faith, or one came in contact with the punishment committee, and they had a diabolical cleverness, and were not scrupulous in their work. If you broke faith with the club, you were punished by being dishonored. Major Dalmay was, in fact, the most honorable of men, but everybody believed that he had cheated at cards. The punishment committee had arranged it. So Richard Tower renewed his acquaintance with Miss Agatha Wize Lamley, and after a fortnight wrote to her a letter expressing in the most fervent terms his admiration of her and proposing marriage. He had no hope at all. Years before she had, in the most delicate manner possible, indicated a preference for him. He remembered it with horror. She would accept. And then? Then he had decided on some painless form of suicide. Things had changed since Lord Northberry had first persuaded him to join the club. He had, for instance, played golf with a remarkably pretty girl who wore a red tam-o'-shanter, and she had quarrelled with him now. He had had his last letter to her ready to send, explaining all and trusting that now and then she might have a kind thought for the man who loved her and died for her. Miss Lamley's reply was brought to him in company with other letters as he lay in bed. He told his servant to go, and then deliberately opened all the other letters first. This, he felt, was the strong thing to do. Miss Lamley's letter ran as follows. "There was a time, though I know you never guessed it, when I should have accepted gladly your declaration of love and your appeal that we should share our lives. But now, touched though I am, I know it can never be. I belong to a society of women, in fact, I am the president of it, who have been struck by the numerical preponderance of our sex over years, and have agreed to sacrifice themselves for their sisters. In a word, we are pledged to remain unmarried, and the penalties for breaking this pledge are of a kind that I dare not face. My sympathy and my help, if you will have it, will always be yours, but I cannot, and I dare not." Richard Towers stopped reading abruptly. He went round to see a remarkably pretty girl who had said that she would refuse to see him. She might possibly change her mind. One never knows. End of Section 6. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 7 of Stories Without Tears. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Potenza. Stories Without Tears by Barry Payne. One Stone. She believed, as all good women do, that tobacco which has been seized by the customs is destroyed in a furnace known as the Queen's Pipe, and that auctioneers are in the habit of saying, "Going, going, gone." She firmly held that the liqueur known as Benedictine was made by the monks of that name, and that a good woman has a legal right to keep any property that she may find in the street. She will not, when the time comes, doubt for one moment the genuineness of the long letter signed Mater quia sciet aliquid, vide the autumnal correspondence entitled Ah, Babies Beastly, in the Telegraph, for the year after next. She was convinced at all times, on demand and without previous evidence, of the immorality of any artist and the respectability of any member of Parliament. Her husband, after the manner of bad wise men, never corrected these or any other of her cherished beliefs. In the partnership of marriage, a trusting spirit in the feminine partner is a valuable asset and should be preserved. Why wake up a hunger for facts, scientific but frequently inconvenient? Besides, he may have found from experience that the only thing that made absolutely no mental effect on his wife was undeniable and unimpeachable evidence. It was never sufficiently picturesque, and it did not seem to her to be quite sportsmanlike. But the withered relic of an overworked conscience did occasionally disturb him in the matter of Agnes's medicine chest. Perhaps it was as much selfishness as conscience. He did not like the idea of having to give evidence at the inquest. Perhaps it was also cowardice. He would as soon have ventured to speak rudely to Bimbi in his wife's presence as to interfere with the medicine chest. Bimbi was an overfed Persian cat, of irregular life, uncertain temper, and great beauty, and yet the man did not love her. I am not trying to defend the man. Considering what I have to tell concerning him, that would be impossible. If he considered, as he said he did, that the medicine chest was a source of danger to Agnes, to her children, to her friends, and to her servants, why did he not check it in its early stages, before the passion for keeping a go-as-you-please free dispensary had finally mastered her? It had begun years before, on a peaceful and bright afternoon in June, when Agnes almost thought that she had a headache. Her friend, Mrs. Marston Wells, a charming and sympathetic lady, still had half a bottle left of the only thing that ever did her hay fever any good. She gave this to Agnes, and one dose cured her completely in 3 minutes, and she said that she had never seen anything like it. She gave a little to the parlour-maid for her chapped hands, and subsequently the parlour-maid gave notice. That was the beginning. That was the time when the man ought to have interfered, if he ought ever to have interfered at all. He simply grinned bitterly and let it go, which was unmanly. Then Agnes began to read advertisements of what a prejudiced medical profession is wont to call quack medicines. She took those advertisements en bloc, net, without reduction. She read how Lance Corporal, name suppressed, writing from South Africa, a vague but patriotic address, said that many a time and oft Timson's tablets for the turn had stood between him and death. Timson's turn tablets were on her washstand, or ever the sun had set. They found a fitting partner in Lane's lotion for the languid on the following day. From these advertisements she acquired much physiological and therapeutical knowledge. She learned the functions of the pancreas, pronounced it as a dissyllable, and recognized the gravity of life. Chemists' shops began to have the fascination for her that the public house has for the drunkard. Even on her way to buy a hat, when every moment is of value, since it may happen that another woman has snapped up the only hat you really want 1 second before your arrival, she would pause to look at a tempting array of tabloids in files. She would go on, hesitate, turn back, purchase. It is useful to have these things in the house. Also, as she often observed, one never knows. Likewise, the world is full of symptoms, and if you go to look for them, you will find them. Mrs. Marston Wells caught the infection and bought medicines furiously. Agnes at once increased her armament to meet competition. Her collection now occupied a cupboard, always referred to as the medicine chest. Their method of treatment was very similar. The last purchase was almost always the remedy indicated. Their rivalry was a friendly one. They often met and talked pills together pleasantly. Sometimes an exchange would be effected. So many chlorate of potash lozenges for a menthol cone. And the trusting spirit grew more grandly brilliant than ever. Agnes was ready to diagnose and treat anything from a chilblain to Landry's paralysis. It was the knowledge of this that made the man anxious. One morning his mind was so much occupied with a picture of what his wife would look like in the dock that he forgot to put his cigarette case in his pocket. He discovered the omission with something of a shock in the hall just as he was going out. He put down his hat on the hall table and went back for the cigarettes. When he returned, he found that Bimby had swept his hat off the table onto the floor and was now engaged in a patient but fruitless endeavor to get into ambush in the hat's interior. She only succeeded in scratching him once while he was removing her. According to the man's own statement, the cat then fell down the basement stairs. That or something more or less resembling it is not unlikely. At tea that afternoon, just as Agnes was pouring the rest of the cream into a saucer for Bimby, the man observed with a touch of gentle melancholy that he was afraid that the cat was not well. He was asked to explain himself further. "Well," he said, "she was going on in a very queer way in the hall this morning. Seemed awfully excited." "Yes," said his wife. "These Persians have such delicate nervous constitutions. That is why I tell you that you must never speak sharply to her. You must try to remember that Bimby is not a dog." The man said that he would try not to forget. "I suppose," he added, "you haven't got anything in your medicine chest you could give her?" "But certainly I have. I can see from the way her ear's twitching that she's nervously upset. What she requires is a little bromide. She'll take it in the cream and never know anything about it. I'll be back in a moment." No sooner had she left the room than the brute to whom she was married took a very small bottle from his pocket and poured a few drops of it into the cream. Then he said, "Goodbye, Bimby." His wife had changed the lines of her treatment on the stairs. She returned with a 10-grain anti-pyrine powder and a digestive globule. She put these into the cream and invited Bimby to drink. Bimby, with an affected air of bored conciliation, began upon the cream, and doubtless would have finished it but for the fact that she had to stop in the middle in order to die. She died with great rapidity and precision. "Bimby!" cried Agnes. "I've killed Bimby!" "Looks like it," said the liar and murderer, whom Agnes called her husband. "You ought really to be more careful how you play about with those drugs. Suppose you had given that dose to one of the children." She was a little late for dinner that night. She had been busy destroying the contents of the medicine chest and had not noticed the time. "I suppose," said this poltroon next morning at breakfast, "I had better look in at the cat shop some time today and get you some sort of an animal to take the place of—" "No, no," she interrupted. "No cat can ever be quite what Bimby was." Let me do plain justice to the blackguard whose actions it is my painful task to relate. In reply, he refrained from saying what he thought. Also, he gave Agnes her head in Regent Street that afternoon, and she bought a bronze Buddha, a long turquoise chain, and some India-red matting wherewith to culture the servants' bedrooms, which things are a comfort and consolation in time of bereavement. And he dropped that little bottle into the canal and told the man who accused him of looking pleased with himself that he had just killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Pressed to explain himself further, he said that he spoke in parables, and that these things were an alligator. What can you say for a man like that? Nothing, of course. Let's say it. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Stories Without Tears. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stories Without Tears by Barry Payne. Section 8. General Observations. General. Age 24. Can cook. Christian. Clean. Honest. Obliging. Good character. 18 months in last place, and that's me. Ah, and a very nice place it was, too. The money were no more than 17, and if that's not too little, I can swear as it's not too much. But then he were a gentleman, and so were she, and that's a thing worth twice thinking of. Riches is not everything. Why, there's my own sister, kitchen maid in a house where they're rolling in money, but I wouldn't change with her. The other day, the cook being short of parsley, my sister pops into the kitchen garden to get some. There's the master smoking his cigar. "Oh, damn your eyes," he says. "What are you doing here?" And she, being frightened, says, "It's the parsley, sir." "Well," says he, "you're a pretty little devil, and so you can have some." Pretty she is, too, but I couldn't stomach such treatment if I were her. But there it is. She stops because the cook's took a fancy to her and teaches her how to cook them French dishes. Côtelettes de mouton à la réforme. Now there's a name for you. And from what she tells me, nothing in the world but veal chops with a sweet sauce. No, I preferred my place and told her so. As I say, he were a gentleman, whichever way you took him. He did paint pictures in colours, but then I don't think he ever tried to sell them. At any rate, nobody ever bought them. Very pretty they was, though. Showed he'd got a knack. She was a perfect lady, too, and yet she had a kind heart, and in her evening gown, for it was late dinner every night, though small, she looked more like a photograph than like anything earthly. The house was just a cottage with a piece of garden to it, and handy for boating on the river, to which they were very partial, almost living on that river in the summer-time. Many a time when he and she were out in the punt, I've stepped into that little bit of garden and seen the sun shining and the spring onions coming through, and it all looked so pretty, and the feeling of pleasantness was such, I wouldn't have called the Queen my uncle, as they say. It were a comfortable place, too, all the washing put out, no interfering, no nagging, no scrapping, and every now and again the charwoman to help you. Why did I ever leave it? Well, that was along of William. I mean William the canary, and not William the carpenter, who was my young man, and never gave me a moment's sorrow yet, and it would be worse for him if he did. I hadn't been there more nor my month when she came into the kitchen, and she said about the dinner, which I remember as if it was yesterday, and was lamb sweetbreads. And then she said, "Are you happy here, Emma?" Now, there were a question as I had never had put to me before, your happiness not being a thing as you can expect anybody to care about except yourself. So I were rather taken aback. "Well, ma'am," I says, "it's a nice place, and very kind of you to ask. But take it how you will, it's not as if you kept two of us." "No," says she, with one of them little sighs of hers, "it's not. Do you find it lonely?" "Well," I says, "being engaged to William, there ain't so much talk going on at the back door as there might have been otherwise, which is only right. And yet, when you're single-handed, what you don't say to them at the back door, you don't say to nobody, which is what stifles you." "Ah," she says, "would you like to have a pet of your own to keep in the kitchen, a cat or a dog?" "Thank you, ma'am," says I, "but cats is faithless, and dogs run to fat when not exercised. But if I might mention it, a canary has always been my ambition. And if that kitchen window don't seem to ask for a cage to hang on it." She smiled and said I should have a canary, and next day she went up to London and brought back the whole thing complete. The cage were handsome, and the bird were pale yellow. Yes, I was pleased to get it, and I was thankful for it, and I called it William, after the other William, and I saw that it took its seed and water and was nicely kept. But it's a bitter thing to think of now. I didn't value that blessed bird at the first as he should have been valued. We was friendly, but nothing more. You see, just at first he wouldn't sing, and he may have been a bit shy, but it was more cleverness than shyness. He knew, as well as I knew, that I wanted him to sing, and what he said to himself was, "I'll just see first if the place suits me. If they make it worth my while to sing, I'll sing. If not, I'll sulk, and then they'll sell me." It was only natural. Birds have to do the best they can for themselves, just the same as human beings. Then all of a sudden one day, as I were cleaning the silver, he gave 2 or 3 little twiddly chirps, then came hopping along to the side of the cage and looked down at me out of his little sharp eyes to see how I was taking it. "Very well, William," says I. "If you can sing, you shall sing, else no sugar." He thought for a minute and shook his head, as much as to say, "No, I can't see any reason why I shouldn't oblige." Then he hopped down, took a sip of water, hopped up again, wiped his mouth on the wooden perch, cleared his throat, and began. I took his time by the kitchen clock, and he went for 7 minutes. And you could see by the way he stopped suddenly, shook his head, and stamped his claw on the perch, that there was a lot more to come, only he couldn't remember it. He'd let himself get out of practice. However, not to discourage him, I gave him a little bit of sugar. After that there was no more trouble about the singing. He found as if he could make himself comfortable in the place, and so he meant to stop. And when he once settled that, there was no more hanging backward, and he never had any of that silly vanity that you'll see in some people, though he was but a bird, while they may have been Christian homes and advantages showered on them like water on a duck's back. There's many a woman won't sing at all if there's much talking going on, though speech is free to all, and we might all speak at once but for the inconvenience. That's what I call silly, foolish vanity, and settling of oneself up like an idol. There was nothing of that about William. He'd sing when there was coffee grinding going on, and sing the louder for it, bless his heart. You may be sure it wasn't long before he and me was as good friends as there was in the world. In a week he'd learned to take hemp seed out of my fingers. And clever? Well, once I put a bit of sugar in the bottom of his glass when he wasn't looking, and covered it up with seed. When he'd eaten up the seed on the top and came across that sugar, he were so startled that he regular jumped. However, I saw him wink one eye, as much as to say, "I must remember this little trick." Next time his seed glass wanted filling, I did the same thing again, but this time the glass were no sooner in his cage than he went right up to it, dug down through the seed, and fetched that bit of sugar out. But there, if I get talking about his cleverness, there'd be no end. As I said to Mrs. Amroyd, which is the charwoman, I said, "It's a comfort to think that if I'm took, and brief life is here our portion, William's clever enough to provide for himself." "Oh, yes," she says, "carpenters can always make their money," confusing him with the other William, as she was always doing, and in a way as would sometimes bring the blush to my cheek, allusion having been made to the canary's bath, which she mistook different. With the affection I had for that canary, the wonder is how ever I came to leave the door of his cage unhitched. But the front and the back bell going simultaneous and taking off my attention, I must have left it undone in my flurry. Anyhow, just as me and Mrs. Amroyd were sitting to our teas, that bird got out. At first I thought he'd get frightened and beat his blessed heart out against the window. But not he. He knew too much for that. He came straight down onto the table and began pecking up crumbs. "Well, Mr. Impertinence," I says, "you know how to look after yourself." And I held out my finger to him, and he'd have hopped on to it if Mrs. Amroyd hadn't happened to give a sneeze, which scared him, though not done malicious. However, he didn't go far, and he was soon back and at work on those crumbs again. Yes, he had got a cheek, and no doubt about it, and I don't blame him for it neither. For cheek is what gets you on in the world nowadays. Why, if I had the cheek of that bird, I might be the Queen of Sheba. And yet he knew where to draw the line, did William. When I got the cage down and stood it on the table with the door open, he understood that he'd got to go back and let me catch him and put him back without so much as a murmur. After that I used to let him out frequent, seeing as he could be trusted. And the way he'd follow me about that kitchen was one of the 7 wonders of the earth, and got to be talked of, too, through the tradesmen's carts, having seen it with their own eyes when calling at the back door. He was a regular proverb in the place, William was, and if he'd been my own son, I couldn't have been more proud of him. The only anxiety I ever had about him was along of Mrs. Chalk's sandy cat, which would sneak round my kitchen windows by the hour, and that were soon over. Keep those windows shut always you couldn't, for it takes a fire to roast a joint in the summer just as much as in the winter, and living in a Turkish bath is what no Christian could be asked to do. Still, it gives me a feeling of nervousness, knowing as cats are artful, and that sandy cat were a bit too artful for his own safety. One morning I had just come down from the upstairs room, and with my hand on the kitchen door I heard a crash. I rushed in and saw what it was. The cat had got in at the window and made a jump for the cage. In half a second I had shut window and door so that Mr. Sandy couldn't get out. Then I had a look at William and saw that he wasn't hurt, only frightened, and then I picked up the poker, and the next 10 minutes kept me busy. I had to report a vegetable dish and 2 wine glasses broke, but I didn't grudge them. The cat I buried that night, unbeknown, back of the rhubarb. Questions was asked and answered in a way as you might call putting off. That is, Mrs. Chalk says to me, "Have you seen our Sandy cat?" I says, "Yes, I saw him in the garden last night." So I did. That was when I was burying him. She said, "You didn't throw stones at him, nor do anything to scare him away, for he's lost." "No," I says, "I wouldn't do such a thing. And no more I would, for where's the sense in throwing stones at a dead cat?" "Why," I says, "he may stop in the garden forever, for all I care," which were the solemn truth, though artful. As I said, William wasn't hurt, but he had a nasty shock. For weeks he was that shaken you couldn't get him to stir out of his cage, and when he did venture out at last, the least little noise seemed to put him all of a flutter. However, time and patience and good feeding brought him round. He were such a companion to me as you wouldn't believe. Every morning as soon as I were down, he'd start chattering to me. Often and often I've told that bird things as I wanted to say, but wouldn't have told to no living human being, for I knowed he wouldn't pass them on, or even let slip hint of them accidental, which is what the best of us is liable to. And he looked at you that intelligent when you was talking, you could see as if he understood every word. If you stopped, he'd give a sort of chirrup, as much as to say, "Well, go on, what's next?" For 2 years he were a joy and a comfort to me, and then he were took. He got a bit of a cold somehow, and I give a shilling to a woman I knew with experience in fowls to come and have a look at him. As soon as she saw him, she says, "We'll do all we can do, but it's more serious than you think, for what he's got is congestion of the chest, to which all them foreign birds is partial." Well, we gave him medicine, and he took it, for to the last he'd eat or drink almost anything, such was his desire to please. And he were well nursed too, and I'd bank up the kitchen fire to last through the night, and never grudge the coals. A comfort to me, too, it is to think as everything was done. For one night I could see as the end were near, and sat up with him, and at 11:30 he were stone dead, if ever a bird was, and me broken-hearted. I wore black for him, too, which was the same I had when my aunt was took, and that started Mrs. Amroyd. "Why," she said, "to put it on for a bird, it do seem to me downright irreligious." "Yes," I says, "he were only a bird, nor born to any high estate, as the hymn says, but he were a better friend to me nor ever my aunt was, which was wrangling from morning till night, and so the less you says, Mrs. Amroyd, the better for all parties, or you may live to lose a friend yourself, which would be only a judgment." And of course I give notice. I couldn't keep coming into that kitchen where he'd always been, and never would be any more, nor though it had been a king's palace. So I said I'd leave at the end of my month, and no entreaties nor the offer of another canary, though well meant, could move me. I was sorry to part with them, and sorry to leave the place, but it had to be. I shall never find another place like it. As a rule, a gentleman has money, and then he don't do on one general. All I had to look forward to is overwork, underfeeding, and nagging, and miseries. But all the same, I couldn't stop after William had gone. What the other William says is, don't take a place at all, for the way he looks at it, if you make your Christmas holiday your honeymoon, that's all a savings, and to be thought of when a couple ain't Rothschilds and the Bank of England, which I don't deny is sense. However, that's a thing as needs thinking over. Still, he had the canaries stuffed at his own expense, and give me in a glass case, and that's a sign of a feeling heart. I dare say as I might do worse. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Stories Without Tears. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Block. Stories Without Tears by Barry Payne. The Boy and the Pessimist. "Well," said Mr. Archibald Bunby, M.A., principal of the excellent preparatory school, Redhurst, "there the matter stands. You can take it or you can leave it, and if you leave it, I've very little doubt in my own mind that Gibbing will take it. Snap at it, in fact. If you take it, you aren't obliging me in any way, you remain at Redhurst during the holidays, and in return you receive your board and lodging free, and a £5 note at the end of it. Why, man, you aren't even asked to do any teaching. All you have to do is keep an eye on the boy generally, and so long as you don't smoke actually in the presence of the boy, I will relax the smoking rule. I'd sooner you took it than Gibbing, because I consider you to be the more trustworthy man, but there's no obligation about it. On the contrary, I'm offering you an uncommonly good thing for yourself. There's scores of men like you who'd be only too glad to get a holiday engagement on any terms." Yes, it was true, and Elton knew it. And it was of some detestable importance to him that he should not have to keep himself for 7 weeks on his term's salary, but on the contrary should find that salary augmented by £5. "Very well," he said, rather despondently. He generally seemed rather despondent. "I accept. Rough on the boy, rather, isn't it? Well, what else is to happen to him? He can't go to his people in India. He can't go to his uncle's house because they've got the whooping cough there. If Maynham caught it, that would mean losing a term's work, and it's most important that he should not lose even a day's work just now. As I've said, I don't ask you to teach him anything during the holidays, but still, a little grounding in Latin grammar especially, wouldn't do the boy any harm and might help to pass the time for you." "Very well," Eldon repeated. Bunby was not quite satisfied. He wanted gratitude. He would always do anything to get gratitude, except deserve it. He paced up and down his study, stroking his red beard. "You'll be very comfortable, you know," he reminded Elton. "You'll have the assistant master's sitting room all to yourself, and Maynham, of course, will play about in the day room. Every now and then you'll just see that he's going on all right, of course. As for meals, you'll have them together, and though there'll only be just the two of you, they'll be on exactly the same scale as during term time. I wonder if you know how the undermasters are fed at some private schools." Elton bit his lip. It galled him, rather, to be made to feel like a canary. "I could give you cases," Bunby went on, "but, however, I'll say no more. It's understood that you stop, and it seems to me that it's a very nice little windfall for you." Elton gave him the thanks he wanted, feeling that he wouldn't be happy until he got them. He had got into the habit of doing anything he could to please Bunby. He was paid to please Bunby. Then Elton went back to the assistant master's sitting room. Gibbing, the English master, was there making cocoa over the gas. To him, Elton related how Bunby had made the offer, and he had accepted it. "Poor devil," said Gibbing. "Poor devil yourself," retorted Elton irritably. "When I want your pity, I'll ask for it." "Kettle's boiling," said Gibbing, unmoved. "Have a cup?" "No," said Elton, turning his back on him. He was not paid to please Gibbing. Gibbing explored the bottom of the cocoa tin with a spoon. It returned barely full. "It's just as well you won't," he remarked. "I believe these beastly servants sneak our cocoa when they do the room in the morning." "They never do the room, as you call it," replied Elton. There were moments when he realized, just as acutely as if it had been perfectly new to him, the hopeless sordidness of the life. He had come upon one of those moments now. He felt crushed, and yet rebellious, angry, and yet humiliated. For the sake of £5, he was going to surrender 7 weeks of his independence and become a kind of male nursemaid. And it was for this that one took a degree at Cambridge. He did not, at that moment, feel well-disposed towards Maynham. He relieved his feelings by being distinctly offensive to Gibbing, who drank his cocoa and paid very little attention to the offensiveness. The morning of the general departure came. Before it was light, the heavy luggage carts were crunching the gravel drive. The trunks had all been piled in the hall the night before, surveyed with satisfaction by many small boys as evidence that the holidays had really come at last. There was an exceptionally early breakfast for 2 or 3 boys that were to catch an exceptionally early train. Then, an hour later, the majority followed with their coat collars turned up and joy in their hearts, and calculations of the amounts that they would save out of their traveling money in their heads. Later still, Gibbing also went, having himself conveyed to the station in a 2-shilling fly, because the boys walked, and he thought it well to mark distinctions. Last of all, after many and minute instructions to Elton, Mr. Archibald Bunby drove off to his favorite holiday occupation of being a bore in a boarding house. There were 6 of these establishments, in as many seaside resorts, that shared in and dreaded his patronage. He liked to collate them. His favorite study was comparative price lists. Elton sat up in the assistant master's sitting room. He was smoking the first pipe of the holidays, which was something. Gibbing was gone, which was also something. Bunby was gone, which was even more. But on the other hand, he himself was remaining, and the many orders that Bunby had given him rankled in his mind. He pulled out one of his own visiting cards. On it was engraved, "Mr. Eustace Elton." He added the letters B.A. in pencil, and underneath the name wrote, "Caretaker and nursemaid in the service of Archibald Bunby, Esquire." He surveyed this with a sort of grim satisfaction in insulting himself, and then dropped it on the fire and swore under his breath. The clock on the mantelpiece struck 5 and reminded him that it was tea time. In the big dining hall there were 3 long tables. In term time they were filled. Now Elton and Tommy Maynham had the place to themselves. Their voices rang strangely in the empty room. A small white tablecloth spread across one end of one table was an unusually unattractive oasis in a desert. Tommy was not a particularly beautiful boy. His countenance was cheerful, healthy, and freckled. He was popular, simple-minded, and knew more about birds' eggs than he did about books. Elton supposed that he ought to say a word or two to the boy, although he did not want to encourage him to chatter all through meals. "Well, Maynham," he said, "they've left us behind, haven't they?" Tommy beamed. "You don't look much put out about it, anyway." "No, sir," said Tommy. "I've had rather a good time. I got 3 rides on the luggage carts, And as Mr. Gibbing's cab was coming back from the station, the man gave me a lift, too. That makes 4 rides and nothing to pay. One would sooner have gone, of course, wouldn't you?" This was unfortunate, because it reminded Elton of his servitude. "But still," Tommy added, "there's lots of things one can do when one's alone. I dare say it won't be so bad." Elton had brought an English translation of a volume of Schopenhauer down to tea with him. He opened it and began to read. Once or twice Tommy ventured on a remark, and Elton answered it in a slightly absent-minded kind of way. At the end of tea he said to Tommy, "Look here, Maynham, during the holidays you can always bring a book in at tea or dinner if you like." Tommy thanked him. Reading on these sacred occasions was strictly forbidden during term time, and the removal of any prohibition was to be taken as a treat. This idea was so firmly rooted in Tommy's mind that he almost forgot that he much preferred talking to reading. Mr. Archibald Bunby had, before he left, told Elton that breakfast would have to be an hour later during the holidays. "The servants have suggested it, and if I don't make things as easy for them as I can while I'm away, they'll leave, or want more wages, or something. So you'll breakfast at 9. And I say, Elton, don't ring for anything if you can help it. It's only a few steps from the dining hall to the kitchen, and you can very well go yourself if they've forgotten anything." Elton now passed this information on to Tommy with such modifications as self-respect demanded. "I've told the servants, Maynham, that we won't breakfast before 9. I never do in the holidays myself, and I dare say you won't object to an extra hour in bed." Here was a further relaxation, and another good reason why Tommy should have felt pleased with the way things were going. His uncle had written to him to cheer him up and console him for his stay at Redhurst during the holidays. The letter had contained a remark that, when things seem bad, there's all the more reason for making the best of them. Which was perhaps sensible. It also contained postal orders for £2, which was certainly lavish. Tommy had naturally a contented disposition. He had also an inventive mind, and for days past he had been devising occupations for his solitude in the holidays. After tea, Tommy went off to the day room. It was a large room, furnished with 2 long tables, 4 long benches, a set of lockers, and 1 chair, all in pine wood. It also contained a piano in walnut, but out of tune, for the benefit of those boys who took music. The room was warmed by hot water pipes. It looked out on the back wall of Mr. Bunby's stable, and it was not particularly cheerful. It was lit by gas jets without globes, 2 as a general rule. The servants had, by Mr. Bunby's directions, only lit 1 of them that night. It had been clear to Mr. Bunby's economical mind that where there was only 1 boy, luxury itself could not demand more than 1 gas jet. Tommy, not having an economical mind, struck a match, got on a chair, and increased the quarterly gas bill. Then he took from his locker a copy of Hymns Ancient and Modern, with tunes, and 3 sticks of plain chocolate. He opened the piano, drew the chair up to it, and put the 3 sticks of chocolate on the lowest octave, because it would be handy there, and that octave would not be required for the purpose for which its bad German maker had originally intended it. Then he sat down, found the tune that he was anxious to learn before Christmas Day arrived, and set to work. It was only recently that Tommy had taken music, but he had already found out some important facts in connection with it. He knew, for instance, that it was really the right hand which did most of the work. The right hand did the actual tune, and if that went wrong, it was of very little use for the left hand to be perfectly correct. Whereas, if the right hand knew its work and made enough noise with it, the left hand might come in gently where it would and as it could. So he began now to learn the right hand part first. He put the soft pedal down and struck the notes gently as possible, because he did not want Mr. Elton in the master's room overhead to hear the tune. It was to be a surprise on Christmas Eve, supposing that it could be got into good going order by that time. As a matter of fact, the precaution was needless. The tune, in its embryo stage, might safely have been audible, as it would certainly not have been recognizable. At 9 o'clock there was supper, and as Mr. Bunby frequently pointed out, all the best doctors are agreed that this meal, if taken at all, should be as light as possible. After supper, Elton read prayers, omitting 2 somewhat lengthy petitions for a steady and conscientious application to our studies, and for such pleasant and friendly intercourse with our comrades as may best tend to promote, etc., etc. These were, he considered, only applicable in term time. Mr. Bunby had composed these prayers himself, and it is greatly to be feared that Tommy regarded their abbreviation as one more of the relaxations that the holidays have brought with them. Then Tommy went off to his bedroom, read Treasure Island for half an hour by the light of one surreptitious candle, and finally dropped off to sleep. Elton, in the master's room, sat before the fire, pondered, and pitied himself. It was going to be terribly lonely for him. In consideration of his board and lodging, and a fraction under 1 shilling and 3 per diem, he had sentenced himself to absolute solitude. There was Tommy, of course, but Tommy did not count, or rather Tommy made things worse. All through the term, there were many Tommies. The chief point of the holiday was that they brought with them a complete absence of boys. That point was lost, for he would certainly have to suffer Tommy's presence at mealtime, and he would also be expected to exercise some sort of slight supervision of his movements during the day. That was what a man of intelligence and education and taste was compelled to endure in order to secure for himself the paltry privilege of being allowed to live. Was it worthwhile? Emphatically not. He would have preferred to die, but being a victim to the primary instinct, he went to sleep instead. He also read in bed, but his book was the English translation of Schopenhauer, and it was on the floor in 10 minutes. "What are you going to do with yourself?" he asked Tommy on the following morning. "My old stamp book's come to bits," replied Tommy, "and I've got a better one that was a present. So I'm going to float off all the stamps out of the old one and put them—" Yes, I see. "The chaps being away, I can get all the lavatory basins at once for floating the pages in, and that keeps the stamps from getting mixed. I can have all the basins, can't I?" "Yes. Don't make a mess, though, and don't go out until I return." Then Elton sauntered down into the town, smoking openly the cigarette that in term time was prohibited. He examined the shops with their Christmas cards, Christmas toys, Christmas turkeys, and as he did so, a very great idea came to him. He would occupy his leisure during the holidays by the composition of a long satirical poem to be called Christmas Reviewed. By the audacity of its manner of dealing with a sacred subject, by the fierce and concentrated bitterness, by its marvelous melancholy, and by its exquisite finish, it should attract attention and appreciation. Such things would be worthless to a man without illusions, but he was prepared to work hard to secure them. He went into the best stationer's shop at once. "Have you," he inquired, "any handmade writing paper with the rough edge, you know? Letter size? It might be scribbling or letter, but not folded as letter." The stationer reflected, touched his forehead, beamed with sudden recollection, and was off up a ladder like an adventurous monkey in a black coat. Down he came with his dusty prize, blowing it, smacking it, active and businesslike. A touch and a jerk, and the knot that only business could tie was loosened as only business could loosen it. The soiled covers fell apart. There, in creamy whiteness with rough edge, was "An article that I've had no inquiry for, sir, for years." After this, as the days went on towards Christmas, Elton saw less and less of Tommy Maynham. The boy was well behaved, apparently, and did not require supervision. Absorbed in his composition, Elton hardly noticed him. Sometimes at meals the boy would speak to Elton, and Elton's answer would come after a lapse of minutes, or not at all. It was not, as Tommy supposed, that the master wished to snub the boy, but only that Elton had, in the carrying out of his very good idea, become somewhat absent-minded. If he had noticed the boy at all, he would have noticed that his cheerfulness and activity were fast vanishing. The stamps were all correctly arranged in the stamp book now. Treasure Island was finished, and Tommy's order for another of the same brand was still the subject of apologies from the bookseller. "Here, have you got my book yet?" asked Tommy. "And if you haven't, why the dickens haven't you?" The bookseller referred to the delays in transmission inevitable during the pressure of business prevalent at this season of the year. Tommy remarked, "Skittles!" and walked out of the shop. He would not so much have minded having next to nothing to do if he had only had somebody with whom to do it. Not being analytical, he grew dull and dejected without being conscious of the reason for it. The day before Christmas Day cheered him up a little. A hamper arrived for him containing much that was edible and a Jules Verne that was readable. There were letters from his cousins. There were sundry small packages containing presents. He himself was busy with the sending of letters and cards, and with a final rehearsal of that tune he had been so anxious to learn. The treble of it had by this time been brought to a satisfactory condition, and a great deal of the bass was only a very little wrong. On the whole, the prospects of making it a proper Christmas seemed to him much better than they had the day before. That night, when Tommy went up to his bedroom, he did not go to sleep. On the contrary, he adopted precautions to keep himself awake. He drank cold coffee of exceptional strength, made to his order by a local confectioner and brought up from the shop in a medicine bottle. This, in conjunction with the excitement of the Jules Verne, kept him from sleep until 11 o'clock. It was at that hour, he remembered, that the waits generally began at home. He went downstairs to the day room, lit as though there were no such things as gas bills, both the gas jets, opened the piano, arranged the music, clapped down the loud pedal, and commenced. He played hard and he sang hard. Tommy's rendering of "Hark the Herald Angels Sing" could be heard distinctly, as he intended it to be heard, all over the building. Now this, Tommy thought to himself, will be a surprise for Mr. Elton. It was. Upstairs in his own room, Mr. Elton could hardly believe his ears. Here was apparently an open defiance of rules and discipline. He put down the manuscript of Christmas Reviewed, now approaching its maturity, and dashed downstairs to the day room. "What is the meaning of this?" he asked angrily. Tommy smiled, turned round on the music stool, and explained. "I was going to have asked permission," he said, "only I couldn't, because it was meant to be a surprise for you, sir, and I thought you wouldn't mind." "Not mind a row like this past 11 o'clock at night? What are you talking about?" "Well, sir, the boy that does the boots told me that the regular waits never came up here, because Mr. Bunby never gives anybody anything." "You've no business to be chattering to the book boy at all." Tommy's real excuse, that during the greater part of the day there was absolutely no one else to whom he could talk at all, seemed to him too silly to put forward. "I don't often do it," he pleaded. "We always have the waits at Christmas, and that gave me the idea. I didn't mean to do any harm." "Very likely, but you must remember that rules are rules. You've given me no trouble so far, and I believe you didn't intend to give any now. For that reason, I shan't punish you. Now, shut the piano and run back to your bedroom. And another time, try to think before you do anything." Tommy thanked him, said good night, and went off to his room. It was all a failure, and he wished that he had never thought of it. Christmas was not beginning very well. When Elton came down to breakfast on the following morning, he found a white envelope on his plate. Tommy, looking rather self-conscious, watched that envelope out of a corner of his eye as Elton opened it. It contained a Christmas card. On one side was a picture of a small church and a hard frost. On the other was written in a boyish hand, "With love and best wishes from T. Maynham." Elton glanced at it and put it down. He never sent cards himself, and did not like receiving them. Very pretty," he said. "Thank you, Maynham. The compliments of the season to you." Then he relapsed into silence and Schopenhauer. When he got up from breakfast, he forgot to take the card. Tommy brought it to him just as he was leaving the dining hall. "Ah, thanks," said Elton. "I'm always forgetting my letters, you know." But this did not reassure Tommy. He knew that the card was, like the hymn tune, a failure. Elton sauntered upstairs to his own room and dropped the card into the wastepaper basket. Tommy went to church alone that morning. Elton explained that he had an incipient cold and thought it would be better for him to keep to the house that morning. As a matter of fact, he wished to finish copying out that bitter satire, Christmas Reviewed. It would be an additional point if it were finished on Christmas Day. As he began work, an uneasy idea flashed across him that he might just as well look after Tommy a little bit more and make things pleasanter for him. Tommy apparently took Christmas very seriously and would like a little more sociability. He made up his mind to encourage Tommy to talk at dinner and perhaps spend a few minutes in the day room with him afterwards. Elton was not an unkind man, only rather vain, rather selfish, and frequently forgetful. By the time the dinner bell rang, he had forgotten all about Tommy and had worked up his dejection and detestation of life by close application to Christmas Reviewed to such a pitch that he neither wanted to talk to anybody nor see anybody. It is to be feared that that dinner must place Tommy in no heroic light. Christmas dinner was, in all of Tommy's previous experience, a banquet. Tradition demanded that there should be a turkey in it. The boot boy had told Tommy, though a superficial knowledge of Mr. Bunby should have taught him better, that he was pretty certain it would be a turkey. Tommy had expected turkey. He had pictured it carved liberally by a smiling master, now at last awake to the joviality of the season, and handed to a rejoicing boy. He had decided to ask Mr. Elton that excellent riddle about turkey and china, which Tommy's uncle never failed to propound on due occasion. Why, the mere eating of the turkey would be a mystic bond of union between himself in exile and his people at home. 5 minutes before dinner, his imagination plainly detected the very smell of turkey. And it was a leg of mutton. Elton carved it, without seeming at all conscious that it was wrong, or even conscious that Tommy was present. It is an authenticated fact that thousands of starving families would have welcomed that leg of mutton, and that some religious orders habitually take their meals in silence. Tommy, being neither a starving family nor a religious order, but merely a wretched boy, for the first time in his life refused a second help. And then came a rice pudding and more silence. It is an authenticated fact that some whole nations live almost entirely on rice. It is singularly nutritious. Then Tommy rose and said with fair steadiness, "May I go, sir? I'm not well." "Certainly," said Elton. Of course, Tommy's people had sent him a hamper, and the boy had eaten too much. Pig! Well, it was all a suggestion for Christmas Reviewed. Elton finished his dinner leisurely and then supposed that he would have to go and look after the disgusting little beast. He found him in the day room. The disgusting little beast was sitting with a book in front of him at the farthest end of the table. His head rested on his hands, and when Elton entered, he turned away as much as possible. "Well, Maynham, what's the matter?" "I'm all right now, sir," said Tommy. It did not sound like the boy's natural voice. Elton came further into the room and then saw that Tommy was crying. He went up to him and took him by the shoulder. "Why, Maynham," he said, "this doesn't look as if everything was all right." "I wish it wasn't Christmas," said Tommy, and continued crying. "But I'm all right," he added. Slowly and incoherently, in reply to Elton's questions, he told what was the matter. He spoke of what he had been used to do at Christmas. It was loneliness that was the matter. Loneliness and neglect and unfriendliness amounting to contempt and even cruelty. Tommy did not accuse Elton of any of these things. He did not seem to think Elton had behaved badly to him. Yet Elton was sufficiently intelligent to make deductions. To feel that he was an unhappy man had brought him a kind of melancholy pleasure. To feel that he had been a brute brought him no pleasure at all. And though Tommy's only specific accusation was against a leg of mutton, it was Elton who stood condemned, felt it, knew it. "Well," said Elton, "I'm glad you're not really ill, because I wanted you this afternoon." "Wanted me?" "Yes, I've had a lot of work on hand these last few days, but I shan't work on Christmas Day, and besides, I'm sick of being alone always. If you're not too keen on your book, what I should really like would be a game of drafts, only I haven't got a board." "I have," said Tommy. "Shall I get it?" "Do." "It's in my room. I'll be down with it in a minute." "Oh, we won't play here," said Elton. "This room isn't very comfortable. Come to my sitting room." The master's sitting room was not luxurious, but it was a paradise compared to the day room. It was a paradise which no boy at Redhurst had ever yet been allowed to enter. Here was an invitation that was honor indeed. Tommy was effusive in his thanks. It took Tommy 2 minutes to find the draft board. During these 2 minutes, Elton had time to get to his room, fish Tommy's card out of the wastepaper basket, discover that it would just fit the frame that now held a photograph of Gibbing's sister, remove the photograph and substitute the card, and place it in the center of the mantelpiece. Tommy's eyes lighted on it as he came into the room. Why, that's the one," he exclaimed. "Yes, we've given you the place of honor. Wonderful, that frost effect is." "And it's just done with glue and powdered glass," said Tommy. "I could do it myself." "But you can't beat me at drafts. Come along with me now." Elton intended to let Tommy win the first game. Tommy saved him the trouble by taking it. Then Elton decided to win the second game himself, played carefully, and lost it. Elton had not played since he was a child. He had scored 1 game to Tommy's 5, and they were in the middle of the 7th when the tea bell rang. "Why shouldn't we have tea up here?" suggested Elton. "Run downstairs and fetch the things up, and we'll make a picnic." This was the sort of thing that Tommy liked. Any boy prefers an irregular to a regular meal. Tommy, rather shyly and apologetically, added a cake, "which they sent me, and it isn't half bad, really, sir, if you'd try it." Elton tried it and was enthusiastic. "Are you going to have any waits tonight?" asked Elton, smiling, just before supper. "Come, Tommy, let's have the performance now, at a reasonable time." So the tune came in seasonably after all, and if the left hand did omit the more difficult chords and play the easier ones wrong, neither Tommy nor Mr. Elton seemed to consider that this at all detracted from the general effect. Tommy went to bed radiantly happy. It had not taken much to make him happy. When Tommy had gone to bed, Elton so far disregarded Mr. Bunby's direction as to ring the bell and ask for the cook. She came, astonished, somewhat flustered. "Cook," said Elton, "we must have a turkey for dinner tomorrow." Cook was sure that they ought to have it too, only Mr. Bunby wouldn't hear of it. And if he saw turkey in the dinner book, well, there, let alone Orley, the poulterer, being shut on Bank Holiday. She was sorry, too, she was. But Mr. Elton knew what Mr. Bunby was. Oh, most careful, and, well, there. "Look here, Cook," said Elton. "This is a sovereign. Mr. Bunby need not pay for the turkey, and Orley will not risk losing your custom for 20 Bank Holidays. Get the turkey, keep the change for a Christmas box, and the compliments of the season to you." Next day, the turkey arrived all right. In the dinner book, the cook made the entry "mutton chops," and hoped that it was no acting of a lie, which, however, it was. Elton found that he had enjoyed the latter part of that day more than he had enjoyed anything for some time. His nature had not changed, but his point of view had. He saw himself less as a master and more as a man. And during the rest of the holidays, he did his best to wipe out from his memory, and Tommy's, his recollection of himself as a brute. One night at the end of the holidays, he came across a poem on handmade paper entitled "Christmas Reviewed." Some of it was very clever and very bitter. Elton was ashamed of it and burnt it. But he still keeps one document of which he is even more ashamed. A letter from Tommy's mother in India, wishing to thank him personally and most warmly for his great goodness and kindness to her dear little son during the Christmas holidays. End of Section 9. Recording by Peter Block.
Section 10 of Stories Without Tears. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Angelique Campbell, September 2018. Stories Without Tears by Barry Payne. Chrisimissima. Christina Argent was, officially and otherwise, the leader of the school at Helmstone. Her age and position in the school gave her the official leadership and made her monitor. But official leaders often have but little influence and dominance. Christina had much. If she had been younger and lower on the list, it is probable she would still have led. There must be a reason for this, and Olive Pastow would have said that the reason was that Christina was by far the nicest girl in the school, and also the prettiest. But as Olive and Christina were great friends, Olive's evidence is open to objection on the score of bias. In some respects, the girls were alike. They were both 15, both dark-haired. If Christina, who could look very proud, was really the prettiest girl in the school, certainly Olive came second. They had the same taste. Their handwriting was ludicrous in its similarity. But Christina had authority, and Olive had none. Mina Nathan would have explained this on the ground that Christina was the wealthiest girl in the school and the daughter of titled parents. But Mina, to be frank, was a mean-souled snob, and one regrets to add that Mina's papa was another. Ellen Holmes would have pointed out that Christina was the best hockey player and could throw a cricket ball just like a boy. This is true as far as it goes. But Christina was no admirable Crichton in work or in sport. Her arithmetic was marked deplorable in her report. Her friend Olive could give her a half 15 at tennis, nor could she swim twice the length of the bath under water, a feat which Ellen Holmes herself could accomplish. We must perforce consider that Ellen was wanting in psychological analysis. It is more satisfactory and also quite easy to say that Christina Argent was a leader because she possessed the gift of leadership. It is a mysterious gift. It is a gift which has been possessed by people who in other respects bore little resemblance to each other, by Chatham, for example, and by General Booth, by Gladstone, and by Beaconsfield. In such men lies the note of dominant personality, and the greatest amount of the highest attainments can never make up for the want of it, or take the place of it. Look, for example, at such illustrious failures as but you can fill in the names for yourself. You will have no difficulty. A natural consequence of Christina's preeminence was that Olive's principal claim to consideration was that she was the one intimate friend of Christina. She had her own merits. If you had asked specially about her tennis, you would have been told that she was simply splendid and had won a tournament in which several adults were engaged. In work, she had shown an aptitude that was almost uncanny for English history. But if you merely said, "Who's Olive?" the answer would have been, "Olive? Why, she's Christina's greatest friend." The principal claim to distinction would have been first stated. Mabel Leroy would have said that Olive was Christina's best pal. But Mabel was always a little slangy. It was commonly pleaded in her defense that she had many brothers. It would appear from the pages of history that the favorites of the great all fall from their high estate. The kindly historian assigns the fall to the capriciousness and fickleness of the monarch, but it must be confessed that the favorite has frequently brought it on himself. Because he has held his position for a long time, he regards it as an assured position. He has presumed. When we come to consider the celebrated break between Olive and Christina, which created so much talk in the Helmstone school, we find that the first step came from Olive herself. As she admitted afterwards, she began it. She may have been right in what she did, or she may have been wrong. The bare facts shall be recorded. The school possessed its own playing fields, and the pupils spent most of their leisure there. But at certain times they were required to take a formal and processional walk through the streets of Helmstone, a thing abhorrent. It is true that the walk gave them a passing glimpse into fascinating shop windows, and enabled them to make notes of the prevalent feminine fashions, but these delights were miserably tempered. It was only a passing glimpse, and while you looked at one side of the street, you missed things on the other. That delicious and prolonged flattening of the nose against the plate glass, while you were wondering which you would buy if you could afford it, was not the thing that Miss Ferdinand or any of her agents would have permitted. If a horse had fallen or a motor car broken down, the school might not stand around with wondering eyes and dropped jaws and ask the policeman how it happened. The procession could give but one longing look and continue to proceed. Then, too, there was the consciousness that this procession of girls, each with the school colors on a severe straw hat, was greeted with humorous and impolite comment by the vulgar. Men said things, and you could see the smile. For this reason, Christina, at the head of the profession, always wore an expression of remote, refrigerated haughtiness, and even her friend Olive by her side did her best to appear less interested in things in general than she really was. Subject to the approval of the authorities, the girls settled among themselves how they would be paired for the walk. Thus Elsa would say to Marjorie, "May I walk with you today?" And Marjorie would reply, "Yes, let's do," or "I've promised Dora," according to her inclinations or arrangements. Christina and Olive always walked together as a matter of course, and had done so for a very long time, more than a fortnight, as Christina afterwards calculated. This makes the case look rather black against Olive. Yet it is possible that in what she did she was actuated by kindness degenerating into weakness, if you like, but still kindness. Hear and judge for yourself. Olive came up to Christina in the cloakroom 5 minutes before the walk started and said, "Chrisimissima." This was her fond abbreviation of her leader's name. "I hope you don't mind, but I'm walking with Nellie Holmes today. She's asked me so often that I was simply ashamed to keep on saying that I was engaged." Christina treated the matter with a suspicious lightness. "Of course you're not engaged," she said. "Hope you'll have a nice time. I'd promised to walk with Gwen anyhow." This last statement was quite untrue, and it is unfortunately not the only untruth with which we shall have to discredit Christina. She went off at once to make the arrangement with Gwen, pusillanimous wretch who broke a distinct promise to Mabel Leroy in order that she might accept the flattering boon of Christina's society. Olive did not enjoy the walk in the least. She was troubled and depressed. She asked herself if she had done right. She loved Christina, but she did not want to hurt anybody's feelings, not even those of Nellie Holmes. Still, if Christina was going to be offended, was Nellie Holmes worth it? Nellie, as has already been pointed out, could swim twice the length of the bath under water, but she stopped there. Yes, the above paragraph is unfortunately expressed. What is really meant is that Ellen Holmes had no accomplishments other than natatory. Also, she was as plain as a motor omnibus. Christina was very angry. That "I hope you don't mind" of Olive's was tactless and rankled. Why on earth should she mind? Any girl in the school would be only too glad and proud to be her companion on the walk. All the same, she did hate people who did not know their own minds, or pretended to be very fond of you when they really did not care. And if that was the way Olive was going on, she would soon show her. Elliptical, but threatening. She spoke of Olive to Gwen quite dispassionately, with scrupulous fairness, not shutting her eyes to the fact that Olive had her slightly ridiculous side. The slave Gwendolen endeavored to echo the note, and got badly snubbed for her pains. Gwendolen had not realized that in her place by Christina's side she was merely a caretaker, and that caretakers should not behave like owners. Christina and Olive met after the walk. "I'd much sooner have been with you," said Olive at once. Christina wore that air of not having heard, which is not uncommon with those who have the gift of leadership. Olive had to repeat her remark, with some of the enthusiasm chilled out of her. "Really," said Christina, giving her attention to the arrangement of her hair, "I should have thought Minnie Nathan would have just suited you." "It wasn't Minnie Nathan," said Olive indignantly, "and you know it wasn't. I simply can't stand her. It was only poor little Nellie, because nobody seems—" Christina swept away from the looking-glass with a fair to middling assumption of boredom. "Oh, well," she said, "you can't expect me to know who all your friends are. Besides, it doesn't interest me." The rapidity with which news of importance is obtained and circulated in girls' schools is a problem that still baffles the inquirer. That very afternoon it was whispered in the classroom that the old, almost monumental friendship between Christina and Olive was quite broken up. The report was brought for confirmation to Christina herself by Mina Nathan, who was generally active in any pretty work of the kind. "You can't break up what wasn't," said Christina with cold disdain. Later in the day it was announced officially that Miss Ferdinand would give a special prize for history at the end of the term, and, unofficially, that Olive Pastow meant to go in for it. "Funny," said Christina when she heard. "I'm going in for it myself. However," she added, with a humility which would have been more touching if it had been convincing, "she's bound to beat me." It must be admitted that, as a rule, the disposition of extra prizes in the school was a matter of arrangement among the girls themselves. Naturally, the complete duffer was not allowed to annex them. That would have been unjust and would have awakened the suspicions of the authorities. But when 4 girls all had a chance of the same prize, they settled among themselves which of the 4 was to get it. The selection depended on various considerations. The girl who got the prize last time would, of course, be ruled out. The girl who was certain of other prizes would also be told not to be greedy. On the other hand, a girl who was in for a bad conduct report would have some claim on that prize as a counterweight. The girl who first demanded it, Bag's Eye, the history prize, would be the correct formula and had been promised a sovereign by Papa if she brought a prize home, would have a very strong case, more especially if she agreed to divide a moiety of that sovereign among the other competitors. The system had its advantages. It prevented rivalry and bitterness of feeling. Under a strictly competitive system, 4 girls would have worked cruelly hard, and 3 would have been disappointed. By this method, 1 girl worked moderately, 3 were as slack as they pleased, and there were no disappointments at all. The capacious moralist may say that it suggests that the auction knockout is a feminine invention, but we have no concern with him. It will be seen then that Christina had disregarded the etiquette of the school. Olive, by using the Bag's Eye formula, had put in a claim for the history prize. The claim would have been subjected to discussion and might, or might not, have been established. But it was contrary to all settled principles for another girl to introduce a crude rivalry into the business and, without any discussion of Olive's claim, to oppose it by sheer work. It meant bad feeling. It meant a lowering of the standard to that of mere competition. It meant that the girl who knew the most history would get the history prize. It was subversive. It was all wrong. Yet there was no general condemnation of Christina's action. Such was the strength of her position. It was regarded with sorrow rather than with anger. With gentle resignation, all other possible competitors for that extra prize withdrew. In this life-or-death struggle between Olive and Christina, there was no place for the ordinary weakling. 6-4 in small square caramels was offered on Christina, and taken. It was terrific. The ease and exactitude with which both Christina and Olive answered all questions in each day's history lesson astounded, even while it pleased Miss Ferdinand. Guilelessly she held up these two girls as examples to the class. Little did she know that Olive had borrowed money, which was against the rules, to buy candles, which were not allowed, for the purpose of nocturnal work in her bedroom, a thing absolutely illegal. Little did she know the still more horrid fact that the pages of Christina's prayer book were literally penciled with mundane and ungodly dates, and that Christina committed them to memory when she should indubitably have been thinking of other things. "I wouldn't work like those two for a good deal," said Flossie Bell, and she spoke the truth and voiced the general sentiment. Any reasonable girl would have been reluctant to work like that, but people do silly things when their blood is up. The break between the two friends increased and became more definite with their rivalry. They spoke to one another as little as possible now, and always with icy civility. Olive looked sometimes at Christina with wistful eyes, but Christina was careful never to look at Olive at all, and when Christina changed her place in the dining room so as not to sit next to Olive, Olive bit her lip and took the only course possible to a girl of spirit. She complained of a draft, and thus got herself removed from the seat beside Christina in the classroom. On the day before the examination, Christina had gone back to even betting. Mina Nathan, who had accepted 6-4 from the friends of Christina, now backed Christina herself for 5 caramels, and openly proclaimed that she was on velvet either way. It is needless to add that Mina took the arithmetic prize. Breakfast time came on the great day of the history examination, and no books might be read at breakfast. Christina, however, circumvented the regulation. She received a letter from home addressed in the handwriting of her eldest sister. The letter itself dealt with the Rockingham administration, the career of Wilkes, the character of Thurlow, and other pleasant trifles of the period. In this way Christina was enabled to gorge knowledge up to the very last moment. Olive also had a letter from home, but her letter was quite genuine, and Olive turned as white as the cloth when she read it. The examination began at 9. When a girl had finished her paper, she handed it up to Miss Packman, and was then free to go and play. Mabel Leroy looked through the questions, said, "By gum," under her breath, wrote 2 lines of fantastic imbecility about the surrender of Lord Cornwallis, and showed up her paper at 9:07 precisely. But this was not tolerated. She was commanded to think and to try again. At 9:30 she was allowed to go. Nellie Holmes had written all she knew, and some things that she did not know, a few minutes later. It was a stiff paper, and few there were that could wrestle long with it. When Mina Nathan showed up her paper at 11:15, after surreptitiously tossing a coin to settle the date of Chatham's death, she left only Christina and Olive still writing. The paper suited Christina perfectly. It might have suited Olive equally well, but Olive had received bad news that morning, and could not keep her mind on her work. Seated with her face to the wall, she had wept quietly and unobserved, but she was still struggling on when 12 struck, and the 2 girls met at the desk to give in their papers. Christina noticed Olive's face, seemed on the verge of speaking, and then turned away. Christina knew that she had done well. She had answered every question. She had been a little in doubt as to the date of Austerlitz, and had made a shot. The shot, she found on referring to her history, had been singularly blessed. Even as she turned the pages of the history, she was haunted by that look of Olive's. What could have happened to her? Christina felt that she must find out, and for that purpose she sought Mina Nathan. Mina was not popular and knew far too much arithmetic, but Mina had also a gift for knowing the private affairs of other girls. "Come here, Mina," said Christina with dignity. "Now then, what has Olive been crying about?" "Don't you know? Her mother's ill, and there's to be an operation tomorrow morning. I believe she'll die. They generally do when there's an operation. I'll have a bet with you on it if you like." "No, go on. That's all. Oh, yes, she's to get a telegram tomorrow morning. She didn't seem to want to talk about it much, and she's gone off to the end of the garden by herself. It's ruined her chance of the history prize. She says that half the time she didn't know what she was writing about." "I see," said Christina. Christina had set her heart on that history prize. There could be no doubt that she would get it, and quite suddenly she found that she did not want it at all. The only thing she did want was that Olive should have it. She made her plan on that instant. "Is there anything else you want to know?" asked the obsequious Mina. "I can find out some more if you like. Mother calls me her little detective." "Does she? Sweet child." "No, I don't want any more. By the way, you're all wrong about that history prize. The paper didn't suit me a bit. I made a lot of howlers, and some of the questions I never even tried." Mina went off, eager to disseminate the news of Christina's failure. Christina could generally calculate on what Mina would do. Olive sat alone on a bench at the further end of the garden. It was very cold, but she did not notice it. The evergreens shut out from her view the terrible world. In one red hand she held a wet handkerchief, and in the other the letter from her father. After all, it contained crumbs of comfort. "I hope to send you a reassuring telegram tomorrow morning," it said. "Don't be frightened." She read the sentences over and over again. Oh, if she only had somebody to whom she could really talk about it. In the old days, she looked up at the sound of a footstep, and there was Christina. Christina, with both hands stretched out. Chrisimissima, with no dignity at all, and visible tears in her eyes. "Oh, Olive dear, don't tell me to go away, or be polite or anything. I've only just heard, and I'm most awfully sorry for you, and I wish I hadn't behaved like a pig and a beast to you." Christina was sobbing. "Oh, Chrisimissima." They became inarticulate, with arms around one another. A little later they read the letter together, and it appeared that Christina's mother had undergone an operation, and had got well again ever so soon, and that, on the whole, operations were rather a good thing, because doctors were most frightfully clever nowadays. Olive was much comforted, and the delicate question of the history prize was touched upon. "Of course I've lost it," said Olive. "Really, I hardly knew what I was writing, and I couldn't think. But I'm glad you'll have it. The only thing is that my people will be disappointed, Mummy particularly, and I hope it won't be bad for her. You see, history's about the only thing I was ever any good at." "That's all right," said Christina. "It's absolutely certain you've got the prize. I can promise you that. The paper didn't suit me in the least, and none of the things that I had worked up were asked. I was perfectly putrid. I didn't even try half the questions." "I did more than that," said Olive doubtfully, "but still." They compared notes. Christina repeated her assurance. Olive would get the prize, and Chrisimissima would be delighted. It happened even as Christina had said. The history prize was awarded to Olive, who wondered how it had come to pass, but telegraphed the glad news home to a convalescent mother. Christina was told that her answers had been scanty and inaccurate. "You have disappointed me," said Miss Ferdinand. Christina smiled sweetly. Now, Christina had done well in the examination. Olive had done badly. Miss Ferdinand marked the papers fairly, and yet Olive got the prize. The explanation is simple enough. The position of monitor carried with it the very high privilege of acting as occasional errand girl to Miss Ferdinand. It was always Christina who was deputed to bring the pile of examination papers from the classroom to Miss Ferdinand's study. "Here is the key to the desk in which the papers are," said Miss Ferdinand solemnly. "And remember, Christina, that I am trusting to your honor." Christina had only to transpose her own papers and Olive's, changing the outer sheets which alone bore the competitor's name. The close similarity of their handwritings prevented any detection of the fraud. Often in the old days had Olive written half of Christina's imposition for her, or Christina rendered a similar service to Olive. Chrisimissima had been insanely jealous. She had told fibs. She had, in the matter of the examination papers, been guilty of a dishonorable breach of trust. Can anything be said for her? End of section 10. Recording by Angelique Campbell, September 2018.
Section 11 of Stories Without Tears. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. Stories Without Tears by Barry Payne. A Vicious Circle. Illustrative of the instinct of the cat and of the dog. 1. Lady Vermoise did not ask Mrs. Pelton for the 14th, when many desirable people would have been met. Now, Lady Vermoise had professed affection for Angela Pelton, and was distantly related to her. It may have been carelessness on the part of Lady Vermoise. It may have been a reflection that Mrs. Pelton was, quote, not quite, well, just a little rather, eh? You know what I mean. End quote. And it may have been a touch of conscience that made Lady Vermoise ask Mrs. Pelton for the 19th, when, however, on her own showing, there would be nobody but George. George is a perfect idiot. Mrs. Pelton's refusal for the 19th was perfectly charming and polite. "I don't dream of letting her think that I've taken offense," she said to her husband. "All the same." 2. Mrs. Pelton's cook, Emma Blades, was a woman of character, 3 years in her last place, an early riser, fond of children, and had other qualities which deserve and should receive our admiration and respect. Mrs. Pelton gave one of her dinner parties, biennial, allowing time for recovery before the next. Emma Blades did her very best. She did not spare herself. Everything was beautiful. Mrs. Pelton may have been tired next morning. Could you wonder? It may have simply never occurred to her. Certainly she omitted any word of compliment to Emma Blades next morning, and Emma noticed it. Mrs. Pelton showed more thoughtfulness later in the day, when she reflected that there would only be the cutlets to warm up, to be followed by the remainder macédoine, and told Emma that she could go out that evening. "Thank you very much, mum," said Emma Blades. "I prefer not to." It was said with a refrigerated respectfulness. "Oh, yes," said Emma Blades, to the house parlour after. "I wasn't going to show I've troubled me 'ead about it, but however, when it comes to favours—" 3. Emma Blades was not only aunt, but also godmother to her married sister's youngest, Doris, aged 10, who needs to control her temper. Her mother has admitted it, and Emma Blades practically never forgot that Doris had a birthday on May 3rd, and signified the same in the usual manner. But of course, a biennial dinner party may put everything out of anybody's head. Besides, Emma had a bad memory for dates. It was June 7 before she discovered that she had forgotten our Doris's birthday. She hastened at once to an act of reparation. She sent Doris macaroons, and it is none of your business where Emma Blades got them from. They were packed in the card box which had contained the house parlor's collars, and enclosed with them was an old birthday card which Emma had bread-crumbed from a love of cleanliness, and very nearly fried from the force of natural sequence. And Doris wrote on a postcard, "Dear Auntie, many thanks for your kind biscuits." "For she shan't think I care," said Doris. Notwithstanding, not one of those biscuits would she eat. She gave them to a strange dog in the park. 4. Now, that dog was the property of Lady Vermoise. It had been sent out for exercise with the second footman. But the second footman was heavy with Benedictine, for, as he had observed to the first footman, if he did not take it, somebody else would. So he had slept in Battersea Park, and left the physical development to the dog. It was a small black dog, reputed to be of Japanese extraction. It was all fluff and bark. Lady Vermoise called the black dog Snowball. In fact, all her ladyship's friends admitted that she was full of humour, and, after all, it is what our friends say about us which really matters. At tea-time, the second footman, by command, brought in Snowball. No dog is really the better for 4 large macaroons, and in any case there was something Japanese and bizarre about Snowball's disposition. He lay under a chair and snarled. "Know what that means?" Lady Vermoise asked her guests brightly. "Snowball and I are not quite, just a teeny-weeny, well. He had to have a little lesson from me. Dogs that snatch at things which are offered them have them taken away again, don't they, Snowball? It happened at breakfast time. You should witness an interesting rapprochement. Here, Snowball, is the shortbread to which you are addicted. Gently now. De lait douceur, boule de niche, comme-toi te transports." Upon which Snowball, with rapidity and decision, bit Lady Vermoise in the fleshy part of her hand. End of Section 11. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Section 12 of Stories Without Tears. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Stories Without Tears by Barry Payne. Section 12. Sunnybrow, or What the Practical Builder Said to the Young Man. "Wish you was me, young man, do you? You young chaps who make a mess at one trade, always think you could have succeeded at any other. If you think that building houses, and letting them and keeping them let, is as easy as falling downstairs, you're mistaken. It needs knowledge, and it needs hard work. I've worked hard, and I've got the knowledge. There's nobody can tell me anything about mortar I don't know. Didn't know I ever used any. Thank you. I don't want any jokes of that kind. I'm a respectable tradesman, with a reputation which I study. Yes, and when you've done the work and got the knowledge, you may make losses through not having forecast the unforeseeable. That's what happened to me with that blackguard Pirbright and my row of little houses at Dirtsea. I'll just tell you about that, and then you'll see it ain't all velvet in my trade. Dirtsea will be a fine place one of these days. It only wants a little enterprise on the part of the local inhabitants. You can't make a first-grade seaside resort out of nothing. I got my bit of ground there on favourable terms. There was a big land sale. and free lunch in the marquee on the estate, as per advertisement. I sat and ate my lunch, and then I sat and looked on at the auction and said nothing. There was mostly a mug at these sales, and I was watching for one. I found him. He was a mug that had bitten off more than he could chew. Just after lunch, some people feel richer than they are. So I had a little chat with him afterwards, and made myself as pleasant as I could. I told him he'd have given too much for his land, and he'd never see his money back, nor half of it. Land at Dyrtisea was no more use than a sick headache to most people. However, when a gentleman was buying for himself, that was different from a commercial speculation. He said he was afraid he'd bought more than he intended, and he had meant to put up houses there. He had bought speculatively, in fact. So I gave him my card, with a few appropriate remarks. There were other builders there, chaps that were just simply on the make, and I gave him a friendly warning of what he might expect if he fell into their hands. And, I said, as a proof that I'm straight with you, I advise you to take what you can get for your land and cut the loss, even though it loses me the job of building for you. I could see they were running you up at the auction, and I only wish I could have gotten near enough to you to have given you a hint then. He thanked me. 2 months later I bought most of his land, at what I should call a reasonable reduction, and that wasn't all. I got the job of putting up a house for him on the bid he kept, and even after I compromised the auction, it left the profit, so that was all right. Then I ran up my row of 6 houses, and called them Carlton Terrace. Did you ever hear a song, "Once in the dear, dead days beyond recall"? Carlton Terrace of Dyrtisea always reminds me of that. Yes, my boy, those were the times. Nowadays over-inspection is simply cutting into the heart of the trade. But at Dyrtisea, then there was absolutely nothing that a practical builder couldn't get round somehow, and I did get round. I wasn't forced to throw a lot of money away over silly regulations. My idea was to let those houses for 3 years, and then paint them up a bit and fill in where necessary and sell the lot. After 3 years, knowing the houses, I knew they'd be about ripe for getting rid of. I wrote my own advertisement, and I didn't leave anything out. It said, "Builder's Sacrifice," on the outskirts of the lovely old-world village of Dyrtisea, and commanding magnificent views of the English Channel. Compact 7-roomed residence, tiled forecourt, electric bells, and every modern luxury. Only needs to be seen, and so forth and so on. I let my first tenant in pretty easy to give the thing a start, and seeing the bargain he got, I wasn't best pleased when he died of double pneumonia, and his widow came complaining to me. "What do you mean?" I said. "I let your husband a house, and let him have it cheap. I never told him to move in before the plaster was dry. You be thankful I'm not bringing an action for moral deterioration of my property." So that settled her. Then another tenant got typhoid and complained about the plumber's work. Things had been a little cut down on that side. But, as I said to him, you chaps nowadays expect a marble bath and silver fittings in a 28-pound house, and it can't be done. Well, I sent a man to do a little to some of the leaky joints, and that kept him quiet. However, by giving the thing my personal attention, I soon got 5 out of my 6 houses to let to good tenants on yearly agreements, and the agreements were drawn into my own model, and I got more catches in them than any fly paper. There was only Sunnybrow left, and one unlucky day I let this to this man Pirbright. He said he was a traveller for a firm of cycle manufacturers, and he paid a quarter in advance. He was a hard-faced man, and I was a little surprised that he took my special kind of yearly agreement as easily as he did. And he'd hardly moved his sticks in before the row began. I got St. Mildred's and the Chase both coming in and complaining about the man at Sunnybrow. St. Mildred's and the Chase were the 2 houses adjoining Sunnybrow, and they were let to my prize tenants. They made their garden look nice, and they had window boxes and planted creepers. Didn't know I cared so much about flowers, didn't you? Why, I could let a dog kennel with the roof off and the bottom out if it only had a Virginian creeper growing up the front. They never gave any trouble, and when the walls cracked, they just filled up the cracks and repapered at their own expense. and the Chase had put up a little greenhouse that he wouldn't be able to take away with him when he went. They complained that on Tuesday night there had been a most awful noise at Sunnybrow, violent banging against the walls, loud screaming, and what the Chase called demoniac laughter. It was so bad that St. Mildred's went round to Sunnybrow to see what was the matter. But though he knocked and rang several times, he could get no answer, and the whole house seemed to be in darkness. Yet the noises went on worse than ever. "We put up with the cracks in the walls," said the Chase. "You haven't told us that every new house was bound to settle if properly built. But this is a case where we must really ask you to do something." "So I will," I said. "I'll do pretty well anything in reason for good tenants, like you and St. Mildred's. I'll go round to Sunnybrow this morning, ill though I can spare the time, and just remind him of the terms of his agreement. If he causes you the slightest trouble or inconvenience, then out he goes." And I meant it, too. Underpinning cost a deal, but it wouldn't cost me anything to frighten Pirbright. Both St. Mildred's and the Chase paid punctually, and were a much softer thing than one generally comes across in business. Then again, I didn't like that talk of violent banging against the walls. You see, I knew those walls. They were all right for the ordinary wear and tear of a Christian home, but they'd never been constructed to stand horseplay. I slipped on my coat and hat, and went round to Sunnybrow at once. Pirbright answered the door himself. "Come in," he said. "This is lucky. I was just going to see you about that waste pipe from the sink. What's wrong is—" "Yes," I said, "but I've got to talk about something much worse than that. I mean, what was going on in this house on the night of Tuesday last? I've had complaints about the noise from St. Mildred's and also from the Chase." "Tuesday night?" he said. "Why, I wasn't here then. I'm off and away on my business." "So you say," I said. "Very naturally, but—" "Well," he said savagely, "look at this letter and the postmarks on the envelope." I looked at it very carefully. It was a letter to him from his firm, dated on the Monday. It was addressed to an hotel in Liverpool, and the envelope bore Tuesday's postmark, and had not been readdressed, and the letter referred to business in Liverpool, which was to occupy him on the Wednesday, and I remembered that St. Mildred's had been unable to get any answer to a ring, and had seen no light in the house. Still, I knew for a certainty that St. Mildred's and the Chase would not have complained without a reason, and his explanation might be satisfactory, so far as he personally was concerned. But, even if he had not made the row himself, he was the tenant, and responsible for the people who had made it. And so I told him. "I don't care," I said, "whether it was you that made the row, or whether it was your servant, or your friends, or your servant's friends. If I get any more of it, I'll turn you out. And if you think I can't do that, just glance over the clause at the bottom of page 3 of your agreement." "I don't keep a servant," said Pirbright. "I manage for myself. I have never had any friends here. I was just getting the home ready to bring my wife to. I'm to be married in a month's time. Looks to me like a bit of a mystery." "Well, I don't care what it looks like to you. You're responsible, and if it happens again, you know now what to expect. That's all I've got to say about it." "Ah," said Pirbright, "then we can go on to the subject of that pipe. The waste pipe, as fixed at present, discharges direct into— I've no time to talk about that now. Before you ask a landlord to provide you, at his own expense, with extra luxuries and improvements, you better show yourself a more desirable tenant. Good morning." And I thought that was the end of it. Next day, I saw Pirbright helping St. Mildred's to nail up a creeper, and chatting away as friendly as possible. And later in the week, I found he was having tea at the Chase, and St. Mildred's, and his wife were there too. So it looked as if everything was forgiven and forgotten, and all was peace and happiness again. Next Sunday, I met St. Mildred's and the Chase out for a walk together, and they came up to say they had been mistaken, and that Pirbright was not responsible for the row on Tuesday night. "As a matter of fact," said St. Mildred's, "we've got to know him, and a very pleasant fellow he seems. We are satisfied that neither he nor anybody else was in Sunnybrow that night." "Well, well," I said, "we needn't go into that. So long as the row doesn't happen again, We can let bygones be bygones." "But the row does go on," said the Chase. "It's worse than ever. The banging on the walls is louder, and there's more of that screaming and demoniac laughter. But it never happens when Pirbright's in the house. Never once. In fact, we've begun to look on him as a kind of safeguard. We should feel very uneasy if he went altogether." "It looks to me," said St. Mildred's, "like a case for the Psychical Society." "I suppose," said the Chase, "you didn't find anything curious when you were digging out the foundation or leveling the garden." "I found a patch of sand which I hadn't expected, and if I'd found it a bit earlier it would have saved me money over building the other houses." "Yes," said the Chase. "What I meant was, did you find human remains or anything of that kind?" "No," I said, "I did not. And I hope both of you gentlemen will put any idea of that kind out of your heads. That sort of thing doesn't do house property any good, and there can't be any foundation for it. A house that was built the day before yesterday, like Sunnybrow, can't be a haunted house. It's against the rules. Ask any man who studied these things, and he'll tell you that." "Still," said St. Mildred's, "there are the facts. We've investigated those noises, and we can't find anything to explain them. Then there's the figure of a woman in white. That's been seen twice in the terrace late at night, once by Mr. Proudfoot of Stanley Court, and once by Mrs. Johnson of Herne Nest. Then there's the loud cracking noise at the Pleasance. Mr. Smith has always put it down to the house settling so far, but now he says he's not so sure about it." Now, that made me pretty angry. Here was every blessed tenant bitten with this ghostly nonsense, and I knew it was that blackguard Pirbright who'd done it. A pretty business it would be for me if they all cleared out. With the talk it would make in the neighborhood, it would be a long time before I could let a house in Carlton Terrace again. "Look here, gentlemen," I said, "this is simply and solely a trick of that Pirbright's. Now, I'm going to do just two things. First, I'm going to find out how he worked the trick, and then I'm going to give him the sack, and if there's any ghostly manifestation after he's gone, I'll eat my hat." They told me I was mistaken in my estimate of Pirbright. "We'll see," I said. So next morning I hung about the terrace until I saw Pirbright leave his house. I had my own private key to the front door of Sunnybrow, and as soon as Pirbright was out of sight, I let myself in. I examined the whole house from top to bottom, and only one little thing did I find that looked at all suspicious. And when I got outside the house again, there was Pirbright standing in the garden. "Hello," he said. "What are you doing there?" "Landlord has reasonable access," I said. "That be damned. Letting yourself in by your own key without notice ain't reasonable access. It's more like burglary." "You'll find what I mean by reasonable access in clause 43 of your agreement." "I thought, Mr. Pirbright, you told me you were living alone." "So I am." "Well, I found this hairpin in the passage." "Very likely. I'd the whole family in from next door yesterday afternoon, investigating these rum-funny noises." "Yes," I said, "and I told you that if that disturbance was repeated, you'd go. It has been repeated. Today's Monday. You can clear yourself and your furniture out of this by next Saturday morning at the latest." "Thank you," he said. "I should like to have that in writing, if you wouldn't mind stepping inside once more." So I gave him it in writing, and he took it quite cheerfully. "Right," he said. "I shall be out by Saturday, and you'll hear from my solicitors in the course of the week." Next day I got notice from St. Mildred's and the Chase, and the day following I got similar notice from Herne Nest, Stanley Court, and the Pleasance. And that's the kind of thing that a man in my business may be called upon to face. Well, I know when I'm beaten. I went round to Sunnybrow in the afternoon, and this time I rang the bell. "Good afternoon, Mr. Pirbright," I said. "I called to tell you not to take any notice of what I said and wrote on Monday. Perhaps we both lost our tempers a little. We'll just tear that paper up." "Well," said Pirbright, "I don't know that I care about stopping. It'll be lonely with every other house in the row empty." "I fancy," I said, "that if you and I had a friendly chat, none of these houses would be empty, and you'd all be spared the trouble and expense of moving." "It's possible," he said. "Come in." "Now then," I said, "if I could prove all I know, I fancy the court would award me heavy damages." "Very likely. Being awarded heavy damages is one thing. Getting pudding out of empty saucepans is another." That thought had occurred to me. Well, it has also occurred to me that a man who starts a thing can sometimes stop it, whether it's a ghost story or anything else. That is so, if it's worth a man's while. And so we came to terms. But that man Pirbright was absolutely unconscionable. He got a £28 house for £20, and an agreement that was against the landlord's interests, and a whole lot of plumbing work done for nothing. But it was better than having 6 houses standing empty, and my tenants didn't leave after all. Must have had a confederate. Well, I knew that, of course. As soon as it was all settled, he said, "And my missus will move in tomorrow. She's been living in lodgings in Dirtsey till I got the place straight for her. She's been up here sometimes at nights, and it's just occurred to me that she's about the figure of that mysterious woman in white that they've been talking about. She's as handy with a hammer as any man, opening crates and putting up pictures. I couldn't stand the noise, so she only did it when I was out. She'd always got her gramophone to keep her company." "Yes," I said, "I see that. But you told me you were a bachelor, going to be married in a month's time." "Did I?" he said. "Well, I never mind owning when I'm wrong. I must have been thinking of some other man." End of Section 12. Recording by Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 13 of Stories Without Tears. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by livhardy of Mixtape Studio. Stories Without Tears by Barry Payne. Aunt Martha. George, who knew his duty and did it, was particularly careful to ask Aunt Martha if she was not coming too. She said she was not. She said that George's ideas of amusement were not hers. She referred to her time of life. George's wife, Jane, then tackled Aunt Martha herself and said that it was the fresh air she ought to think about. Aunt Martha said that, not being in the habit of sucking sweets all day herself, she was not in want of any change of air or doctor's prescriptions. George went a step further. He took his daughter Gladys aside and told her that she really ought to ask Aunt Martha to come up to the heath with them. "What?" said Gladys, a child of sound sense. "Me? Ask her? Come off it." This ended the matter as far as Gladys was concerned. Privately, George and Jane congratulated themselves. "She is a good woman," said George, "but she's not one to enjoy herself." "No," said Jane, "nor let others neither." Therefore it was a bit of a shock when Aunt Martha appeared on the Monday morning with her loins girt, so to speak, and ready for the expedition. "I have given in to you this once," she said, "and hope I shan't be sorry for it. It looks to me like rain. Anyhow, I shall be there to stop any waste of money and lolloping about in public houses." Aunt Martha preferred the inside of the tram. The rest of the party preferred the outside. "Then you go in, Aunt, and we'll go out," said Jane. "Then how am I to know when I am to get out? I wonder you can be so selfish." George, a noble-hearted fellow, went inside with Aunt Martha. He had a very fair 2-penny smoke in one pocket, and his pipe and pouch in another. He was also well provided with matches. As the tram rumbled along, he had the leisure to think about these things. "You needn't have told me," said Aunt Martha at the journey's end, "that the trams went right up to the heath, because they don't." "Well, it's only a step," said George apologetically. "It's long enough for Gladys to get lost, such a crowd as there is. You give me your hand, Gladys. Now then, George, don't stop about trying to light that cigar of yours.
Gladys suggested the purchase of a tin rattle, of a blue turquoise bracelet, more or less turquoise, that is, of some peacock's feathers, of a bag of lavender, and of a paper hat made on a concertina principle. These propositions were successively negatived by Aunt Martha, who observed that little girls were made to be seen and not heard, and if she asked for anything else, she would be sent home immediately. By a clever piece of strategy, Gladys managed to transfer herself from her aunt to her father. She tied the coppers up in a corner of her handkerchief, and quite understood that she need not say anything to Aunt Martha about them. The question of when and where they should feed arose for discussion.
It's all one to me, said Aunt Martha. Settle it for yourselves. Apparently anything I like is what everybody else dislikes. It was so in the tram coming here, and it'll go on being so till the end of the day. The very moment we got out, George started on his cigar, which was just the same as if he'd told me to my face that I'd been keeping him from it. Perhaps it would be a better thing for his health if I could keep him from it.
The family decided that 1:30 would be an excellent hour for lunch, and that a shady spot should be found in some remote part of the heath.
Well, said Aunt Martha, I had little or no breakfast, and I feel faint now. What I shall be like at 1:30, I can't say. I shan't be able to eat anything, because I shall have gone past it. I thought we'd come here to see things, too. So what's the sense of sitting down when you can't see anything? As for the shade, where there's shade, there's damp. That's a well-known fact. Perhaps you'd better just give me a sandwich and let me go off by myself. I dare say you'd all be glad to get rid of me.
George and Jane told the requisite lie. Gladys maintained a contemptuous silence. So they sat down in the sun in a spot from which a fine view of the coconut shies and swings was to be obtained. They ate sandwiches and cake, and Gladys and Aunt Martha drank milk. George and Jane were not thirsty. At any rate, they were not thirsty until a little later, when they arrived at Jack Straw's castle. George said it was a historic old place, and Jane ought to see it. Perhaps Aunt Martha would catch hold of Gladys for a moment. George and Jane went to see the historic old place and came out wiping their mouths. George looked as if he felt better.
Booze, 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 from morning till night, said Aunt Martha. I knew how it would be when we started.
Jane observed that she thought a man wanted his pint in the middle of the day, and that he ought to have it. Aunt Martha said that if she was to be contradicted every time she opened her mouth, perhaps it would be just as well if she said nothing at all for the rest of the afternoon. In fact, she would start off home at once, if only she knew the way. Then they went round the different shows, boxing shows and cinematograph shows, peep shows and waxworks. Aunt Martha gave moral and conclusive reasons why she would not go into any one of them. George shied at the coconuts, and Aunt Martha said she should be sorry to see any man make such an exhibition of himself in a public place. George tried one of the coconuts that he had won as a peace offering. Aunt Martha rejected it. She added more information about her digestion and her internal organs than any woman ought to give any man except her doctor. A great friend of Aunt Martha's had died from eating coconut, as George might have remembered. So George gave the coconut to Gladys. She made the man with the try-your-strength machine break it open for her. By this time, she possessed a tin rattle, a bracelet of a turquoise appearance, and a paper hat.
Aunt Martha noticed these things. If George and Jane thought it a good thing to bring up children to disobey their elders and betters, she supposed she couldn't help it. It looked as if she had only been brought out to be insulted. A cup of tea was what she wanted, and had been wanting for the last hour, but she supposed that didn't matter. She was given tea, and shortly afterwards the party left for home. "And I suppose you call that a day's enjoyment?" said Aunt Martha bitterly. On the following bank holiday, George and Jane found that they had promised to take Gladys to the zoo. This was most unfortunate, because the very sight of a wild beast caused Aunt Martha to come over faint and gave her internal cramp, so she could not accompany them. Perhaps they took the wrong tram. They turned up to Hampstead Heath anyhow. End of section 13. Recording by livhardy of Mixtape Studio.
Section 14 of Stories Without Tears. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cyndi Stark. Stories Without Tears by Barry Payne. Section 14. A Devil, a Boy, and a Trade Designer. Mr. Paxton Bland's clerks were in the habit of saying that he was a devil. They respected him, but thought that he had too much energy. Businessmen who had dealings with him got to realize the extreme folly of monkeying with Paxton Bland, and sometimes alluded to the fact with bitterness. When he thought a man was trying to get ahead of him, Paxton Bland never protested or showed indignation. He knew that this world is far from perfect. He never threatened. He was one of those dogs that do not bark, but the man who attempted sharp practice with Paxton Bland generally came to the conclusion that he bit considerably. His wife thought him the sweetest-tempered man in the world. She found him so gentle and easy to manage that she wondered at first that in the rough competition of business he did not get thrown down and stepped on. Yet as far as she could judge by results, and her husband did not show her processes, he was not subjected to this humiliating catastrophe. The results took the form of money, heaps of money, every year more money, money enough to buy Sandiloes as soon as he found she wanted it. She conjectured that possibly his way with men was different from his way with women. That, in fact, was the case. Sandiloes consisted of a house, outbuildings, and 12 acres of land, 8 miles from a railway station in Oxfordshire. The house was old, picturesque, and had a semi-ecclesiastical appearance. It photographed very nicely, and the photographs were admirably reproduced in the catalogue of the London house agents. It was in their catalogue that Mrs. Bland first saw and fell in love with the place. Then she went down and inspected it personally, and fell in love with it still more. Then she talked to Paxton about it, and Paxton talked to an architect, and following his creed that you should give a woman what she wants when you can, he bought Sandiloes. Mrs. Paxton Bland was not the only person who had been struck by the photographs in the catalogue. A white-haired old gentleman in Hornsey was much interested in them. He lived in a small detached house, and a brass plate on the door said that he was Mr. Albert Watt, trade designer, but did not tell you what a trade designer was. It apparently involved a profound study of house property. Mr. Watt read many catalogues, giving the preference to those that had illustrations and plans. Against certain items he put a little mark. Occasionally he traveled about the country and asked questions relating to house property, but he never made an attempt to purchase any. He seemed quite content with the little house in Hornsey. There was an old housekeeper who did not look very pleasant, attended to his wants. His few visitors did not look very pleasant either. They seemed to be of a lower class than Mr. Watt. He was neatly and quietly dressed, as befits an old gentleman, paid his bills with the utmost regularity, and was ready with a modest subscription to any good and local cause. The more he thought about Sandiloes, the more he wanted to see it. It was sold, as he was aware, to Mr. Paxton Bland, but that did not matter. One morning he set out with a black bag and left the trade designing to take care of itself for one day. But I fear that he was inaccurate when, on calling at Sandiloes that afternoon, before Mr. Paxton Bland returned from the city, he gave a card which stated that his name was Champneys. and that he represented the great publishing house of Orwell and Smith. That night, Mrs. Bland asked her husband at dinner if he wanted to be in Our English Homes, published by Messrs. Orwell and Smith. He answered that it had been the dream of his life, but that so far he had hidden it from her. He did not speak with any excessive seriousness. "Well," she said, smiling, and she had a very pretty smile, "it's going to be. The man or traveller, or whatever he's called, came here today to get permission to send an artist down to make sketches of the place. Richards showed him around so that he could choose the best points for the pictures." "Did he collect a subscription for a copy of the book when it is finished?" "No, but I sent a message to him through Richards. He said that particulars would be sent to us." "And did he borrow money or merely take an umbrella out of the hall?" "Nothing of the kind. Oh, you're quite wrong there. You are indeed, Paxton. I saw him through the window, and he looked a most respectable old gentleman with a most respectable black bag." "I've a mean mind, but I'm glad it's all right." In reality, he was far from thinking it all right. He would have been much better satisfied if the old gentleman had collected a subscription or purloined an overcoat. That would have been a sufficient explanation for his exceedingly improbable story. Messrs. Orwell and Smith were not in the habit of publishing that class of book at all. If they had been publishing it, they would have written for permission. There was no need to send a man down. Their man, if he had been sent, would have had a prospectus of the book that he could have shown. Also, their traveler would not select the subjects for the artist. Finally, Mr. Bland did not believe that Sandiloes was of sufficient importance to be included in any such collection. One does not tell an elaborate story having no foundation in fact without some purpose. If the old gentleman had merely borrowed half a crown, there would have been the purpose. As it was, Mr. Bland feared the purpose was more serious, perhaps. On the following night, Mr. Watt had a visitor at his little house in Hornsey. The visitor was not a young man of attractive appearance. He looked both flashy and furtive. His hair was very short and had been still shorter. His clothes were somewhat aggressive. He smoked a cigarette in a meerschaum holder and wore an elaborate buttonhole. His painfully dirty shirt was decorated by a stud with a colored stone in it. When he reached Mr. Watt's house, he rapped very gently. His assurance returned when the old housekeeper opened the door to him. She seemed to know him and asked him what he was doing out so late at night without his mother. To this the young man replied that he thought he was old enough to blow his nose for himself, that she grew younger every day, and that if he hadn't come on business, he would have taken her to the Savoy Hotel and stood her a pennyworth of whelks. With such graceful and refined badinage did the visitors to Mr. Watt replace the tiresome formality of more ordinary establishments. The housekeeper jerked her thumb towards the door and said, "He's in there." Then she retired, and the visitor, after tapping at the door, Mr. Watt was particular about this, entered. Mr. Watt had requested this visitor to call, and yet he did not look pleased or obliged when he saw him. "Now, what am I to say to you?" Mr. Watt asked reflectively. "Well, grandfather," said the young man, "you ought to know. You sent for me. I was hoping that you'd come on something that—" He hunted his mind for an euphemism. "I'd taken your fancy." "I make mistakes," said Mr. Watt sadly. "I put lovely business in the way of people, and then I'm not remembered as I should be. Do you suppose Cockey's straight with me? Do you suppose he brings me all the stuff?" "Tells me he do." "That I can believe," said the old gentleman severely. "Cockey's not likely to tell you anything he doesn't want passed on to me. He says he does. Well, I tell you he doesn't. Got anything to say to that?" "It seems queer." "It'll seem queer to Cockeye before I've finished with him." "Cockeye? Why, I made Cockeye. Actually made him. He was sneaking milk cans when I took him up. That's all right. Now we'll see how he gets on without me. I've a little thing now that he might have had. I've been working it up for some time. It's quite a little thing, but it's no sort of trouble or risk. I could do it myself, but it didn't suit me better to do the putting up. It's hardly more than going and fetching. I could almost get a retriever to do it. But if Cockeye had gone and had fetched, and handed all over to me fair and square, it would have been 250 golden sovereigns in his pocket, that very night. Think of that! 250 golden sovereigns. Now he can whistle for them." "Looks as if it might fit me, grandfather," said the youth.
Ah, the old man said reflectively. You're so particular about anything you're asked to take up, James.
Don't put it that way, said James. I were bit in 3 places. I was shot in the leg. I damn near broke my neck. And poor Snitcher,
what with me, is doing of his strafe what now?
All I told you was that it was a bit rough and tumble, and that we're in the heat of the moment, as you might say. I wasn't grumbling exactly.
You're young to be put on a thing like this all alone. It's not like having Snitcher by you to show you the ropes. I never put you on alone before.
Everything must have a beginning, said James modestly. You said it was a light job, and of course, I shouldn't expect you to work cock I would.
Well, that's a comfort,
said Mr. Watt, a trifle sarcastically.
You wouldn't get it if you did, but I'm glad, James, to hear that you don't expect it.
You'd think I'd go throwing it about under the nose of the splits, grandfather, but you're wrong. I ain't that sort. I'm careful.
I know what you boys are. When you get a little money in your pocket, a new suit, yellow boots, off with your girl to some swell place where you both look like a couple of fools, doing everything you know to make people believe you've got money, and then surprised if Scotland Yard wants to know how you got it. That's you, isn't it?
Not me. Some's like that, but not me. I'm careful. I'll snitch it if I ain't.
I will when he comes out. If you want this job, you can have it. Bring me the stuff. It will all go in one pocket, and you shall have 125. But it'll be spread over 6 months, and longer if I find you playing the fool. If you want to spend money, go away to do it, see? Now then, take it or leave it.
Oh, bet your life I'm on.
Very well then, listen.
And the old gentleman began to give a remarkably accurate description of Sandiloes, and the habits of the residents there. James listened with the greatest attention. He noted every point, and made Mr. Watt repeat anything he failed to grasp the first time. But Mr. Watt was very lucid, and had several little diagrams ready to make things clearer.
Sounds good, said James.
Soft thing, too. But why didn't you poison the dog, grandfather?
For the same reason I have not put an advertisement in the morning papers to say that you are coming. Besides, you never go near the dog, if you stick to your directions.
True, said James humbly. I weren't trying to teach you anything, grandfather, but I were bit in 3 places last time, and I never cared about dogs.
And remember, it's a clockwork house. If you're not dead on time, you'll be wrong. Got a watch?
James produced a silver watch from his pocket. Very nice watch, and keeps good time. Gent as had it before me was regularly sorry to part with it. The word apes him, and a friend of mine told me the gent was inquiring for the watch under the grandstand in a most agitated way. Wished he hadn't given it to me after all, I suppose. Mr. Watt was lighting the best cigar that was smoked in Hornsey that night. Business over, he unbent a little. He produced whiskey and glasses from the sideboard. James rolled a cigarette with quick, dirty hands, and as he sipped his liquor, made an attempt to get a little more information out of Mr. Watt. Nodding his head in what he presumed to be the direction of the kitchen, he asked, "Is she right in it, or ain't she?"
"She knows," said Mr. Watt, "all that there is any occasion for her to know. Don't talk business to her, nor to anyone else, as long as it's my business."
"As if I would! Why, grandfather, I believe you take me for a baby. I wouldn't do it nor for all the money you've got, and that's more than I shall ever get a sight of in this world." He spoke as if with a pious hope that this little inequality would be redressed in the hereafter. If he had any idea of persuading the old gentleman to make either a statement or disclaimer as to what his possessions really were, he was disappointed. Mr. Watt began to talk about the Grand National and produced cogent arguments against gambling. Just before he left, James went fishing once more. "I've known your grandfather," he said, with an air of reflective reminiscence. "More nor a year now. It's full 13 months since Snitcher brought me along, and I don't know no more about you now, nor what I did then. I know you were maybe took. I knows you put up jobs, and passes along the stuff, but you don't speak like the rest of us. And I've known many a flash here that ain't got narf as much of the tough about you as you have yourself. Sometimes of a night when I'm lying awake, I wonders what you were afore you take up this game."
"I was a master of arts and a priest in holy orders."
James left in a roar of laughter. "Close as wax, that's what you is," he cried. "Clerk in holy orders.
That's a good one, Grandfather. Good night to you. I'd be raring day after tomorrow, early. But as it happened, through the circumstances which brought it about have nothing to do with the story, Mr. Watt, whose real name was something else, had been precisely what he had told James, and had thence passed through more than one stage before he became a fence and a putter-upper of burglaries. It has already been mentioned that Mr. Paxton Bland's clerks thought him a man of excessive energy. He certainly had enough energy to make an inquiry from Richards as to the representative of Messrs. Orwell and Smith. Richards was a good-natured and slightly pompous simpleton. He said that, in his opinion, the man from Orwell's was about as ignorant a man as you could find. Mr. Bland was interested, and asked in what way the ignorance was displayed. It appeared that this wretched Champneys had an idea that he knew how the land gentry lived. His ideas on this subject had been grotesque, and Richards had been much amused. Why, sir, he thought it was unusual to dine at 6, and for the lady of the house to wear all her diamonds, even when the family was dining alone. Richards gave other examples of the abysmal ignorance displayed by Champneys as to the life of the upper classes. It turned out that the good-natured Richards had provided him with enlightenment. All this Bland heard with a pleased smile. He had so much energy still left that he rose at 5 next morning and went to a little workshop where he was wont to amuse himself and did several things. The result of what he did was that if anyone moved the short ladder on the brackets outside the wall of the kitchen yard, the hand of a dial in Mr. Bland's dressing room informed him of the fact. He took other precautions as well, for although he had guessed what was to happen, he did not know the precise way in which it would happen, but he was inclined to think that the attempt to get Mrs. Bland's diamonds would be made during the dinner hour, and that the thief would find the ladder useful. On the following night, James carried out with the greatest precision the directions that he had received from Mr. Watt. He kept clear of the stables where the dog was, and he avoided with equal care the lodge at the entrance to the drive. For the last 3 miles he had come across country, a lonely country, and well wooded, just the kind of country that James liked. There was no moon, but the stars were rather brighter than James thought necessary, but like a philosopher, he tolerated what he was unable to alter. He had committed the plans provided by Mr. Watt to memory, and had no difficulty about finding his way. His procedure was to be according to ordinary form. That is to say, he was to secure the 3 doors of the house so that they could not be opened from inside, or at any rate not without difficulty and delay. He was to wire the path so that a pursuer would trip and fall. At 8 precisely, he was to enter the window of Mrs. Bland's room by the help of a ladder that he would find on brackets fixed to the wall of the kitchen yard. He was then to lock the door of the room, open the jewel box with a wire, slip the diamonds in his pocket without their cases, descend by the ladder again, and take his departure. By 7:45 he had fixed his wires, and only had to put the finishing touch to the fastening of the doors. He did not intend actually to fasten them until he was quite ready to begin. Then he fetched the ladder and brought it round to the side of the house where it would be required. Mr. Paxton Bland saw the hand on the dial move as he was dressing for dinner. Within a minute he had slipped on an ulster that he had ready, dashed downstairs, and let himself out the front door. He took 2 skips into the shrubbery near, and there hid himself and waited. In another minute he could just distinguish the undersized James as he came softly up to the front door and put in that finishing touch. Then James went round to the other side of the house to the lawn under Mrs. Bland's windows. Paxton Bland listened. He could hear the piano in the drawing-room. His wife was playing as she waited for him to come down to dinner. 8 o'clock struck from the stables, and immediately the music ceased. Then he was just able to hear a faint sound on the gravel on the other side of the house. The ladder was just being put into position. He drew a cap from his ulster pocket and put it on, changed the revolver from the left pocket to the right, and slipped the life-preserver up his sleeve. Then Mr. Paxton Bland thought he would like to get around to the other side of the house also. He went circuitously, availing himself of a belt of shrubs. From his second position he could hear the window being pushed up a little, and recognized the cleverness that opened it so nearly without a sound. Then he saw light moving about inside the room. What struck him most was the stupendous impudence of the thing, impudence that 99 times out of 100 might be perfectly successful. There was now a clear course before an ordinary commonplace law-abiding citizen. Unquestionably, Mr. Paxton Bland should have removed the ladder, whistled the dog, sent a gardener for the police, and caught the burglar in a trap. But I doubt if Mr. Paxton Bland was all these estimable things. It will be remembered that his clerk said he was a devil,
I must myself admit he had his own way of doing things. For the present he stood still and waited. In less than 5 minutes James descended the ladder again. What happened next may be given from James' point of view. Everything had gone without a hitch so far. James said to himself that if there was another man in England who could put up a job like grandfather, he should like to meet that man. James had 2 diamond rings, a diamond necklace, a pearl necklace, a diamond pendant, and a diamond tiara in his pocket. And though he was only going to get £125 for the lot, he felt pleased. He continued to feel pleased until he mounted the boundary fence, and then he no longer felt pleased. On the contrary, he felt a violent blow on the side of the head. And as he was on the top of the fence at the time, he fell heavily and promiscuously. Before he could rise, he felt something else unpleasant, and this was a circular rim of cold steel pressed against his temple. "Lie just as you are," said a deep voice. "Move a finger or speak a word, and you are dead." James had a revolver himself in his pocket, but considered that the steel rim was where it was. He thought that it was not worthwhile to move, and he had no desire for conversation. He felt a hand on the pocket where he had put his swag, likewise in the pocket where he kept his revolver. "Stand up," said the same deep voice. James saw no reason why he should not stand up. He stood, and saw that his assailant was a man too big to fight, even if he had not been armed, a tall man in an ulster and cap. "6 articles in all," said the man. "Is that all you've got?" "Yes," said James. "That was all I wanted." "I have your revolver, and now I want your watch." "It's a old silver watch. It ain't worth nothing. You don't." Here James was knocked down again, and once more told to stand up. He began to whimper and handed over the watch. "Any money?" James produced 13 3 pence. "That all?" "Yes, and goodness knows how I'm going to get home." "You'll walk, I suppose. Take that stud out of your shirt and give it here." "The stone ain't real," said James, but he handed it over. "Anything else?" "Knife and a bit of wire," said James, producing them. Further inquiry brought forth a little tobacco in a paper, a medicine bottle with gin in it, some matches, and a candle end and a piece of string. After that, James maintained that bar his clothes, he was skinned. "Very well," said the man in the ulster. "Now I'll go over you myself, and if you've spoken the truth, I'll give you back 3 pence to help you on your way home. If you haven't, you're going to die." The search, as might have been guessed from the readiness with which James submitted to it, yielded no more treasures. The man handed him 3 pennies, told him to be off, and watched him out of sight. James did not call on Mr. Watt next morning early. He arrived late in the evening, limping and exhausted. The unattractive housekeeper who admitted him said that he looked as if he had been left over from a bean feast, but James had no heart for badinage. To Mr. Watt he told the whole of his story. "And it does seem a bit odd," he said in conclusion, "when you done your best and took pains and got it all in your pocket, to have it all stole from you. Stole! That's what it was. There's no other name for it. The dirty dog. I hope he'll swing one of these days." "It's no use talking like that," said Mr. Watt. "You've not got the stuff, and therefore you won't have the money. He marked your face lately, I see." "There's nothing didn't do. Watch gone, cash gone, everything gone. If I'd been anywhere near his size, I'd have made a fight of it and chanced his iron." "You want a drink, don't you?" "Thank you, and that's a poor word for it." But no amount of whiskey, and he took a good deal, could reconcile James to the hardness of his lot. He renewed his complaints. "Look here, James," said the old gentleman. "You seem to forget that I'm losing a week's work, and a lot of diamonds, just when I can place all I can get, and all through your carelessness. You don't seem to be able to take care of yourself. Now I suppose you'll come bleating to me wanting to be put onto something else." "It weren't my fault, grandfather. How was I to know that thieving swine was waiting there and watching of me? Do you know how I feel about this?" "Go on." "I feel that if anyone would give me a thickener to make a start with, I'd swear never to take another penny that didn't belong to me. I've had a sickener." "Don't say things you don't mean, James." "Bible oath, I mean it, and I stick it to it, too. I knows more nor one way to pick up a living honest." Mr. Watt walked up and down the room twice, pausing to take a sip from his glass each time. Then he sat down, pulled a leather bag from his pocket, extracted a sovereign, and tossed it across to James. "A sovereign, I think you said. Take it and go, and keep your word. Don't come here again. Good night." "I say, grandfather," James began, but Mr. Watt broke in again. "Damn you, go before I change my mind. It's your chance. Take it and stick to it. Go!" And James, feeling sure now that this life is full of surprises, went. And, which is much more extraordinary, he did keep his word. He is at present doing very well in the grocery line, has his own shop, and if you suggested to him that there was a time when he preferred stealing, I think he would be much hurt. And Mr. Paxton Bland wears a silver watch and a complacent expression. End of section 14. Recording by Cyndi Stark.
Section 15 of Stories Without Tears. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Angelique Campbell, September 2018. Stories Without Tears by Barry Payne. The Key of the Hen-House. It was like this. I mostly took Jimmy's stall side with me when I went egging. He's only a small kid, 2 forms lower than I am, but he's handy and does what he's told. We'd gone a partnership in eggs, but this time I hadn't taken him with me because I hadn't meant egging. I didn't mean to do anything when I went out. However, I was in a small plantation on Linthwaite Fell, and I saw a corby go off a nest top of a young tree. There was a bit of a wind on, and the tree was blowing about. I felt rather mad. I'd got 4 corby's eggs already, but I really wanted more. Corbies aren't so common, and a few extra are useful for swaps. Yet it was such a thin young tree that I knew it would snap if I went up, especially with that wind blowing. I stared at it a long time. Then I told myself that, being a young tree, it was probably tough, and would bend down slowly with my weight, but not break. If I had only had Jimmy's stall side with me, it would have been all right. The tree would have carried a little chap like him well enough. However, I knew if I left that nest some dirty sneak would prig it while I was away. I thought I might as well chance it. I was about 3/4 of the way up when the thing broke. The ground was soft, and I got a good mouthful of it, and made my nose bleed. I got up slowly and felt myself over. I wasn't much hurt anywhere, but my ankle had a bit of a twist. I put my handkerchief to my nose to stop it bleeding, and limped a step or 2 to get at the nest which had come down with the tree. There was nothing in it. If there had been, it would only have been smashed, but it helped to make me madder than ever. I said out loud, "All right, Jimmy Stolliside, I'll make you sit up for this." You see, if Jimmy had been there, I should have sent him up the tree. So naturally, I felt savage with him. I had hardly said these words before I heard a laugh. I turned round and saw a lanky kind of girl standing close by, in the dark of the trees. She seemed to be a girl about my own age, and she wasn't ugly. She'd got a basket with her, but she put it down on the ground. I dare say she'd been watching me ever since I started climbing. She looked a bit ashamed of herself when she saw I'd caught her. "Well," I said, "and what are you grinning at?" She put one finger in her mouth and sucked it a moment. I expect she was thinking if she wouldn't pick up her basket and run off without answering. But she didn't. She said, "Because if you're talking to yourself like that, you are queer." "No, I'm not," I said. "You were grinning because I came such a smeller just now, and if you were anything except a girl, I'd settle with you for that." "Oh, but I wasn't. I was frightened. I nearly screamed. Did you hurt yourself much?" "Twisted my ankle a bit, made my nose bleed, and swallowed a peck of dust and beetles and stuff." "Why did you go up that tree?" "Partly because there was a corby's nest at the top, and partly because I was ass enough to think the tree would carry me. I knew all the time it wouldn't really. You'll get punished if you smash up the young trees here. Got to cop me first. She came a step forward now and stood in the sun. She got good long hair. I'd just as soon have that as not in a girl. I've got 3 Corby's eggs, she said. Get them yourself? No, my cousin got them for me. What's his name? Bill Helcombe. I'm Marion Helcombe. Did you blow the eggs yourself? Yes, I did. She seemed regularly triumphant about that. Hole at each end, threaded 'em on a bit of cotton. Yes, thought so. Look here, next time you get any eggs, make 1 hole, and make it in the middle. Then blow out the insides with a blowpipe. You can ask your cousin what a blowpipe is, and how to do it. Not that I expect he knows. She seemed interested in what I was saying. And then, mount it with the hole downwards, so that no hole shows at all, and mount it with both names to it. You want eggs to look like eggs. You don't want to make them into a blooming necklace, and you don't want them stuck all over holes like a bit of stamp paper. I see, she said. She looked rather sorrowful. If mine had been done right, I would have given them to you instead of those you missed just now. It's awkward when you think anyone's going to be nasty to you, and you get a bit nasty to him, and then you find out that he really meant to be rather decent than not. This was what it was with that girl. The hair on her eyelids was longish too, though I don't know that that matters. I hardly knew what to say. I thanked her very much. I told her that, anyhow, she was a long way ahead of most girls, because most girls hadn't the pluck to collect eggs at all. She looked at me seriously and said that I ought to do something to stop my nose bleeding. I'll have to let it rip, I said. If I had something cold to put down my back, that does it. I've got it, she said, looking as pleased as if she'd found a halfpenny book. I've just been up to the hen-house to get the eggs, and I've the big key here. She stooped down to her basket and picked it up. Do you carry that key on the top of the eggs? I said. Yes. It's a wonder it hasn't smashed some of them. Well, it hasn't. It will if you aren't careful. Another time put that heavy key at the bottom of the basket and the eggs on the top. I will, she said. Anyone would have thought that I was a master, and she was bound to obey me. I was surprised that she didn't argue more. I slid that key down my back. It was as cold as a penny ice. After a few minutes, it did stop the bleeding, and while we were waiting for it to do that, I talked to the girl. I asked her questions and gave her some advice, because she seemed to be a kind of girl that one might make something of. She told me that she was just on a visit to her uncle, and would only be there another fortnight. I had seen her uncle. He was a rough, common sort of a man to have been related to her. The way I saw her uncle was this. Reggie Winter and I always celebrated the end of term by smoking cigarettes. Once we took our cigarettes and smoked them on a stack belonging to old Helcombe, and he came and caught us. He was properly savage, too, and said he'd report us. But he didn't. That was all I knew about him. I asked her what church she went to, and she told me she generally went to Linthwaite Church. I advised her to come to Manners Church next Sunday. It was no further to walk than Linthwaite Church was, and the school went to Manners Church. She said she would come, and I told her where she'd better sit. She said that she went to the hen-house on the fell side every afternoon. One of the eggs in the basket came from her own particular hen, and she had marked it with a cross and pencil, so as to know it from the rest. She gave me that egg. If I had had anything about me that I could have given her as a return, I don't know that I shouldn't have done it, but I hadn't anything. By this time my nose had stopped bleeding, and I wanted to give her the key back, but I didn't see how to do it, no more did she. I tried stooping down so that it might come out where it went in, but it wouldn't stir. Then I tried jumping up and down to get it out of the other way, but that wouldn't move it either. It was a big old key, and somehow or other it had stuck fast. I thought that the only thing to do would be to strip and get the key out that way. I was just going to tell the girl to go up to the other end of the plantation and wait for me there, when my watch jerked out of my pocket. 12 minutes to 4. Call over's at 4, and if I stop another minute, I miss it. And if I miss it, I'm done. Then run at once, said the girl. Only you've got my key in your back, you know. Look here, I said. Tomorrow isn't a half, and so I can't be here then. But I'll come up between 12 and 1, and put the key under the top stone of the wall on the left of the top gate of the plantation. You'll find it there when you want it. That will do splendidly. Under the top stone left of the top gate. I won't forget. You're sure it won't slip out while you're running? No, that's all right. Goodbye. I only just got in time for call over, and I fancy I made my ankle much worse by the hurry. I didn't quite see at first what to do with that egg. If I had been in the 6th, I should have had a study to myself, and then I could have boiled it over the gas. But I wasn't in the 6th, and so I hadn't a chance. However, I had a good idea. It was my bath night. The bath seemed very near boiling hot. It was too hot to get into at first anyhow. So I put the egg in and sat on the edge and waited till the water was cooler. After about 20 minutes I tried the egg. It wasn't exactly cooked, and it wasn't exactly raw. I've eaten many worse things. Next morning my ankle was just about as bad as it could be. I could hardly bear to put my foot on the ground. However, my notion was that I would go to morning school, hop up to the plantation somehow or other between 12 and 1, and put the key in its place, and then go up to the sick room. As it happened, I didn't do that. A housemaster caught me limping about after breakfast, and sent me up to the sick room there and then. They bandaged my ankle, put me upon a couch, and wouldn't let me stir. Then I thought I really was done. I didn't see how I was to get that key back to the place we'd agreed on before the afternoon, and I knew that if I did not get it back, that girl would be in for no end of a row. Lying there on my back, I thought of a plan. I knew Reggie Winter would be likely to come up after school to see what was the matter with me, and so he did. He asked me how I'd damaged my foot. Doing a champion performance, I said. I ran from here to the gate in that small plantation in Linthwaite Fell and back again in 30 minutes. Of course, I knew that I could do it in 24, but I said 30 because I wanted to make Reggie Winter say he could do better, and he did. That's a fat champion performance, he said. 30 minutes. I'd do it in 20 any day. You always did think a lot of your running. Go and do it then. Do it now if you're so sure of yourself, and I'll lay you a bob you don't do it in 20. Done with you, he said. I gave him the hen-house key and told him to put it under the top stone on the left-hand side of the gate, so that I should know he'd really been there. I said it was just an old key that I'd picked up. Then I timed him by my watch, and off he went as hard as he could go. When he'd gone, I lay back and chuckled. I thought to myself that I'd made Reggie Winter do my business for me, without even knowing that he was doing it, and that I should make a bob out of it as well. Then I stopped chuckling, because I remembered that I hadn't told him the top gate, so he'd be certain to go to the gate at the other end of the plantation, which was 1 minute nearer. It was as bad as having a tooth out to lie there without being able to move and think about it. It's bad enough to find out that you've been an idiot at any time, but it's worse to find out that you've been an idiot just when you considered that you were being particularly smart. Then there was the girl. She'd been very friendly, giving me an egg from her own particular hen, and so on. Besides, she couldn't have been called bad-looking. It wasn't so pleasant to think what a row she would get into with her uncle, or what she would think of me for not keeping my word and for losing the key of the hen-house for her. I wondered whether she would tell her uncle about having lent the key to me to put down my back. At least, I didn't wonder much, for I thought it about as sure as death that she wouldn't. Presently, back came Reggie Winter, blowing and panting so that he could hardly speak. He'd taken 2 minutes, 35 seconds more than the time he'd betted he'd do it in. He chucked me the shilling and said that he could have done it in 20 if he had been in running things. No, you couldn't, my son, I said. I doubt if you've been there and back now in 22:35. Well, I'll take my oath I have. Besides, I've put the key where you told me, against the gate, so you can see for yourself as soon as you stop shamming it here. Plucky lot of shamming there is about me, with an ankle swollen up the size of a house. Which gate did you go to? Nearest, of course. There'd have been no sense in going on, sweating up to the top gate. Oh, wouldn't there just? I almost wished I'd told Reggie Winter all about the whole thing. I believe he'd have taken the key up to the top gate for me. But then I should have had to give the girl away, and I should have had to give myself away into the bargain. A nice sort of story Reggie Winter would have put all over the place. It's just as well I didn't let him into the secret. In desperation, I now thought of Jimmy Stallside. I had a sort of authority over Jimmy. I could make him do a thing without telling him the reason for it, and that wasn't possible with Reggie Winter. So I said, "Look here, Reggie, if you're going down, you might send Jimmy Stallside up to me." Presently, up came Jimmy. "Hello," said Jimmy. "You've cooked your ankle jolly well. How did you do that? And what do you want?" "Look here, Jimmy," I said. "Would you chance cutting dinner today?" "Well, I'd sooner cut evening prep or something of that kind. One gets a little picky about this time of day. As far as chancing it goes, I don't mind that. Tell the 2 chaps who generally sit each side of you to close up a bit so as not to leave a vacant place, and warn the girl who waits at your side of the table not to sneak, and then there you are. It's 10 to 1 no master spots that you're not there. I wanted you to go somewhere and to do a thing for me if you'd cut dinner. You'll be back half an hour before school, and then you can get a blowout at Andrew's. Here's a bob to do it on." That was the bob I got from Reggie, so I didn't lose anything in that. "Is it anything to do with eggs?" "Yes, it is," I said. "If the key of a hen-house hasn't got anything to do with eggs, what has?" "You won't see the point of it at first, and if you speak about it to anyone, you'll ruin the whole thing. You must just do it on trust, and it will work out very well. I suppose you can keep a secret." "Well, I should think so. What have I got to do?" "Go to the plantation on Linwaith Fell. Under the top stone of the wall, left of the lower gate, you'll find the key. Take that key and put it again under the top stone of the wall, but this time left of the upper gate." "All right, but I don't see what this has got to do with eggs." "I told you that you wouldn't understand it at first, and I can't explain it yet. All you've got to do is to go off and change the position of that key, as I said." So off he went. I'd hardly hoped to be able to make Jimmy go and do that without telling him any lies, but you see, I hadn't told him a single lie. I had said that he wouldn't understand it now, but I hadn't told him that he would ever understand it any better. It was a comfort to me to think that the girl would get the key all right now. It made me easier in my mind, and I ate a very good dinner. I had hardly finished before Jimmy came back and swore that the key was not there at all. He'd been there and looked at both sides of both gates so as not to make any mistake about it. He seemed to think that I had been playing off some sell upon him. "No, I haven't," I said. "As it happens, this is a particularly serious business, and I wish to goodness I could make it out." but I couldn't make it out. There was no doubt that Reggie had put the key there. The fact that he had paid up his bet proved that. And there was no doubt that Jimmy had not found the key there when he went. He wouldn't have risked disobeying me and telling me a fib on the top of it. It wouldn't have been worth his while. And I couldn't help thinking about the trouble that girl would get into for losing the key, and all through my fault. You can believe me or not, and most likely you won't, but I hardly slept a wink that night in consequence. I was not allowed to do any walking until Sunday, and then I went to Manners Church with the rest of the school. I had expected that the girl, being angry with me, wouldn't be there. So, of course, she was there, and in the seat that I had told her to take. This seat happened to be exactly opposite mine, so I could hardly help seeing her. But all during the first part of the service she wouldn't look at me in the least, but kept her eyes down upon her book. Just in the last hymn she looked up for a second, nodded, and smiled. It was all done in a flash, and the next moment she got the usual sort of hymn expression on her face. No one would have seen that nod who had not been watching her pretty closely. I saw that everything must be all right, but I couldn't make out how it had come about. I wanted to give her some sign to tell her to write a note explaining what had happened, to put it in her glove, and drop the glove as she passed me in the churchyard afterwards, so that I could pick it up, get the note out unseen, and return the glove to her, just as if I had been doing an ordinary act of politeness to a girl I had never seen before in my life. I couldn't think of any sign, though, that would express as much as that. Well, it was no good. She didn't look at me again, and she left directly the service was over. The school always stopped, you know, till everybody else had gone out, so there I had to sit and watch her sailing down the aisle. Next day an extraordinary thing happened. I got 3 letters from 3 distinct aunts, none of whom knew that either of the other 2 were writing, and each letter had a tip in it. The total was £2.05. Well, I thought to myself that I'd make some provision for the latter end of the term. What I made up my mind to do was to blue 1 quid in miscellaneous things, and put the rest in the post office savings bank, and draw it out again when I was very hard up. I was going down the village to the post office, when I happened to stop before a jeweler's window. You see, in the village there are lots of trades go to one shop, and the jeweler was also an ironmonger. I didn't want to look at his plated toast racks and things of that kind. I wanted to see an entirely new rat trap that he had in his window. As I was looking at it, I noticed a bundle of charms, things that people wear on their watch chains. There were several of them all together on one ring. There were a heart, an anchor, a cross, a thing like a diagram out of Euclid, and a silver key. They were marked 7 and 6pence, but I got them for 7 shillings, after a lot of argument. I didn't put any money in the savings bank after all. Then I waited for Wednesday and counted the hours. It wasn't so much that I wanted to see the girl and give her the present I had bought for her, as that I wanted to get the whole thing cleared up. I wanted to know what had happened to the key of the Hen-House. I was in the plantation early on Wednesday afternoon. As I waited, there a boy came through the trees with a basket and a key in it. I recognized that basket and that key. I suppose I stared at him. It's not unlikely. At any rate, just after he had gone past me, he turned around and said, "What are you doing, sneaking about here?" So I said, "Sneak yourself. If you hadn't bought this place, you'd better go on and bring the washing home." Well, he was angry at that, and used very bad language. He walked on a step or 2, and then picked up a stone and shied it at me. It went hard, but wide. So I shied back. It was the best shot I ever took in my life. It hit the basket, which he was holding loosely, and sent it spinning. He picked it up and shouted that he'd come and knock the head off my shoulders. So I told him to come along, and he didn't. Of course, I saw then that this boy had been sent to get the eggs instead of the girl. He was a common kind of boy, and I shouldn't have much minded if I'd had a bit of a row with him. However, I saw now that the girl wasn't coming. Somehow or other, I felt almost as sorry as if I had really cared about it, which, of course, I didn't. What I wanted was to find out about the key. I just gave it all up and started home. And when I got to the gate of the plantation, there was that girl sitting on it. She was always giving me surprises. She was dressed rather prettily, not that I take much notice of how girls are dressed. She smiled at me. I do not mind owning, although I am prejudiced against girls, that I liked the way she smiled. It made you feel as if there were an extra half, and that you'd got let off an impost that you'd expected. And then we began to explain things, both of us talking at once. If she hadn't interrupted me and had just answered my questions, I should have understood what had happened much sooner. However, I got at it at last. Winter had taken the key and put it against the wrong gate, just as I supposed. Her cousin was up a tree in the plantation at the time, getting a magpie's nest. He saw Winter come busting up as hard as he could run, slip the key under the stone, and then bolt off again. Her cousin thought that a very queer thing for any chap to do, so he came down from his tree and went to have a look. He lifted up the stone and found that it was the key to the hen-house. That fairly puzzled him. He did not see how any boy from the school could have got the key, or why, if he had got it, he should have been in such a mighty hurry to hide it just there. So her cousin picked up the key, went home with it, and told her uncle all about it. Then it seemed that her uncle rather went for her, and told her that she must have been up to some joke with one of the school lads. "And what did you say?" I asked. "I told him I hadn't." That was a buster. "No, it wasn't. There hadn't been any joke. It was a very serious accident. You know it was. You were laid up for days with it. I don't tell fibs. Then Uncle said I must have given the key to one of the boys, and I told him again that I hadn't. Well, anyhow, that was a fib. Of course it wasn't. I hadn't given the key to anybody. I'd lent it. He didn't ask me if I'd lent it, or I should have told him. So he said I must have dropped it, and that, as I was so careless, Bill would go to fetch the eggs in the future. I'm sorry you got into a row about it. Oh, it wasn't much, and it wasn't your fault, anyhow. I don't mind. I'm leaving tomorrow. I wish you weren't. I might come up here again in the afternoon and—" She shook her head and smiled. She'd got teeth like the inside of a coconut. "No," she said, "it wouldn't do." "Why not?" "Because it wouldn't." "That's no reason." "Besides, they'd suspect. I believe my cousin does suspect now. I don't like him much. Of course, he's awfully kind in the ways of getting me things and so on." "Why don't you like him?" She looked down and waggled her foot. "Oh, well, I don't know. Some way. Can't you guess?" "I saw him in the plantation just now," I said. "I wonder if he knew what I was there for." She laughed. "Of course he couldn't. You see, you weren't the boy that he saw with the key." "No, I say talking about that key. I got this that I wanted to give you." I pulled out the bundle of charms that I had bought. Now, this was a queer thing. I had fully intended to imply somehow that the thing was real silver, and I'd given a good deal of money for it. It's not much use being generous unless people know that you really are generous. Yet somehow or other, I said the exact opposite. I said, "It's a sort of memento. You could wear it on a watch chain. It isn't anything much." She was very pleased with it. She kept on thanking me over and over again, and she said she didn't think she really ought to take it. "Yes, you ought, and you must," I told her. "Anyhow, I think I must," she said. "You're a very nice boy. I wish I'd got a memento to give you." Now you may think that what had happened next was all a planned thing, and that I had intended it from the first. If so, you're wrong. As a rule, I rather despise girls than not. I suppose that the reason why I said what I did was because this was really, speaking fairly, rather an exceptional kind of girl. It seemed to come over me suddenly. What I said was, "Give me a kiss, then." She looked away and shook her head, but didn't say anything. "Yes, do." Couldn't. I almost asked her if, as she wouldn't kiss me, I might kiss her, but I thought that wouldn't be a good thing to do, because she might refuse again. So I just kissed her without saying anything. She turned white and then crimson. Quite suddenly, she did what she had just said she couldn't do. Before I entirely recovered myself, she had gone. She ran away through the plantation, and I never saw her again. I shouldn't like this to be generally known. I don't want to spend the rest of my school days in licking chaps or getting licked by them, and that is what would happen if Reggie Winter or any of them got to hear of it. End of section 15. Recording by Angelique Campbell. September 2018.
Section 16 of Stories Without Tears. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria de Fátima de Silva. Stories Without Tears by Barry Payne. 1 Hour of Fame. Mr. Batson was a picture frame maker, but this is not to say that he actually made picture frames. He procured the mouldings in lengths to his esteemed order from the wholesale place in the city. It was Billant in the workshop down the yard who cut them up and fitted them together. It was Mr. Batson, however, who conducted all the diplomacy of the business. He took the orders, and by the charm of his manner, generally managed to force upon a customer one of the 4 mouldings which he had in stock. The same charm had occasionally induced artists to deal with him on a cash basis. The charm was reserved strictly for business. In private life, he took an interest that was almost virulent in local politics, and not infrequently called his wife a fathead. Herbert Wymondel was a very great man and a fine novelist. Reviewers had compared him with Guy de Maupassant. He was pessimistic and harrowing, yet his appearance did not suggest that he could harrow. He was small and delicate and rather obviously vain. Now a friend of Wymondel's, who was an artist, had presented him with a small landscape. It was entitled The Haunt of the Heron, but in spite of this, the hanging committee at the Royal Academy had been reckless enough to reject it. Wymondel wrote one of the 3 most graceful letters of thanks that were written that year, and wondered what he should do with that rotten picture. He did not propose to sacrifice any of his valuable wall space to it. His taste was quite perfect, and his rooms advertised it. With the necessity came the opportunity. Wymondel's best friend's eldest daughter announced to the world, through the medium of the Morning Post, her intention of perpetrating almost immediate matrimony. Wymondel decided to bestow upon her the haunt of the heron, and to procure a new but not necessarily expensive frame for it. He walked into Mr. Batson's shop. Mr. Batson's diplomacy was beaten. Wymondel absolutely declined to accept any of the mouldings forced upon him. He was self-assertive and dictatorial, and insisted on seeing the pattern book. And when he had made his selection, he said the thing would be no good unless he could have it finished and delivered at his rooms by the following morning. Batson became impressive. "It shall be done, sir. A special messenger will be sent off to our factories and bring back that moulding at once. Then I shall put 2 of my best men onto it and make them work overtime if need be. You shall have it complete by tomorrow morning. You can depend upon me absolutely." "And the name and address, sir?" Wymondel presented Mr. Batson with his visiting card, and paused for a moment to see the delighted smile of recognition spread over Mr. Batson's face. The smile not arriving, he went out. Mr. Batson did not waste much time in reading novels, had never heard of Herbert Wymondel in his life before, and except as a customer, had not the slightest desire to hear of him again. He opened the door at the back of the shop and called down the yard, "Billunt!" Billunt, nobody ever called him William Hunt, appeared from the stable, which had been converted into a workshop. He was, on this occasion, to be not only the special messenger, but also 2 of Mr. Batson's best workmen, as indicated, he being the only man that Mr. Batson employed. He was a clever carpenter, when his mind was not preoccupied by ambition or his body by intemperance. "What are you doing?" asked Mr. Batson. "Tidying up generally," said Billunt. "Well, you take this here drawing and measure it up. It's got to be done in 4076. And you must go and fetch the stuff from Cannon Street. Don't try anything on, because I know what the fare is. Take the gent's card and enter it up in the book and hurry." Billunt was not sorry to get out of the workshop for a bit on a fine morning, but hurry was distasteful to him. He took off his apron and put on his coat. He then visited an establishment where he could procure a wash, a shave, 10 cigarettes, and a decided opinion upon Mr. Lloyd George for 3 halfpenny. His appearance being now 33 1/3% above normal, he entered his train on the Underground. As he had not a first-class ticket, it can hardly be necessary to say that he entered a first-class carriage. At any rate, no one who knew Billunt would have expected anything else. It happened that opposite to Billunt there was seated a young gentleman of refined appearance, absorbed in the reading of a 6-shilling novel. Billunt, who had the overlooking sense strongly developed, observed that the title of the novel was The Nethermost Pit. This merely interested him as being the place to which, on Saturday nights, he sometimes directed Mrs. Hunt to go. But he also noted the name of the author, Herbert Wymondel. Now, where on earth had he seen that name before? Suddenly it dawned on him. That was the name of the gent on the card, and he had that card in his pocket. Billunt felt that something ought to be done about it. It might be worth a drink, or it might not. In any case, it would form the basis of pleasing conversation, and accentuate his sense of his importance. He crossed over and sat next the young gentleman. "Hope you're enjoying that little thing of mine," said Billunt. Billunt was washed and shaved, and was smoking a Pride of the Harem cigarette. It was one of the few occasions of his life on which the end of a 2-foot rule was not protruding from one of his pockets. Still, he looked like a carpenter. Further, he looked like a carpenter of low morals and irregular manner of life. The young gentleman, begging his pardon, said he did not understand. Billunt drew the visiting card from his pocket and presented it. "That's me," he said impressively. I did it." Young Mr. Smith was astonished and delighted. Herbert Wymondel had no more enthusiastic admirer, and Mr. Smith was perusing the nethermost pit for the second time. The author did not look in the least like what he would have expected, but this seemed to be evidence of his genuineness. People never do fit in with your preconceived notion of them. Mr. Smith had just time to express his extreme pleasure when the ticket inspector came along. A ticket inspector who had seen Billant once or twice before. "Season," said Billant, in an offhand and business-like way. "I don't think," said the inspector sardonically. "Come on now." Billant produced his ticket. "And that's the fault of your bloke at the booking office," he said. "I asked him for a first, and I paid for a first, and this is what he gives me. Nobody but yourselves to blame for it this time, anyhow." "Pay the difference," said the inspector wearily. Billant fumbled in his pocket. "Sorry not to be able to oblige," he said, "but I left my sovereign case in my evening clothes, coming back from the opera last night." Smith had not heard all that was said, but he realized the nature of the difficulty. These authors were so absent-minded and careless about money matters. "Permit me, Mr. Wymondel," said Smith. "You can send it back to me any time." Billant permitted Mr. Smith to appease the ticket inspector, and said that with these young boys they employed in the booking office nowadays, mistakes were bound to happen. He then passed one hand over his forehead. This he felt would suggest intellect. "I wonder," said Smith, "if you would mind my speaking about this book. Of course, I know some authors are so sensitive." "A bit that way myself," said Billant complacently. "Still, seeing how you got me out of this little difficulty, I don't know that I ought to be standoffish. I am sure, Mr. Wymondel, that if you knew the tremendous impression that the nethermost pit has made upon me, I am now reading it for the second time." "Yes, it is pretty hot stuff, ain't it?" said Billant. "Ah, you who made it can speak of it jokingly, but I know men to whom this book is a positive religion. Men who would envy me the privilege of meeting you in this way. I have often wondered what the genesis of the book was." "Genesis," Billant repeated reflectively. "Well, that's hardly the kind of thing I should care to talk about in a railway carriage. Besides, it's a longish story. Getting out here? So am I. It's just possible there might be a place nearby where we could discuss it. I don't know if the station has a refreshment room." The station had a refreshment room. At the entrance to it, Billant hesitated. "Coming out without money like this," he said, "I don't hardly feel as if I ought to." "But of course," said Mr. Smith, "that's all right." "In that case," said Billant, "mine will be a drop of Scotch." At the second drink, Mr. Smith ventured to suggest that he would like to hear something about the genesis of the nethermost pit. Billant said that genesis reminded him of the name of a horse that he ought to have backed for the Grand National. It was the only time he had ever left the race alone, and it was the only time he had ever been tipped a winner. It was funny how these things happened. Mr. Smith was young and innocent, but he was beginning to have grave suspicions. Surely a man who wrote like that could not possibly speak like this. "Yes, Mr. Wymondel," said Smith, "what I wanted to know was how you came to write that book. What put the idea of it into your mind?" "Then why couldn't you have said so before?" asked Billant, "instead of wasting your time and my own with this talk about Genesis? Well, I'll tell you the truth. The thing came over me all of a sudden like." Billant's articulation had ceased to be perfect. Mr. Smith looked at him sternly. "This is fraud," he said. "You are not Mr. Wymondel at all." "See here, my old pal," said Billant, "I'll act fairly by you. You stand me one more drink, and I'll tell you whether I am or not." Mr. Smith was a weak man. He stood him one more. "All right," said Billant, as he put down his glass. "You've acted like a gentleman to me, and I'm going to act like a gentleman to you. As a matter of fact, I really am Mr. Blymondiwog, but I don't look like it, and that's been my misfortune all my life. Shake hands on it, old pal." Billant had left for the city at 11 in the morning with directions to hurry. At 12 he had not returned, and Mr. Batson was beginning to be angry. At 4 in the afternoon, when Billant staggered into the shop with a quite inordinate amount of the wrong pattern moulding, Mr. Batson was almost speechless with fury. Billant maintained his dignity. He denied absolutely that he was drunk, but made the generous concession that he was not strictly sober. He said what had happened was that he had simply missed one train after another, which might occur to anybody. He made a generous offer to Mr. Batson to tell him something that would make him laugh, something about a Mr. Mywondigom, who wrote a book called Hell. But he was not permitted to remain long enough on the premises to execute his purpose. End of section 16. Section 17 of Stories Without Tears. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria de Fátima de Silva. Stories Without Tears by Barry Payne. Sara. The defendant was Miss Sara Frederica Constantia Hallows, hereinafter called Sara for short, aged 7, resident at present at 114 Marine Parade, Salton-on-Sea. The judge was Mrs. Amy Hallows, aged 32, of the same address, mother of the above. Jane Shotover, nurse, aged 24, gave evidence as follows. It happened like this. I was sitting under the breakwater, and I give Miss Sara her wooden spade, and I said, "Now, if you was to build a nice pretty castle out of sand, then I'd come and look at it, and that would be a surprise. She'd give some trouble over me not letting of her ride her donkey into the sea, and what I wanted was to keep her mind off." Sara, I want the red ink. The judge, hush, go on, nurse. Well, she took her spade and started off, wandering about among the people, which was not what she'd been told. She'd got her shoes and stockings off, and her skirts tucked into them mackintosh drawers, so I didn't see how she could come to no harm. But I kept my eye on her, and every now and again I'd sing out to her to get on with that castle. There was an old gentleman sitting on the beach reading of a paper. Looked to me like something in the insurance line. The judge, what made you think that, nurse? Well, he'd got a pale grey felt hat and was 60 if he was a die, but that may have been just my idea. Anyhow, Miss Sara started walking round and round in like a teetotum, and people on the beach laughing at her as might have known better, and I could see he was getting annoyed. The judge, you ought to have stopped her, nurse. So I did, at least so I was going to do, but just as I got up with her, Sara, can I have the red ink now, mummy? The judge, hush, I want to hear what you've been doing. Well, nurse? As I was saying, just as I got up with her, she worked round to the back of the insurance gentleman, up with her spade, and brought it down with all her force on his hat. Of course, I apologized, but I could see he was put out about it, though that was no reason for using the word he did. Sara, I want to do a picture of insurance with his head bleeding. So can I have the red? The judge, hush and don't interrupt again. Well, them as was laughing before laughed worse than ever, and I'm sure the wise some of them ladies offer chocolates and let her play with their dogs, which may be safe or may not, is nothing short of well, you hardly know what to say to 'em. So I just took and brought her straight home. Sara, and now can I have the red ink? The judge, leave her to me, nurse. I'll send her up to you directly. Very good, The judge, left alone with Sara, pointed out that she was not to go chattering to strangers who did not really want her, and much less was she to walk round and round them, and much less was she to beat the pale grey hat of a gentleman with her wooden spade. She had been a naughty child, and was to go up to the nursery for the rest of the morning. Sara, and can I take the red ink up too? That reminded the judge. She did not want Sara to think or talk about terrible or ugly things. A nice-minded little girl would not even wish to make a picture of a poor gentleman with a nasty wound in his head. She would rather think about beautiful things. There were plenty of beautiful things all around us. The Young Mother's Handbook, by Charles Baldley Rushington, B.A. What's beautiful? Asked Sara. The judge sternly repressed an absolutely senseless impulse to say that Sara herself was the most perfectly beautiful thing on earth. She pointed out of the window and asked what could be more beautiful than that field of corn with the poppies dotted all about it. Can't do poppies without red ink, said Sara. After Sara had gone to bed that evening, her nurse obtained permission to go out for a breath of fresh air. She met the breath of fresh air on the beach by appointment, and its name was George. He was an honest man, but looked as if his clothes were too much for him. Jane began to narrate her sorrows to George, and was a little annoyed to find him in no sympathetic depression. "Oh," said George, "kids will be kids. Nice little thing she always looks too." "And that's what always happens," said Jane, with bitter conviction. "She goes a-dancing about that beach like some wild Injun, and then Lydie says, 'Isn't she sweetly quaint?' and words like them. I've no patience with it. Well, as I was saying, her mother give her a talking to over what she'd done to the insurance gentleman's hat, and then she come up to the nursery looking as meek as Moses, and both her little hands under a pinafore. 'You come here, Miss Sara, and have your hair done,' I says, and caught hold of her. I wasn't rough, because that ain't my way, and no gal that was rough could keep my place for 10 minutes. But there, all of a sudden, there was that poor child's lifeblood gushing out of her and streaming across the floor. Lord, it did give me a turn. I come over quite faint, went as white as a sheet, and might have fallen if it hadn't been for the sewing machine. And there she stood in a regular pool of it, laughing like anything." George seemed mildly puzzled. "Look here," he said, "what are you telling us?" "Well, to make a long story short, it wasn't her lifeblood. She'd been bothering her mother to let her have the red ink, and her mother didn't say yes and didn't say no. So before she come up to the nursery, that child slipped into the library and hid the red ink under her pinafore so as I shouldn't take it away. And so, as a matter of course," Jane broke off her narration in dignified disgust, at George's behavior. "Oh, well, George, if it amuses you, perhaps the less I say the better. What you don't seem to see is, if that hadn't been red ink, I should have been a murderer." End of section 17.
Section 18 of Stories Without Tears. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. Stories Without Tears by Barry Payne. The Blanking Business. I do not think there are very many men who feel pleased when they are summoned to serve on a special jury. You have to neglect your business or profession, possibly for days at a time, and you get 1 guinea, of which you return 1 shilling to the usher. Yet, if you have received the mystical yellow paper, cannot persuade your doctor to give you a certificate, and have no other legal excuse, it is just as well to obey the summons. By doing so, you show that you realize the duties and responsibilities of citizenship, and that is important. By not doing so, you may, I am told, get it made unpleasantly warm for you. That also is rather important. So, one dark and foggy morning, I found my way with considerable difficulty to Queen's Bench number 3½. There were other special jurors already there, and we gathered at the back of the court, and discussed probabilities and grumbled together while we waited for proceedings to proceed. One man happened to remark, with despairing optimism, that at any rate we got 1 guinea for doing it. "I would cheerfully give 2 to get off it," I said. At that moment someone touched me on the shoulder, and a pleasant voice said, "Might I have the favour of a word with you, sir?" I turned round and saw a well-dressed, nice-looking man of about 30. I did not remember that I had ever seen him before, and I could not think what his business with me could be. But I said, "Certainly. What is it?" "I must ask you," he said, dropping his voice, "to pardon me for having inadvertently overheard what you said just now. But I understood you to say that you would give 2 guineas to get off serving on this jury." "So I would, gladly." He gave a charming smile. "Quite natural. It is really a great pleasure to me to be able to accommodate you. When your name is called, I will answer for you. The officials here know neither you nor me by sight. Briefly, I shall impersonate you with absolute safety. You can pay the 2 guineas now, immediately after I have answered to your name, or, if you prefer greater security, you can give me an address at which I may call for a similar honorarium after the jury is discharged." "My good man," I said, "I am always found out. That is my luck. I am frequently found out, even when I have done nothing, and if I have done anything, then my ultimate exposure is a certainty. I am sorry, but we cannot do business." He still retained his delightful manner. "Ah," he said, "then I have troubled you to no purpose. Accept my sincere regret. If you have by any chance a friend here who might possibly require a substitute, a friend who has not your peculiarly unfortunate habit of being found out—" "Quite so," I said. "Man over there in a fur coat. Gatterley by name. He is required urgently by his business, this morning. Ask for 5. He is wealthy, and if he does it at all, he would give that." This was immoral of me, and I am ashamed of it. The young man smiled, bowed, thanked me, and retired. A minute afterwards, I saw him in earnest conversation with Gatterley. Ultimately my name was called, and I answered. Gatterley's name was also called, and there was an answer. There were 12 of us in the jury box, but Gatterley was not there, and the young man with the pleasant manners was. I met Gatterley shortly afterwards. "Hello," I said. "We were both called the other day, but I didn't see you in the box." "Shh!" said Gatterley. "I wasn't there. Bought a substitute for £10. A most gentlemanly young fellow. It was worth 20 times that to me, to be at the office that morning. Perfectly safe, you know." "I'm disgusted with you," I said. "You have no right to shirk your duties as a citizen. Who was your substitute?" "A man I'd never seen before, called himself Mr. Blank." "Any address?" "None." I was sorry for that, because Mr. Blank was beginning to have some interest for me, and it would have amused me to see him again. Chance threw him in my way about a year afterwards. I saw him enter a first-class smoking compartment at Waterloo. He was wearing a moustache. Previously he had been clean-shaven, but otherwise he was unchanged. He thanked the porter who handed in his rugs and hat-box most cordially, but did not give him the customary coppers. I felt sure it was Mr. Blank, and took particular care to enter the same compartment. He recognized me at once, and remembered fully the circumstances under which we had previously met, that he had offered to impersonate me on a special jury for the sum of 2 guineas, and that I had been afraid to risk it. "You see," he said, with the air of uprightness and candour, "I make no pretence of not knowing you, or of denying what occurred." The train moved off. "We are alone in the compartment," he said, "and I detest secrecy unless it is essential. To you I should especially wish to be open, for I owe you a debt of gratitude. You introduced me to your friend, Mr. Gatterley, who seemed particularly anxious to get to his business that morning. In consequence, I represented him, unworthily, but to the best of my ability, on the jury, receiving an honorarium of £15, the highest that I ever received for similar services. I believe that 15 was the real figure. Gatterley told me 10, but he always said that he had paid less than he really did pay in order to get himself a character for sharpness." "The highest that you ever received? Do you mean that you make it a business of impersonating jurors?" "It is merely a branch of my business. It brings me an income at the rate of £250 a year while I am at it, but I do not practise it for more than a few months in the year. The monotony would make it tiresome, and the risk of detection would be too great. Yes, I use disguises, slight disguises, a change of facial expression, the addition of a pair of spectacles, a different overcoat, and, of course, I change my courts, and occasionally absent myself altogether. I left the law courts this morning, by the way. And now?" "Now," he said, "I'm going to have rather a bad accident. When I get over that, I shall go into the country and get bitten by a lot of dogs. I am not mad. There are different branches of my business. I confess that I don't understand it. I should describe it as a blanking business. In the law courts I am a blank, and can be filled up with the name of any special juror who requires my services. As for the accident, you will observe that the door of this carriage is not properly fastened. No, it is not, as a matter of fact, the neglect of the company servants, for I arranged it like that myself. When we are coming into Vauxhall Station, I shall stand up to get something off the rack. The jolting of the train will throw me against the door being improperly fastened will fly open, and I shall fall out on the platform. As I shall not hurt myself in the least, having done this kind of thing before, and as it will not be accidental, I may call it a blank accident. I fill up the blanks with neglect on the part of the company servants, and severe nervous shock to myself. I fancy the company will sooner pay me £10 for compensation than let me bring an action. Suppose they won't? Then I shall go to a good solicitor, bring my action, and most certainly win it. If you had served on as many juries as I have, you would know that a jury will always, where possible, and sometimes, where impossible, give a verdict for an individual against a company. And about the dog bites? They are also blanks. I mark down houses where noisy, snappy little beasts are kept as watchdogs. Then I dress myself to look as nearly as possible as if I were making 24 shillings a week. I take a stick and wait until one of those dogs runs out. Then I irritate it. It barks and growls. I keep it off me with the stick. Go up to the front door and ring. Then I say that I have been bitten by the dog. I do not ask for compensation. I say that I am going to prosecute, and want to know the name of the people who live there. The lady of the house, I never call when the man's at home, generally begs me to accept compensation. I grumble, but consent. The compensation runs from 10 to 30 shillings, and I can get 6 dog bites in a morning. It is not a bad branch of the blanking business. What do you do if the lady wants to see the bite? She very rarely does. If she does, I always paint a dog bite on my left calf before I start out to work, and I can show her that. I can paint a very decent dog bite. But we are getting into Vauxhall, and I must say good-bye. Charmed to have met you once more. Now for the accident. In a moment he was gone. With his hat-box in one hand and his bundle of rugs in the other, he had fallen out through the door. I saw a crowd gather round him. I saw him carrying his apparently senseless form into a waiting room, and then the train moved off. I saw him a third and last time. It was some little time afterwards, and again it was in a railway carriage. He entered my compartment and greeted me in his usual pleasant, courteous manner. But I thought he looked less cheerful than before. I asked him why he remained standing instead of sitting down. Is it part of the blanking business? It is connected with it, he said. How about that accident of yours at Vauxhall? Was it a success? Complete. You see, I know how to fall, and besides, that bundle of rugs comes in very usefully. You must really let me show you the trick of it one of these days, as you are good enough to be interested in it. In the railway company? They were most reasonable, treated me in a liberal spirit that I appreciated fully. How about the dog bites in the country? Not quite so successful. I made between 6 and 7 pounds the first day with blank dog bites, but on the next, as I was keeping a nasty little terrier off in front, a St. Bernard came up behind, and, well, that particular dog bite wasn't a blank. And are you going back to sit on juries? No, he said, rather sadly. I shouldn't care for any sedentary work just now. I do not think I shall take to the blanking business myself. It seems to have drawbacks. I must content myself with a career of modest and unsensational honesty. But I could not persuade the pleasant-looking young man to give the thing up. On the contrary, he told me that he was about to take up with a little blank sanitary inspecting. It is simple. You get admission to a house as a sanitary inspector, and you leave it with anything you can pick up. He has a plausible manner, and I recommend householders to be on their guard. End of section 18. Recording by Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 19 of Stories Without Tears. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Stories Without Tears by Barry Payne. The Cheat. Mrs. Ingleby and her niece lived at the White House in the middle of the village High Street. But the house stood far back from the street, with a walled garden shaded by many shrubberies in front of it. Mrs. Ingleby loved shade and privacy. For this reason, she would have built herself a house further away from the village, were it not that she liked one thing better still, and this was the thing to which she had always been used. She had been born in the White House, and she would die in it. In the course of nature this would happen in a few years, for she was of a great age. This night, in the drawing-room, a rather elderly maid. She had been with Mrs. Ingelby for the last 20 years, lit the wax candles on the card table, and put the new packs in their appointed order with the whist markers. This was in the days before the world knew bridge, and Mrs. Ingelby would have scorned to learn it in any case. She had always played whist, and therefore she would continue to play it. Her game had no modern innovations in it, was fairly sound, but far from being perfect. She preferred a dummy game, and always took dummy herself. Then, she said, there can be no discussions. She knew her own weakness. In the course of her whist experience there had been some very emphatic discussions, and she herself had done most of the discussing. Her husband, a man of mild and forbearing temper, would stick with a plaintive obstinacy to his side of the question. His last words before he died were, "Admitting that I did not see the call, my dear, I must still maintain that it was highly injudicious in you to call at all." Her last words to him were, "Stuff and nonsense." She mourned his death in solitude for many months, and then her niece Marjorie came to live with her. Marjorie said that she wished to play whist. Mrs. Ingelby hesitated. Was it decent? As she was doing it merely to oblige the child, she decided that it was decent. She sent for the doctor to dine with her that night, and played whist afterwards until nearly 11 o'clock. She won 9 pence, and went to bed triumphant. After that, the question of propriety was not raised again, and there was a whist party every week. There was always someone in the village who could be asked to make a third at the table. As a matter of fact, she would far sooner have played with her own butler than not have played at all. In the game of cards her youth was renewed. The struggle for life was all over with her now, and she was in a quiet backwater of old age, without temptation or ambitions, with no risks to take, and with nothing to scheme over. At the card table the delightful struggle began again. She was once more in the full current, triumphing or vanquished. Mrs. Ingelby walked with some slight difficulty, but without further support than her stick, into the drawing room, followed by Marjorie and the vicar. Mrs. Ingelby wore black silk and no jewels. She might have exchanged the lace on her dress for diamonds, and got some very fair diamonds for it. But she loved lace and accursed precious stones of vulgarity. Marjorie, a girl of 18, wore grey and looked demure, but with humorous possibilities about her. She was quite the prettiest girl in the village, and fully aware of it. The vicar, who came last, was a pleasant and scholarly man. He preached good sermons, and he liked good port. As an angler his fame was great. The trout they had been eating at dinner had been the victims of his skill. "How would it be," said Mrs. Ingelby, as if she were making an entirely new proposition, "if I were to take dummy?" The idea was well received, as usual. "Then," said Mrs. Ingelby, as the maid placed the cushions in her chair for her, "shall we say 3 penny points?" It was, and had always been, 3 penny points, but it was just as well to mention it in case of accidents. "Jane, have you placed the ashtray and matchbox for Mr. Vaughan?" Jane had.
and having for the moment done all that she could do, Jane retired, not to reappear until 10 o'clock, when she brought in a tray, and Mrs. Ingleby took one glass of very weak whiskey and soda, always under protest. These little things were arranged and fixed. The vicar and Marjorie and Jane all knew their parts. And now a silence reigned, and the battle raged on the green cloth. But tonight it could hardly be called a battle. The vicar and Marjorie held all the cards. Mrs. Ingleby struggled hard but ineffectually. No amount of skill could have saved her from defeat. There was a pause at the end of the first rubber. "The cards have been remarkable," said Mrs. Ingleby. "Very remarkable. Very remarkable indeed. This kind of thing cannot possibly continue. And so decided an inequality of fortune deprives the game of much of its interest, to my mind." "Well now, your revenge?" said Mr. Vaughan. "Yes," said Mrs. Ingleby. "I think there will be time for it. And, as I said, luck like yours cannot last. 2 troubles and the rub. I think that's right. Marjorie, it is your deal." Then the terrible thing happened. Halfway through Marjorie's deal, Mrs. Ingleby stood up. "We will not continue this game," she said. "I am afraid I must believe the evidence of my own eyes. You are not dealing fairly. You are cheating." "Impossible," said the vicar. Marjorie only said that she was sorry and blushed slightly. "I think," said Mrs. Ingleby to Marjorie, "you had better leave us. Go to your own room." Without a word Marjorie went out. It was extremely embarrassing for the vicar. He also had risen to go. "Pray sit down again," said Mrs. Ingleby. "This is a serious matter. I hardly know what I should do." "Can't understand it," said the vicar. "The girl wasn't playing for points, and even if she had been, it was only the other day that you complained that she gave away her money as fast as she got it. Surely you must have made some mistake." "I made none. Apart from the fact that she did not deny it, I felt pretty sure that she had neutralized the cut. I know something of conjuring tricks myself. At each round my card fell from the bottom of the pack and not from the top. It was done fairly well and quickly, but not quickly enough to deceive my eyes, old though they are." "Then I'll tell you what," said the vicar. "It must have been done for a joke. I should say no more about it." "On the contrary," said Mrs. Ingleby, "I shall say a great deal more about it. I trust that it was only a joke, but Marjorie must be made to understand that there are some subjects that do not admit of jokes, and that whist is one of them." And then a tray was brought in, and Mrs. Ingleby said that she would not have any, thank you, and Mr. Vaughan mixed it for her. One afternoon in the following week Marjorie called at the vicarage. Could the vicar come over and dine that night and play whist afterwards? "Certainly," said the vicar. "Delighted. Many thanks. And are you going to be allowed to be one of the whist party, my dear?" "Oh, yes," she said. "I'm entirely forgiven." "Look here," said the vicar. "I am not a curious man, as a rule, but I wish you'd tell me what on earth you did for. By the way, I must return to your aunt the points that I received over that first rubber. I had forgotten that." Oh, no, you mustn't, said Marjorie. I never cheated at all in the first rubber. Well, said the vicar, this beats me. The luck was all with us, and you were doing splendidly. Why on earth should you? Don't you see? Marjorie broke in. It was because the luck was all on our side. She manages herself beautifully and doesn't complain much. But if she hasn't won a game all the evening, she is perfectly miserable and doesn't sleep all night. I was giving her the loveliest hand when she found me out. Spades would have been the trumps, and she had the 4 honors and a little one, and a long suit in diamonds. I have done it before often, and have never been found out. Well, you must have made your partner lose 3 pences. Yes, said Marjorie cheerfully. That doesn't matter a bit, does it? Whereas if old ladies get upset and can't sleep, that is very bad for their health. And naturally, when you told her this, she forgave you? Marjorie's eyes opened wide. Told her it? Told her that she'd been treated as a child and allowed to win? How could I, or anyone else, be so cruel? You must never breathe a word of it to her. I found she had decided to take it merely as a stupid joke, and to imagine that when the game was over I had intended to own up anyhow. So that was how I left it. So you ask a man in my position to assist you in this fraud? It's a pious fraud, said Marjorie. Well, possibly I may. But what about tonight? Tonight, said Marjorie, will be just like the other nights. I shall play fairly for the first rubber. If my aunt loses that, I think her luck's very likely to improve afterwards. There are lots of ways of doing it, and I've been taught them all. Then, said the vicar, you're a card sharper, my dear, but I believe you're not such a bad sort of girl, in spite of it. End of section 19. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section 20 of Stories Without Tears. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Stories Without Tears by Barry Payne. The Difficult Case. A duologue for one person. The 2 persons of the dialogue are the patient and the doctor. The part of the patient is played in the usual way. The doctor has no actual representative on the stage. He is supposed to be present and is supposed to speak. The vividness with which he is realized will depend on the skill of the actor who plays the patient. In the programs, the part is assigned to the imagination of the audience. The scene is the library of a country house. The time is the morning. The patient is seated at the writing table in the library. He is a young man, tanned, of healthy appearance, but a little worried and distraught in manner. He is writing as the curtain rises. The patient. Whene'er I gaze on Celia's golden locks, Now that's not at all a bad line, and runs you straight on into the next. Whene'er I gaze on Celia's golden locks, I simply feel yes, I thought the pace was a bit too good to last. Golden locks. Let's see. Locks, crocs, fox, socks. No go. Whene'er I gaze on, oh, duh. He flings down his pen and rises from the table. Yes, and what am I doing it for? Same thing came over me yesterday and the day before. Draws paper from his pocket. My heart's idol. 6 verses. To Celia's eyes. 17 verses. And I'm supposed to be an officer and a gentleman. If my man found these when he was brushing my clothes, or if anyone in the regiment got to hear of it, well, I should simply have to leave the country. A mere girl could never have that effect on me. Not if I were well. Glances at his watch. I only hope that when he does come, he won't be afraid to speak out, as some doctors are, even if it's anything mental. I'd sooner know it, but it seems a bit rough. All these years I've done my duty. A pause. Well, more or less. At any rate, I've never written a line of anything that could be called poetry, and now it's just as if I couldn't keep off it. Let's see. Whene'er I gaze on... that's got it. The patient on his way to the writing table is arrested by opening of door C at imaginary entry of the doctor, and goes quickly up to it. The patient closes the door, goes through business of shaking hands, comes down, places 2 chairs and takes one, talking as he does so. The points at which the doctor is supposed to speak are indicated by asterisk lines. Good morning, doctor. This is very good of you. So you got my message all right. I hate these beastly telephones myself. Well, won't you sit down? It is indeed. Mind, it looked a bit like rain this morning early. Still, you couldn't want a finer day than it is now. Yes, I know I ought to be out with the others, but my shooting's gone right off. Yesterday I was perfectly ashamed of myself, but then that's only one symptom out of many. In fact, that's why I asked you to come round. I want you to tell me exactly what the trouble is. No, I dare say I don't look ill, but you doctors know that one can't go much by looks. The other symptoms? Well, there are lots of 'em. The worst is a kind of unsettled feeling. What I mean is this. When I ought to be thinking about other things, I'm not. See? Well, I don't know how else to put it. The kind of thing that makes you forget which suit your partner discarded. Then my sleep's not as good as it was. My appetite's falling off, too. Now, that's a funny question. How am I to remember what I had for breakfast this morning? Let's see. Grilled sole, couple of eggs, curry, not much curry. No, nothing else. Well, yes, a bit of cold grouse. Not the whole bird, mind. Of course, you don't count toast and marmalade and things like that. I don't see that at all. I didn't say that my appetite had gone altogether. I said it was falling off. So it is. At the present moment, for instance, I've no inclination for food. Certainly. Show you it with pleasure. Puts out his tongue. I should tell you, perhaps, that I've no actual pain. Still, I suppose there could be some insidious form of indigestion, when a chap might not know. What? Tongue's all right, is it? That seems queer. You'd like to feel my pulse? Holds out his wrist. I dare say you'd find it racing a bit. The feeling I've got is rather on the feverish side. Ah, the pulse soon tells, doesn't it? I know a man who... What? You surprise me. Absolutely normal? Is it indeed? Oh no, of course. If you say so, I believe it. No, not at all. Never in my life. Oh, come, doctor. It's rather early to say that, isn't it? I guessed that my case was a pretty difficult one. I realized that there might be complications. I never supposed that you'd be able to, give it a name all in a minute. But to turn round and tell me I'm perfectly well, that's simply running away from it. Why don't you ask me more questions? You've got a stethoscope. Why don't you examine my heart? Very likely. Still, it would relieve my anxiety if you did. Takes off his coat and waistcoat. And I'll tell you why. I thought all along that this might be some subtle, masked form of brain mischief. Yes, I know perfectly well that my brain's not in my chest. Why, that's one of the things you learn at school. All the same, everything's connected with everything else, ain't it? Very well, I promise you. If you find my heart's all right, I won't bother you any more. And I'll take your word for it. There's nothing the matter. Now then, how do I stand? Like this? Right. Business of stethoscoping. What? Well, you hadn't taken long about it. Putting on coat and waistcoat, as if rejecting offer of assistance. Thanks, I can manage. Well, I must keep my word. It's a bit disappointing. I did think with a stethoscope you would have found something, if you'd been really trying. However, I won't bother you any more. Of course, if for your own satisfaction you'd like to take my temperature, I shouldn't. Remind you of what? Lady Caroline and the thermometer? No, I never heard that one. Come on, let's have it. Oh, stuff and nonsense. I shan't tell anybody, and you needn't give the real names. Besides, I haven't heard a really good yarn for weeks. You positively must. Ah, that's right. He draws his chair closer, listening attitude. All right, call him anything. Call him Smith. I see. Yes, yes. But what had she done with the other one? Roars of laughter. Oh, that's good. That's one of the best. That's absolutely perfect, with sudden seriousness. But, Doctor, you know, this sort of depression of mine is no laughing matter. Yes, that's true. I hadn't meant to allude to it again, but I don't like to leave it like this. You see, you haven't even suggested anything. Come now, that's better. I shouldn't wonder if a tonic did me a lot of good. You'd like to write the prescription. You'll find ink and everything here. Business of establishing the doctor at the writing table. Patient leaves him, then turns sharply. What? Whate'er I gaze on Cecilia's. Good Lord! I'd forgotten I left it there. All right, doctor. I admit it. I did it. It's my poetry. No one is to blame but myself. Depends what you mean by going on for long. It's been going on ever since I met her. Draws paper from his pocket. This is one I did yesterday. It's called To Cecilia's Eyes. I'll read you some of it. Whene'er I gaze on Cecilia's. No, it's not all the same as the one you've got there. It's only that there's a bit of a coincidence about the first lines. This one is much more finished. Whene'er I gaze on Cecilia's lovely eyes, they always seem to take me by surprise. They are as blue as in the sky above, and enough to make any man feel the power of... All right, if you don't want to hear it, you needn't. Yes, I admit I ought to have told you about it before. It's a mistake to have any secrets from one's doctor, but I have no wish to be regarded as a poet. It would ruin me in my career. I depend upon your professional discretion. I've no doubt it would make a very good story. So did Lady Caroline and the thermometer. A little mutual forbearance, eh? Then that's settled. You surprise me. I'd no idea you would regard these poems as symptomatic. Then you know what my disease is. Tell me quickly, doctor. Whatever it is, I can bear it. I'm in love, am I? Yes. I've been half afraid of it. Doctor, what is to be done? Is there any certain cure for love? There is? What is it? It's all very well to say matrimony, but how's a man like myself to get there? I'm nothing to look at. Intellect, I should say, very little above the average. No particular position. Yes, but there are 3 good lives between me and that. Besides, there is the girl herself to be considered. I suppose you don't know who the girl is? How on earth did you know? Of course, the name's on the poems. What a Sherlock Holmes you are. Everybody knows it. Somehow I always seem to be the last person to hear of anything. But as I was saying, even if I were the Emperor of Timbuktu, it wouldn't be much good if the girl had taken a dislike to me. Now I'll give you an instance. I told her that I should stop in this morning, and rather hinted that she might do the same. Not a bit of it. Wouldn't hear of it. She was going with the rest. What's that? Just as you came in? Why on earth can't girls say what they really mean? Where about in the garden was she? Why, that's just by this window. What a lot of time I have been wasting. He goes to the window. Yes, there she is, reading some rotten book. If she'd only look up. Ah! He smiles and waves his hand and returns hurriedly to the doctor. Doctor, I can't thank you enough. You've done me a lot of good. Now I positively must not waste one more moment of your time. I know how valuable it is. Sure, you won't have a cigar to smoke on your way back? No, don't bother about the prescription. That will be all right. And I'll say, you'll excuse me if I don't see you further than this door. You know your way, of course. The fact is that this is rather a busy morning with me. See you on Wednesday at the golf. I've got a rotten handicap myself. Many thanks again. Goodbye. Business of shaking hands. The patient opens and closes door C, then goes quickly to the window and calls down. I say, should I be too much of an interruption? Thanks awfully. I'll jump for it. End of section 20. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section 21 of Stories Without Tears. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Stories Without Tears by Barry Payne. Some Imitations. Part 1. My cousin Elsa is the despair of her mother and the ecstasy of every artist who beholds her. Men adore her until they know her, and she has the longest list of broken engagements of any woman in London. She has great charm and a system of ethics of which an ordinary housebreaker or card sharper would be heartily ashamed. When she called on me at 12 in the morning, thereby interrupting my work, and observed that friendship was a lost art, I naturally asked who he was. If you wouldn't keep on trying to be clever, said Elsa, it would be much better. There is no man in the case at all this time. Besides, if it had been any trouble with a man in it, I could probably have arranged it myself. I've often done so before. You have? I asked. Well, what is the trouble this time? Suppose I asked you to go to Mrs. Telford Green's on Wednesday night. I should say I was awfully sorry, but that I was too busy and too old for that kind of thing. I should add, in a humble style, that you would find many other men there, and I should only be in your way. Elsa stamped her foot impatiently. Once more, don't be clever. Don't jump to conclusions. I never said I was going, did I? I'm not. I don't go to every blessed thing I'm asked to. Don't brag. I know you too well, and it's no good. You go to Mrs. Telford Green's whenever you get the chance, and are thankful. And why on earth am I to go if you don't intend to be there? I particularly want you to meet Irma Maurice. Why? I've met her scores of times. I know she's your dearest friend, and absolutely delightful and perfectly ducksy, and all the rest of it. All the same, if we don't meet on Wednesday night, neither of us will die of it. Did I say she was my dearest friend? She is a friend, of course, in a way, and I wouldn't say a word against her. Let's have the word then. More cleverness. Why don't you keep it for those little penny stories that you write? Irma's pretty, of course, and I dare say she will learn how her hair ought to be done one of these days. It's not her fault that she's got no money, and I always wondered how she managed to dress so well on it until I heard about the exchange. She doesn't dress really well, of course, and she has the finest luck at bridge I ever came across in my life, if it is simply luck. And I hope it is, of course. Yes, that all sounds very nice. And why do you want me to meet her? You really ought to go out a great deal more than you do. If you don't study life, how can you write about it properly? I heard someone say the other day that you were the kindest and most chivalrous of men. This was conclusive. My cousin Elsa does not say these things for nothing. If she stroked a cat, she would expect the animal to go away, skin itself, get the skin dyed imitation mink, and send it to her with an affectionate message. Evidently, I said, you're in some pretty serious trouble. She picked up a little Italian looking glass and peered into it carefully, and, as she was surveying her own face, found therein no fault at all. I want to ask you something, she said. Suppose I got somebody to lend me money on some diamonds. And, well, they weren't really diamonds. A term of imprisonment with hard labor. You ought to have been either in prison or madhouse long ago. I've often told you so. If you want me to help you, you must put your cards on the table at any rate. I must have the whole story. It isn't quite what I said about borrowing the money. I mean, but it's pretty bad. If I told Mama there'd be the most awful row. I suppose I'd better tell you, only you must promise not to peach, and you must promise to get me out of it. Take me out to lunch somewhere, and then we can talk it over. Part 2. During luncheon, Elsa was appallingly scandalous and extremely amusing. When lunch was over, she leaned forward confidentially, one arm resting on the table. Now, I'm going to tell you about it. It's the worst mess I've ever got into in my life, and it's not my fault at all. I knew it wasn't your fault, of course. Do you remember that little diamond pendant that Uncle Harry gave me? No. You wouldn't. You never see anything. I've got it on now. Look. Well, you know the way that women will go mad on some particular piece of jewelry. Irma Maurice went mad on my pendant. I believe she half thought I might give it her one day when I had got tired of it. I couldn't do that because it was a present from dear Uncle Harry. Besides, I took it to a jeweler the day he gave it to me, and the man said it was worth at least £50. Pleasant little trick of yours. Don't interrupt. One day I was going down Bond Street and I came across a pendant in a window which was the very exact image of mine. I went in and asked to look at it and found that the stones were paste and that it wasn't too dear. I had to buy it for safety. Otherwise, Irma might have seen it and got it. And I hate to have her wearing anything like anything that I wear. That's natural, isn't it? Then I lost 2 watches in 1 week, and Mama said I ought to be more careful. So I thought that in future I would keep the pendant with the real stones safely locked up at home and wear the other. I only knew them apart by the fact that I kept the real one in a different shaped box to the other. Then one afternoon Irma had got a bridge party, just a few of us, all girls. I never held such absolutely awful cards in my life. And, I suggested, to pay your losses you borrowed money on the imitation pendant, asserting that the stones were real. Elsa was indignant. Not a bit. Do you think I would tell a lie like that? And do you think I would go into a horrible, dirty, disgraceful pawnbroker's shop to get money? Never. I would sooner owe any amount than to do such a thing. What happened was this. I paid the money at the time, and then, when the rest had gone, I had a few words with Irma. You see, I had to pay Mathilde some money next day. She's a demon for money, and if she hadn't got quite perfect taste, I'd leave her. So I suggested that I should pay the money in a month's time, and meanwhile I would let Irma wear my pendant. And I told her that if I didn't pay at the end of the month, she could keep it. I didn't say diamond pendant. I simply said pendant. And I couldn't help what she thought, could I? She jumped at it, so I took it off and gave it her. What were your losses? Somewhere about £10. And you let her believe that she held as security a pendant worth 50? I couldn't help what she thought, said Elsa petulantly. I told you that before. And what had you actually paid for the paste pendant? £4 10s. She looked pathetic and deeply wronged as she gave me this account of her own dishonorable and disgusting conduct. If she had not been irresponsible, ignorant, and charming child, I might have been even angrier with her. Well, I said, there is only one thing to be done. I'll put you into a hansom and you must drive to the Morrises at once. You will then pay your card debt to Irma and take back your Brummagem pendant. And I ought to tell your mother, and you ought to be well spanked. You can repay me when you have it." "Thanks," said Elsa sadly. "It's awfully kind of you, but I'm afraid it's no good. Irma has found me out already, and that's why I wanted you to go to Miss Talford Green's and talk to her and hear what she meant to do, and see if you couldn't make her change her mind." By this time Elsa had got actual tears in her eyes. Her appearance of being deeply injured by a hard and cruel world was so deceptive that it nearly took me in. "How do you know that Irma has found you out?" "I'll tell you. The other day I happened to tread on a brooch of mine, and the silly thing broke. So I took it to a very good man I know of. As I went into the shop, I saw Irma standing at the counter, and behind the counter a shopman with that pendant of mine in his hand. I'm not quite certain whether Irma saw me, but I think she did. I rushed out of the shop at once. That happened yesterday. I can't go on Wednesday night because I simply can't meet her. I never meant to do any harm. I had heaps of money coming at the end of the month, and I was quite certain to pay her and take the pendant back then. No harm would have been done at all if she hadn't found me out. It was a suspicious, low, cat-like thing for her to do, taking that pendant to a jeweler." "Well," I said, "I'll do what I can. Only, my dear Elsa, you've got to make me a few promises." There were promises connected with her reformation. She made them with all the utmost willingness and kept one or two of them for quite a long time. Part 3. I met Miss Morris on Wednesday night, and I was a little puzzled, for if ever a woman looked the picture of conscious guilt and horrible embarrassment, that woman was Irma Morris. We talked about nothing in particular for a moment or two and parted. Later I took Miss Morris down to supper. She clearly had something on her mind, and I thought I would give her the weaker position by letting her speak first. She asked me if Elsa was there. "No," I said. "She told me she wasn't coming tonight." "Do you know why?" "No," I lied. "I don't believe she'll ever speak to me again. And she was quite my dearest friend, and I'm afraid it's partly my own fault." "Can't I do anything?" I suggested. "You might, perhaps, be able to give her my explanation of a thing that must have looked perfectly horrible. She lost a little money to me at bridge, and as her dressmaker was bothering her, I wouldn't take it until she got her next quarter's allowance. So she insisted on my wearing a little pendant of hers that I admired until the money was paid." "I know all about that," I said. In fact, she gave me the money to hand on to you tonight. But what's the trouble?" Out of pure curiosity and nothing else, I took that pendant to a jeweler. I wanted to know how much it was worth. I thought perhaps I would get one like it one day. As he held it in his hand, Elsa came into the shop. I could see she was furious. She must have thought I suspected her and was getting the thing valued. It's too horrible and sordid. Don't say that, I said. This is a commercial age. By the way, that little pendant of hers is rather good, isn't it? The man told me he would give me £52 for it any time. But tell me, will you try and make it all right with Elsa? I couldn't bear to lose her. I said I would do my best, and I did. Elsa had, of course, mixed the two pendants, as she was bound to do. The reconciliation took place, and Elsa told me all about it afterwards. She said she was very saintly and martyrish at the interview between her and Irma, and that she had told Irma that she had never been angry with her, only pained and grieved, and then Elsa asked me not to laugh. End of section 21. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Section 22 of Stories Without Tears. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Siyami, Aktan, Izmir, Republic of Turkey. Stories Without Tears by Barry Payne, Section 22. The Celestial's Editorship. 1. The Celestial. This was merely his nickname. Having finished dinner, collected his faithful follower Smithson, and proceeded down the hill from the schoolhouse to Hunley's. He paused several times on the way, once in an unsuccessful attempt to make a pug dog bite Smithson, and once in order to make Smithson jump a low stone wall by the roadside. Smithson was compelled to jump this wall at intervals when the Celestial decided that it was good for him. Once in every 5 times Smithson cleared the wall, which was distinctly disappointing, but the other 4 times he fell, and there were few people who could get more comic illustration into a fall than Smithson. This time it was particularly good. In fact, the Celestial had to climb up on the wall and sit there until he had recovered himself. "I'll bet this is the last time I ever go at that beastly thing," said Smithson, and he rubbed his shin. "So he said before my son, it won't do. A chap who can fall like you ought to belong to the nation." When they reached Hunley's, the little shop was full. "Banks," said the Celestial, "kindly step down from that throne." Banks was occupying the one chair in the shop. He got down under protest, and the Celestial, having taken unto himself 3 raspberry jam tartlets and a stick of chocolate, and commanded a vanilla ice to be ready for him the moment he had finished, observed with a deeply serious air that we all ate and drank far too much. "Seen the mag?" somebody asked. "No," said the Celestial. "It's out this morning." "It can stop out," said the Celestial. "I'm not going to look at it. It's all run for the 6th and the Masters. Real talent isn't given a chance. At any rate, they chucked me," he added modestly. There was a general chorus of disbelief that the Celestial had ever sent any contribution in. He had many eccentricities, but no one had ever accused him of a literary turn of mind. Smithson expressed a decided opinion that the Celestial could not write anything even if he wanted to. "All right, fathead," said the Celestial. "If I didn't value this particular tartlet, I'd break it over your face. I tell you, I did send something in, and it did get chucked. And if you don't believe me, you can ask the noble and scholarly Pilkington, who's the editor thereof." "What did you send?" asked Smithson. "I sent a short essay entitled Hopers, Their Treatment in Sickness and in Health." As the senior mathematical master, a man of small size and great agility was known throughout the school as the Hoper. The rejection of Cyprian Langsdyke's article may be easily understood, quite apart from any question of its literary merits. "If you will kindly cease this unmannerly and intempestive laughter," said the Celestial, with an excellent imitation of his headmaster's manner of speech, "I will give you a few thoughts that have occurred to me on this subject. Fathead, eat one of these green things with a red stripe around them, and tell me if they're any good. The school magazine is rot. It contains reports of concerts telling us how the swan-like voice of Smithson was heard to great advantage. It informs us that the Reverend J.B. Jiggers, this was a purely imaginary name, has kindly presented to the school library a volume entitled What a Little Girl Can Do. It gives up poems by the noble and scholarly Pilkington, and it chucks a few transient and witty remarks by the brutal and licentious Langsdyke. He took his adjectives from the history he happened to be reading under compulsion at the time. The only thing that is any good is the match scores, and barring the outmatches, we generally know a lot more about them than the magazine does. It has been well observed by the immortal Lackey or some other bounder that without competition, trade cannot thrive. It's the same thing here. What we want is an opposition magazine of our own, with me to edit it. You'd never get Pilkington or any of these chaps to write for it," said Banks. "Oh, my sacred aunt," said the Celestial. "Do you think we want Pilkington? Do you think we want a yard and a half of poetry called Thoughts on a Summer Evening? Avaunt! We don't want the Sixth, and we don't want the Masters. If they come in at all, they will come in as the subject of a few critical editorial remarks. My magazine will be a society magazine. It will tell you all the real news. It will show up abuses. It will give character sketches of great and notable people, such as Henry Reginald Liggers, M.A. Likewise the Hoper. It'll be in manuscript. The Smithson will have to write it out. Everybody who wants to read the number will have to pay a penny, and the surplus after paying expenses will go to the Banana Society." The Banana Society had also been invented by the Celestial. Its aim was to provide a small fund to enable the society to buy bananas in great quantities when they were 2 a penny. Such cheapness was temporary, and without a fund, full advantage could not be taken of it. The discussion of the magazine continued, and various duties were assigned. Banks, for instance, was required to provide accurate information as to all the headmaster's dinner parties, including a list of the guests and exact transcript of the menu. Douglas was to furnish short biographies of any visitors at the schoolhouse. "That's all very funny," said Douglas, "but how am I to get 'em?" "That is your lookout," said the Celestial. "You got a tongue in your head. If you do not see what you want, kindly ask for it. And that way we shall rise on stepping stones of our dead selves to higher things. As the Joser remarked, who did the stuff that the Sixth had to cork into Lygiacs this morning?" "How did you know?" asked Smithson. "Because, fathead, I heard the stuff being given out to them." "And that don't explain how you remembered it," said Smithson, who never remembered anything. "Well," said the Celestial, "I cannot stop to explain it to you, because I'm just about to give my celebrated imitation of a lion-hearted English schoolboy cutting cricket on a beastly hot Saturday afternoon and getting a surreptitious swim in the River Rethy. I'll come too, said Smithson. You will bet your last boots you won't. As Socrates very pointedly observes, where one can slink out all right, two may be missed. 2. In due course of time, Langsdyke's Home Truths made a successful appeal to its limited public. The method of production was original, and has not yet been followed by the bulk of the leading London magazines. This celestial lay at full length on his back on a table in the day room, having in his hand a rough pencil notes of news given to him by his accomplished staff. Smithson knelt on the floor with a penny exercise book and his inkpot on a form beside him, and took down the paragraphs that his editor dictated to him. The magazine consisted almost entirely of paragraphs. The following are some of the more elegant extracts from the first number. Anyone who's reading this magazine is requested to keep it in his locker when he isn't. We would wish to ask, as a matter of public interest, whether the pro is not intended to coach the 11, and if it's necessary for him to waste half an hour every day sending easy ones down for the hopper to hit, so that he may fancy himself. We are informed by the secretary of the Banana Society that the price of this fine and succulent fruit at Mr. Stanforth's Emporium is now 1.5d each. They are pretty big ones, but that does not excuse it. It's a great pity that chaps with more money than brains should encourage it by buying them. It would show more public spirit if we all held aloof, and then, when they all began to go brown, old Stanford would have to climb down a bit. Bananas of this size, at 2 for 1d, even if they had begun to go a little, would be eminently desirable. General Maine, or Maynor, has been stopping at a schoolhouse. He took lunch at the school dinner yesterday, and sat next to the noble and scholarly Pilkington. We are given to understand that the gallant general was something or other in Afghanistan. The remaining details of his life are unknown. Pilkington was heard to observe in conversation that he was not a bad old cock. In the match against the Hopper's team last Saturday, our esteemed collaborator, Mr. Banks, in a frantic attempt to prevent a cricket ball from pulping his face, found that the ball had accidentally stuck to his hand. As he has been speaking rather freely about catching their best bat, we think it well to give this information. The noble and scholarly Pilkington has purchased 3 neckties. He also inquired the price of pearl pins, but no business resulted. The tone of the magazine was decidedly personal, and that made talk. The Celestial was far from thirsting for fame, but it happened that even that great man Pilkington, editor of the legitimate school magazine, prefect, and in both the team and the 11 heard of it and tackled the Celestial on the subject. "What's all this about your magazine, Langsdyke?" he asked. "It's nothing much," said the Celestial modestly. "You see, we thought it might do to practice in, and perhaps later we might get to be good enough for the real magazine." "Well," said Pilkington, "as far as you are concerned, you might be good enough already. Anyhow, it's no good sending in things which are aimed at masters. You're too beastly chicky." "I see," said the Celestial sadly. "However, I said I'd like just to run my eye over the thing. Bring 2 or 3 of the numbers up to my study, will you?" The Celestial ran over his back numbers in his mind, and could not recall a single one which did not contain remarks of a personal nature likely to be offensive to Pilkington, so as he was not hungering and thirsting for the licking. He said that he should be very glad, and forgot about it. When Pilkington reminded him later, the back numbers were not to be found. In Pilkington's presence, the Celestial inquired most diligently for these back numbers from Smithson and Banks and all the others. They none of them seemed to know anything. But as time went on, the Celestial grew lazy, and deputed the greater part of his work to Smithson. Consequently, one number appeared of which the Celestial had never seen the last page, and when he saw it, he was angry. "It's no good talking to you, fathead," he said. "You got no sense. Just read that through again." He pointed to the offending paragraph. "Yes," said Smithson brightly. "I did almost think of leaving it out, but it was Duncan who sent it in, and he might have turned shirty, and I was in a hurry to get the thing finished, and—" "All right," said the Celestial. "No one else has seen it. You black it right out, and I'll go and have a talk with Mr. Duncan." This celestial interview, like almost everything that he did, was half in fun and half serious. A superficial observer might have thought that Duncan was merely being ragged. Duncan, who had every means of knowing, was under the impression that he was being licked. The chastisement was deserved. It was all right to chaff the Hopper and the other masters, but this paragraph dealt with that very different thing, a master's wife. A lady, moreover, who was extremely popular in the school. As the Celestial observed, even if the lady in question were not beautiful, it was no reason for a sandy-haired, pudding-faced pig of the prairies like Duncan to call attention to it. The chastisement was administered smiling, and it left Duncan with a strong desire to propitiate the Celestial. Now Smithson was above all things a slow, conscientious, and painstaking boy. He had been told by the Celestial, his lord and master, to black out the offending paragraph, and he had only got a G pen to do it with. He decided that the G pen was necessary to execute the job thoroughly, and as Dobson, in the junior day room, had an entire box of J-pens, Smithson went off to appropriate one. It was while he was absent that Mr. Liggers sauntered into the room and took up the paper. His eye fell on the offending paragraph. He had just finished it when another master called to him, and he went off to play fives. He had forgotten to confiscate the paper, but he could do that later. When his game was over, he went to his own rooms, and the page boy who waited upon the masters in the schoolhouse came down to the day room to say that Mr. Liggers wished to see Langsdyke. "See that?" said the Celestial cheerfully. "He loves me so much that he cannot keep away from me even for 1 hour." There was all this time almost perpetual warfare between Mr. Liggers and the Celestial. "Go back again," he said sternly to the page boy, "and tell Mr. Liggers that I regard a message like that as cheek, and if I get any repetition of it, I shall write to his parents and stop his pocket money." The page boy grinned. 2 minutes later, an extremely polite Langsdyke knocked at the door of Mr. Liggers' room. "I wish to see you, Langsdyke," said Mr. Liggers, "with reference to some sort of publication in manuscript that I found on the table in the day room. It bears your name, and I suppose you're responsible for it." "Yes, sir," said the Celestial. "I did not examine it at length, but it appeared to me to contain a good deal of impertinence. It was not intended to be shown to the masters, sir." "Quite so," said Mr. Liggers, "quite so. I see the justice of that plea. We do not expect you always to speak of us with the same respect with which you speak to us. But if you speak disrespectfully of us and allow us to overhear, you have to take the consequences. If you produce a magazine and leave it about where we can find it, you must take the consequences of that also." "Strictly speaking," said Langsdyke, "it shouldn't have been left about. We made a rule that it was to be kept in the lockers when it wasn't being read." "Well, well," said Mr. Liggers, "I can settle afterwards what we will do about your precious magazine. What I wanted to speak about particularly was one paragraph in it dealing with the wife of one of the masters. You'll let that paragraph go in?" "Yes, sir," said the Celestial. "Well, I don't expect much from you, but I thought you were more of a man than that." "Who wrote it?" The Celestial hesitated. "Well, practically I did," he said. "There's no practically about it. You did or you didn't." "Then I did," said the Celestial. "Then you will learn for me by heart the first chorus in the Agamemnon. If it were any use, I would ask you to try to behave more like a gentleman in the future, but I do not think it is. Boys of the type that would do that kind of thing would be better out of the place altogether, and that's how I expect you will end, Langsdyke. Now you can go, and send up that number of your magazine to me at once." Langsdyke was extremely angry as he came down the stone stairs. He could not, of course, have given Smithson away, or Duncan, more especially as he had already punished Duncan himself. Still, he did not much like being spoken to in that way, and it was only the fear that on some further investigation the real culprit might be discovered that made him submit quietly. There were many inquiries when he got back to the day room as to what Mr. Liggers had wanted. "He wanted," said the Celestial, "to know if I could come to tea next Sunday to meet the Emperor of Jigaboo. I explained that I drew the line at emperors, and in a fit of uncontrollable passion the bounder has given me the first chorus to learn by heart. Smithson, Aeschylus, forward. Show Agamemnons." 3. After dinner that night Mr. Liggers unbosomed himself to Mr. Dunham, another master in the schoolhouse. "You have sometimes accused me," said Mr. Liggers, "of being a bit too rough with that chap Langsdyke." "So you are," said Dunham. "This Celestial's all right." "Well, I happen to know he isn't." Here he produced a number of Langsdyke's Home Truths. "This is a pleasant little amateur magazine that he has been running, and I'll ask you to hear what this chivalrous little beast has to say about Mrs. Morris." He turned to the place in the magazine and looked blank amazement. "Why," he said, "the paragraph has all been deleted. Look at that." "Yes," said Dunham, "a very artistic piece of work. It would take at least 10 minutes to black it out like that. When was it done?" Liggers wrinkled his forehead and could find no way out of it. "When I sent for Langsdyke, he certainly didn't know that I had ever seen the magazine. When he left me, I told him to send it up to me at once. There would have been no time to delete anything at all, especially in that finished style. Then here are a few simple deductions. The thing was deleted before you ever made any row about it." "It would seem so," Mr. Liggers admitted. "And it was deleted by the Celestial or by his order, for I think the rest of the senior day room know that he is a dangerous chap to play games with." "That may be so." "It must be so. Now, if he deleted it, you may be absolutely certain that he did not write it. But he told me himself that he did write it. That is just what I should have expected from that boy. You see, this magazine is no 5. I doubt if he would be able to keep up an active interest for the space of 5 numbers. He would hand the work over to the faithful Smithson or somebody else in his crowd." "Well," said Mr. Liggers snappishly, "if he chooses to tell me a direct lie, he must take the consequences." "Oh, yes," said Dunham. "It was a direct lie right enough, though he wasn't lying for his own sake. However, let us be moral. What are the consequences?" "The first chorus of the Agamemnon by heart." "Never mind that," said Dunham. "You probably told the chap he was a cad. So Would you in my place? Very possibly, said Dunham. If I had, I should take it back. Well, I shan't. Dunham changed the subject abruptly and spoke of a coming cricket match. Why should I? Said Mr. Liggers peevishly. Because you think you should, said Dunham. Very well. Anything for peace and quietness. I shall see him in prep tonight. I have been looking over your magazine, Langsdyke, said Mr. Liggers judicially, and I see that the paragraph to which I particularly objected has been deleted. When was that done? Done this morning, sir. In that case, perhaps I expressed myself too strongly when I saw you upstairs. It seems that after all you had some sparks of decent feeling. That being so, and on the understanding that the magazine is discontinued, you need not finish that chorus in the Agamemnon. Thanks very much, sir, said Langsdyke. But I knew it by heart before you gave it to me to do. I learned it for fun, and I'd only got to freshen it up a bit. Bring me your Agamemnon. Now then, begin. The Celestial repeated the chorus from beginning to end, with an occasional hesitation, but he required no prompting. That's very good, said Mr. Liggers briefly. Later, when all the boys had gone to bed and he and Dunham sat smoking together, Mr. Liggers suddenly broke off from the subject in hand to say, If there is one thing in this world that I cannot understand, it is that chap Langsdyke. That, said Dunham dryly, has always been fairly obvious. End of section 22. Recording by Siyami Aktan. Izmir, Republic of Turkey,